morning, everybody. Good morning, Judy. Good morning, Teresia. And good morning to Nancy and Jennifer, who were here earlier, according to Judy. But for some reason, YouTube deleted everything that was in the chat because I sat down and there was nothing. And I texted Judy and I said, "Are you okay?" And she goes, "Yeah." Why? I said, "Because there's no chat. There's no trivia in my chat, and I'm on in 7 minutes." And she goes, "What?" I typed chat in I typed trivia in like 40 minutes ago. Hey, Jennifer, for some reason, YouTube deleted your greeting and Judy's greeting back to you. YouTube needs to get a grip. Like, what is going on? My viewer counts are never right. They're deleting comments. What is going on, YouTube? Get your act together. How is everybody today? I am good. I am tired. Hey, Carla. I had a long day yesterday because I did my Disney show last night. We talked about new movies coming out. There's going to be a live action Moana. There's going to be a Ready or Not 2. What was Ready or Not 1? Anybody know what Ready or Not is? There's going to be more Planet of the Apes movies, which I did not realize that was Disney, but it is because it's 20th Century Fox. It's it's on my Debbie Loves Disney channel, Jennifer. I did the whole I talked about the Lee Boem lawsuit, the Circle of Life lawsuit, where the writer and performer of the Circle of Life from Lion King is suing the comedian Learnmore Genasi because he said the lyrics meant, "Oh my God, it's a lion." He's suing him for $27 million. So I went over that whole lawsuit on the show last night. It's on Debbie Loves Disney if you want to go back. I did it at the beginning, so what were some of the others? I don't remember. But I didn't realize they owned Disney now owns Planet of the Apes because they bought Fox. And Planet of the Apes is 20th Century Fox. What now? Now Disney gets to mess up Planet of the Apes. They messed with Star Wars. They messed with Marvel. Now they're going to mess with Planet of the Apes. Disney, quit buying other IPs. Stick with your Disney show. No, they haven't messed up Marvel that badly. And for the most part, their Disney series on Disney Plus has not been that bad. In fact, it's been pretty good. The Mandalorian is excellent. Excellent. But the Star Wars movies, now I did really, really enjoy was it The Force Awakens? Is that what it was called? The first one of the Disney Star Wars. But the other two, they weren't terrible, but they weren't up to, the George Lucas, the Lucasfilm. There's a short on YouTube that I saw. I wish I didn't know I was going to talk about this, or I would have had it ready. Where it shows the lightsaber fight with Obi-Wan and Darth Maul, and then it shows another lightsaber fight, and then it shows Rey's lightsaber fight with Kylo Ren, and the contrast is ridiculous because you've got boom, 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 going, and then with Rey and Kylo Ren, it's like, uh, uh, uh. The contrast side by side is ridiculous. Yeah, that lawsuit, there's no way he can win. I mean, if Learn More Genasi just files an anti-slap motion, because he was just making a joke. All he has to do is file an anti-slap motion, and Lebo M will be writing a check to pay for his lawyers, and it's over. So I had a very nice surprise in my microwave this morning. My husband has, I'm not sure he's autistic. I suspect he's autistic, but he has Tourette's. He has object permanence, which means if he doesn't see it, he forgets about it. Hey, Paul. So I get in trouble a lot because I will eat food that he's forgotten about. Hopefully, he will never remember that he left his cinnamon twists from Taco Bell in the microwave. Because that's what I have for breakfast. His leftover cinnamon twists. Oh, yeah. I get in trouble all the time. You've been eating such and such. Well, you're not eating it. Well, I forgot it was in there. Okay, you forgot about it. It was just sitting there. So this morning, Belle will my dog is so spoiled. She won't eat cold dog food, so we have to warm it up in the microwave a little bit. So I went to put her food in the microwave. Oh, look what he forgot this time. Oh, I had cinnamon twists for breakfast. Hopefully he won't remember, because if he remembers, he'll yell at me. They were a little stale, so I'm just gonna tell him you wouldn't eat them anyways. You would have fed them to the dogs because they were stale. Just the ones on top were stale. The ones underneath, they were really good. Okay. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah, you got cinnamon toast crunch. You cinnamon toast for breakfast, right? So yeah, good breakfast. And the dogs were eating their breakfast, so I didn't even have to share. Okay, we're done with Little Miss Helmet Hair. Pollyanna, it's all about me. I clean the blood off the walls. Now we are on her husband, Tom Apple Schumacher.
My name is Thomas Appel Schumacher.
How are you employed, sir?
I'm employed at Office of Family Matters in the headquarters of the United States Air Force in Europe, in Ramstein, Germany.
And where do you live?
I live in Mackenbach, Germany.
All right. The previous witness we just had, is that your wife?
Yes, it is.
Tell us, please. Now, back in 1985, where were you living?
In 1985, in Buschlag, Germany.
And did you come to know Elizabeth Ratliff?
Yes.
How did you come to know her?
In the spring of 1985, I took a trip to Europe during springtime to visit my wife-to-be, Sherry, who was working at Rhein-Main Air Base at that time. And during that week that I was here, I did get a chance to meet Liz and her two children, Margaret and Martha.
Did you eventually then move to Germany after your marriage?
Yes.
And do you remember a party that Ms. Ratliff threw for you and your wife in November of 1985?
Yes, I do.
Now, on the morning of November 25th of 1985, did you receive some information about Ms. Ratliff?
Yes, I did.
And based on that information, did you then go to the school to tell your wife that Ms. Ratliff was dead?
Yes, I did.
Did you all then travel to her home?
Yes.
Tell us, please, who do you remember being there when you arrived with your wife?
When we walked through the door of the house, it's a small, narrow entryway that goes into a foyer, and there were. I saw Liz's body, part of her body covered, and her legs were visible at that point. She had yellow boots on, and there were two people standing over her, and there were several other people around in the foyer area. As I walked on in a little bit further, I could see that there were more people in the kitchen.
Now, did you ever talk to any investigators at all that day about what you saw or anything about this scene?
No, I didn't.
Do you remember investigators actually coming while you were there at the dwelling?
Well, I vaguely remember the people that were there when I arrived.
I forgot to read Judy's trivia. I was like, there's no trivia today. And then she put it back in, and then I forgot to read it. The defense and prosecution debated Kathleen's injuries and argued whether the amount of blood found at the crime scene was consistent with someone falling down the stairs. The coroner noted Kathleen had multiple abrasions and contusions throughout her face, not lacerations. Kathleen had multiple contusions to her arms and hands. So there were no lacerations on her face. So remember the short that I played about not the short, but the short film or video, whatever, about the owl, or yeah. Hang on. How much coffee have I had? I can't think. The video that I showed where the guy was holding up the stuffed owl and talking about her injuries. And he said that she had lacerations on her forehead, like on her eyelid and all that. But she didn't have lacerations on her face. If the coroner was truthful, we don't know, because the ME... Wait, so when you say coroner, Judy, is that Deborah Radish? So abrasion is a scrape. A contusion is a bruise. So she didn't have lacerations on her face like that lawyer guy with the stuffed owl said. He said she had, like, on her forehead and, like, her eyebrow, meaning that the owl swooped in and, like, got her here. So that wasn't a thing if the ME told the truth. Abrasions, I would think abrasions if the stairs were carpeted, but they weren't carpeted. Contusions, absolutely. If you're going to fall down the stairs, you're going to get contusions everywhere you hit. Okay, so that would be Deborah Radish. They could be defensive wounds. Abrasions are not hard to get. I have one. It's healing now. But I have one on my elbow right there. I did that on the arm of my scooter. Just putting my elbow on the arm of my scooter. And I don't know how I did it. I didn't feel anything. It wasn't weird. Didn't hurt. And then I just like rubbed my elbow and the skin just like peeled away. And so now I have an abrasion there. It's healing it's healing good, but so abrasions are not hard. You don't have to like skid on asphalt or anything like that to get an abrasion. Like, I wasn't doing anything crazy on the arm of my scooter to get that. I was shocked that it happened. So that's not hard to do. When people think of abrasions, they think of motorcycle accidents where you're skidding down the highway or something. So the lacerations on the back of the head. Okay, Carla, feel better. Yeah, right. Like road rash. That when you hear abrasion, that's kind of what you think about. But no, you could, like I said, abrasions you could get from stupid stuff. Jennifer threw me a squirrel, guys. Sorry. They are opening in Central Florida a sloth attraction, and you can actually pet the sloths, and I cannot wait. I will. Yeah, me too. And I will hopefully when it opens, I don't know when it's opening, but I will be live streaming from there. So stay tuned. I know, I can't wait. So yeah, the lacerations on the back of her head. Unless she hit the edge of the steps, I don't know. I don't know. But yeah, I would do the same thing. Uh-oh, I lost it. Yeah, I would do the same thing. Debating about whether the injuries with all the blood and everything happened from hitting her head on stairs or someone beating her. I still don't know. But usually falls down the stairs don't generate that much blood. Why are sloths first? She won't come just for me and Melissa, but she'll come if there's sloths.
I understood either at that point or later that they were medical personnel, German medical personnel. And then later on that morning, there were some other people that came, military, Army investigators from some office in the Army nearby. But I'm not sure of the exact time of their arrival and what they did. But no, they didn't talk to me.
Did you ever meet a man by the name of Steve Lyons?
I don't recall meeting him.
Now, what did you do while you were there?
Well, the first few minutes of being there, there just seemed to be a lot of people standing around. There was a lot of crying going on from the people that were there. It seemed to be a time of just kind of standing and waiting. Liz's body was still at the bottom of the staircase, and we were just all waiting around.
At some point in time, did you all actually move her body?
Yes.
Do you know at what point in time that was, or about what time it was?
It's really hard to pinpoint a time. That time frame got pretty distorted during that morning, but if I recall, a rough estimate would be 10:30, 11 o'clock or so, we decided to move her body.
Would that have been before or after investigators had come and gone?
It would have been afterwards.
After you moved the body, did you and your wife start to clean up blood?
Yes, we did.
Where did you notice blood?
Well, when I first arrived at the house and walked on into the foyer area, I noticed that there was a lot of blood. There was blood up the staircase wall.
How high up?
It's hard to say. I just know the location. It seemed to be, it was visible as I walked in.
And Rudolph should have objected to her cutting him off right then.
Guess would be roughly 3 or 4 feet. 3 or 4 feet up the side of the wall at the lower portion.
Where else did you see blood?
Around where Liz laid. Liz was covered by a cloth or a coat or something. I think it was a coat. And around the edges at certain points you could see some blood, puddles of blood that were there. And over on the right-hand side, as you look toward the kitchen, there's another white wall over on that side, and that also has spatterings of blood. And it just appeared to be a lot of blood that was splattered in different places around the whole foyer area.
About how long did you and your wife spend cleaning up the blood?
Well, again, time distortion. It's really hard to determine the length of time. It seemed like a long time that we were cleaning up around the area. I know that, like I said, we had moved the body at around 10:30 to 11 o'clock, and I know that we were still cleaning up in the afternoon, sometime even after when her body was taken later on by the mortuary affairs people.
All right. Are there some photographs up there? Do you see some?
I don't see them.
And first the witness. Just look at these photos here. First of all, I'm looking at P249, P250. Before I go to photos, let me ask you about this. This is a diagram marked D17. You recognize it?
Yes, I do.
Who drew it?
I did.
Okay. Does it pretty much, really it's not the scale, but does it depict the floor plan of Ms. Ratliff's home?
Yes, I think it does.
And did you actually draw this year?
Yes.
I moved to introduce Text Exhibit D17 in evidence.
Hello.
Now look at these photos if you would please. P247, P249, P250, P246, P248. Do you recognize these, first of all? And you may look at those if you would please.
Yes, these are photographs of Liz's house inside.
There are some markings on each of those photographs. Do you agree or disagree with the placement of those markings as far as your memory of where you saw blood back in November of 1985?
So. Yes, I agree with these. This is where I remember seeing them.
Okay. And are those the areas where you and your wife cleaned the blood from?
Yes.
May he step down before we
Yes.
Let's take this diagram of blood, please. D17. And now when you're on the witness box, you need to keep your voice up so all the jurors can. Okay. Now, we're mainly just talking about the front of the house. I take it from your testimony about where you saw blood or the entrance.
Right.
Show the jury, please, what room and what area we're talking about.
Okay.
First of all, where would be the door that you would have entered?
I came in through up the front steps and through the door this way. This is the narrow entryway that I had mentioned before. It opens up into a large way. Part of it goes to the kitchen, part of it goes up the steps, and part of it goes down the steps into the living room area. Where I remember seeing the blood is this is a wall along this right here that goes up the steps. And along that wall is where I noticed the blood splattered as I came into this area.
Could you just circle that area that you're speaking of, please? Okay. Where else did you notice blood?
Over here is where the steps go down. There's a wall on this side. You can't really see the wall from here, but there's a wall that when you look from here, and there's a blood splatter here. Okay. There's another where the wall here meets the opening of the kitchen. The wall is about this thick, and there was some blood splatter here. There's some on the refrigerator. And where Liz lay, there was large pool of blood and some smeared blood in that area. And that was here quite a bit.
Would you, as best you could, maybe you could just use a stick figure, draw the position that you remember her body being in when you entered the home?
Nice.
And I believe you said she was covered.
Yes.
Anywhere else that you saw blood?
Well, a little bit later on, it took a lot of time to clean the blood because the walls were white, and we had to use containers of water and cloths to try to clean the blood spots. And because the wall was heavily textured, it was hard to sometimes just wipe it away. You had to kind of work to get the blood. And during that time, we were, when we finished a certain area and take a short break and then come back again, one of us would say, oh no, there's blood over here too. We have to go to that area and clean up a little bit. Or maybe a spatter was over another area and we clean up. So it was underneath the steps. There were some articles of some furniture items, a chest and some type of a foot locker or some type of another chest underneath, and that had some blood splatter on it. And occasionally on the floor area, just splatters of blood. Because as we cleaned and cleaned up, then we looked harder and found more.
All right, you may take your seat. After cleaning the blood, then what did you all do? Or cleaning up the blood, what did you do?
Well, after Liz's body was removed by the mortuary affairs, she was on a small Oriental type rug that was underneath her in the at the bottom of the steps. And when her body was removed, I then took that particular rug, which was pretty much saturated with her blood, and I remember rolling it up and putting it in a plastic bag so I could take it to the cleaners. And I took it out to my car and told the others that I was going to take it to the cleaners. That was sometime in the early afternoon. There was a cleaners in town nearby that I found and delivered it there and asked if they would clean it, and I would pick it up later on in the week.
All right, and thereafter, did you and your wife actually stay with the children for some period of time?
Yeah, we stayed that night, Monday night, all the way through the weekend, through the next Sunday night, I believe.
Okay. No further questions.
Yes, if I could have that diagram that you sent. I think I can probably hold it up there so you can just. I'm Tom Marr. I represent. First of all, you've indicated where Liz Ratliff's body was when you arrived.
Right.
Had you learned that in fact her body had been on the stairs when whoever found her arrived?
At what time frame do you mean?
Later, in other words, later during that day.
No, I didn't hear that at all.
And you talked about, I think, and I appreciate you said it was kind of a guess, the height of the blood, 3 to 4 feet. Mm-hmm. I take it from what you're saying is you don't have a specific memory of height.
No, I don't. It was.
And I think you said that when you were describing that, it was in the lower portion. Are you referring to the lower stairs?
No, it seemed to span the entire staircase.
Okay. And so lower portion meaning lower on the wall.
Yes.
Okay.
Like 3 to 4 feet up from the wall.
Okay.
From the stairs themselves.
And I think you indicated that it was kind of vague about who was at the residence in terms of authorities when you were there. Do you recall there being German medical personnel?
When I first arrived, I understood later on that morning or later on that day that the medical examiners were the people there when we arrived.
Okay. Did you speak German at that point?
No, I didn't.
Okay. And did you also indicate that at some point, and I'm not going to hold you to times, an American military investigator or investigators arrived?
Yes.
And the cleaning that you described took place after they had come and gone?
Yes.
Okay, and you talked about that it took a while to do some of this cleaning. It was part of that because of this rough texture that you were working with?
Yes.
So you didn't have like a flat wall that you could just easily clean.
Right, and also it wasn't continual cleaning. There were times when we just had to stop. It was overwhelming what we were doing, and oftentimes my wife would stop and cry. Many times as she was cleaning the blood, she would just be moaning. It was a very sorrowful sound of moaning, and she would just stop and then cry. And I also need to take a break every now and then too. And also because of the blood on the floor, for example, it took a long time to clean the blood on the floor in front of the steps because there was so much of it. And the container that I had very quickly was not clear water anymore. And I had to go and rinse it out and get clean water. So that just took time.
And that area you're talking about just now, that's where Liz's body had been lying when you arrived.
That's right.
Now, some of these drops you were cleaning with, basically small drops you had to work to clean between the various peaks and valleys on the wall.
Right.
And let me also ask you, do you recall, in addition to German medical authorities being there, a German detective was there?
I don't recall a German detective, no.
Okay, let me just show you to see if I can refresh your memory. Let me show you what's a document here, an affidavit. Asked you to take a look at, I realize you wouldn't have seen it before, but asked you to take a look at this paragraph and read it and see if that refreshes your memory that in addition to medical personnel, there was actually German police present at the scene.
Is that paragraph number 4?
Yes.
Okay, saying. Can you repeat the question?
Yes. Having looked at that, do you now have any memory that in addition to the German medical personnel, that there was a German detective present at the scene?
No, I don't.
Okay. You recall that the blood you were cleaning on the wall was basically drops in various places that you clean some and then go look and find some more? Is that a bad question?
Maybe you could rephrase it so I can.
It wasn't
be
like
clear.
there was sheets of blood. It was individual drops that you had to clean off.
I would say there are more drops than I don't know how to describe other kinds of blood on the wall, but it certainly was. It was certainly along the entire wall area, along the steps or up above the steps.
And is your memory do you remember whether Barbara, the nanny, was there when you arrived?
I remember, I was fairly new to the community, and there were a lot of people that I was meeting, and because Barbara was the nanny, I didn't spend a lot of time knowing Barbara, but I do recall somebody crying hysterically as I was walking in with my wife Sherry, and I believe that was Barbara, very, very distraught and very hysterical.
And did she then leave before the rest of you, or you and your wife, did the cleaning you described?
I know that she left at one point, but I don't know whether she came back or not.
Okay, just don't remember that. Okay. One moment here. Thank you, sir. No, I have no further questions.
Sorry, can you come down?
State your name, please.
My full name is Claudia Sybil Allen, but I react to Billy Allen.
All right, Miss Allen, where do you live?
In Germany, in Gravenhausen, in the same house where Elizabeth Ratcliffe was found dead.
Now,
Why do they need to talk to her? She wasn't even there. She lives in the house now.
when did you move into the home where Ms. Ratcliffe had lived?
We moved in April 1990.
Are you currently living there?
Yes.
Still.
Yes.
I'll show you a few photographs. P253, do you recognize that?
My house?
Now, these bushes in front of your house, when you moved in 1990, were they as big as they appear on this photograph?
Very small. Very small.
She is speaking English, Nancy. And she's speaking it good, but German is her first language. Speaking of first and second languages, I learned a new word in Spanish this week, and it is the Spanish word for Germany. It's Alemania.
I moved into this state exhibit P253 into evidence.
It's allowed.
Now look at P254. Do you recognize this?
Yes, that's from my backyard, the stairs up to the second balcony.
So this is the back of your house.
That's the back.
I moved to introduce State's Exhibit P254 into evidence.
It's allowed.
Now look at P255. Do you recognize the dwelling depicted in that photograph?
That's Karen Ham's house.
Now, I moved to introduce State's Exhibit P255 in evidence.
Overruled. It's allowed.
When you, without telling me the content of the conversation, I want to know whether when you moved into that house back in, you say 1990, whether you ended up having a conversation with Karen Ham. You did.
It must have been around.
You can't tell me the substance of the conversation, but did you have a conversation?
Yes.
All right. Did she tell you something about your house?
Objection. Overruled.
She told me, Carol.
You're not going to be able to say what she told you, okay?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Listen to my character.
Yes, she did.
Okay, it might be useful to instruct the witness that these are yes or no questions.
I tried to.
Ask the question, sir.
Did she tell you something about what had happened in your house?
Yes, she did.
Overruled.
Now, did she tell you something about
Yes, she
a
does.
window that's depicted in P255?
Your Honor, I object. May we approach?
Yes. Yes.
Please look at section D17. Do you recognize this floor plan?
Yes, it's the ground floor of my house.
Now, tell us please, in regards to your heating system that you have at your house, what type of system do you have? A heating, do you have the air conditioning?
No.
You do not. All right. Well, tell us about, do you have heat?
Yes.
Tell us about your heating system, please.
It's floor heating, and there are tubes running underneath the tiles, and they're filled with water, and the water is hot, and it's circulated. It's being circulated.
Do you know what type of system was in the home before you were in it in 1990?
Yes, it was the same system, just we exchanged the heater because it got old. Yeah, but the system stayed the same.
Okay. Now, tell us, please, do you know how many stairs that you have there in your home?
In total,
Going from the ground floor up to the top, as far as, may I approach her again?
Yes.
I want to be clear. I'm not sure you're clear on where I'm speaking of. I realize that there are some steps, a few steps that go down to another level. The steps here that are toward the front door, actually. Do you know how many stairs or steps are there?
yes,
How many?
there are 10 wooden stairs and one for the top landing, which is covered with carpeting.
Okay. Do you know whether or not the stairs are in the same condition now as they were back prior to your getting the home in 1990?
Yes, same condition.
No further questions.
All right. Crossing team. All right, you can come down.
All right, members of the jury, that concludes the evidence that you'll hear before your weekend recess. Going to let you go home at this time. Remember the instructions the court has given you throughout the course of this trial. Keep an open mind. Stay clear of the parties. Don't talk about the case even among yourselves. Don't watch TV about the case. Don't read about the case. Don't do any independent research. And we'll see you on Monday at 9:30. We'll ask that you leave the area. We will be conducting a hearing that you cannot participate in. So I do need for you to leave. All right, now, Ms. Black, what are we doing at this point?
Your Honor, at this point in time, I want to put some further testimony on the record from Ms. Allen that would relate specifically to Karen Ham.
All right, it's not your intent to do the entire Ham here and now.
No, sir, I really just wanted to get this into before the court so that you can hear more about Ms. Ham and her present situation, and would feel more comfortable, I guess, arguing that perhaps on Monday,
All right,
if that's all right.
Mr. Maher, are you?
That's fine. I think while Ms. Allen is here, if there's evidentiary foundation the state wishes to present, it makes sense to do it and then do the argument Monday.
All right. She continues to be under.
Oh.
Now, Ms. Allen, I'm going to show you a photograph, says exhibit P255. You recognize this to be Karen Ham's dwelling, is that correct?
Yes,
Now, this window that is depicted on the side of this dwelling that I'm pointing to. First of all, when you moved into your home, Ms. Ratliff's former home in 1990, did Ms. Ham give you some information about Ms. Ratliff having been killed in your dwelling, or actually dying in your dwelling?
Yes, she did.
And did she then tell you something that she saw that night?
Yes, she did.
Now, would this have been when you first moved in 1990?
Yes, it must have been like April, May 1990, pretty soon after we moved in.
Now, for my information, when did you first become aware of this case? Or when were you first contacted by anybody,
This
whether it be the defense
case.
or the prosecution? Yes, ma'am.
This case I became aware of on May the 8th this year.
And were you made aware of this case?
Pardon me?
How did you come to learn about this case?
Tom Appel-Schumacher came to my house and wanted to take photographs of my staircase.
All right. Now, when were you first contacted by anybody in regards to either the defense or the prosecution?
That was beginning of October last year.
Who contacted you?
I remember Ron Girette being there. I remember the French camera team being there.
Okay.
I remember Patty Peterson being there, a German private investigator, and some Americans, I don't know. It was a whole bunch of people in my house.
At that time, did you tell them about the existence of Karen Hammer, that she had information about this case?
No. May I explain?
Yes, ma'am.
Karen Ham and I have not been talking at that time. We have not been talking for some years, like 3 years. And I just plainly didn't, at that time, I didn't remember anymore. That was the reason why I didn't mention it.
Did you ultimately mention to someone the existence of Karen Hammond, that she had information that you believed might be pertinent to this case?
Yes, I did.
Who did you first mention that to?
I called up Ron Girette on May 4th, that was a Sunday, after a visit on the Saturday by Ron Girette and that German private investigator.
So you actually talked to someone as far as the defense before you ever talked to anybody from the prosecution, is that correct?
Yes, I did.
Does Karen Ham speak English?
No.
Now, back in June of this year, did you have an occasion to have a conversation with myself, Mr. Sachs, and Investigator Holland, actually in your home in Germany?
Yes, I did.
And as a result of that conversation, were you present when Karen Ham was asked to draft a statement in this case?
Yes, I did. I was.
And were you present when she actually did that?
No, she did it at home in the evening, writing down. A verbal statement, I was there.
Once she wrote the statement, did she write it in English or in German?
No, or
She wrote
yes,
it in
she said
German.
both.
And did you then deliver that statement to us?
Yes.
May I approach the witness? I'll show you what it's been marked as text exhibit 180. There are 2 pages to this, actually 3. Do you recognize it?
Yes.
What is it?
It's her statement of what she saw that night.
Your Honor, for the purposes of this hearing, I would move to introduce text exhibit 180 into evidence.
Purpose of this hearing, go ahead.
And now, after June, did you have the occasion to learn that Karen Ham suffered some type of medical condition?
Yes, I did.
And did she in fact have surgery?
Yes, she did.
She's got personal knowledge.
Overruled.
Do you know when she had surgery?
I think it was the 3rd week in July. She had surgery on a Friday. I visited her on Saturday.
Now, were both of you planning on coming here to testify in this particular trial?
Yes, we were.
And did she, about a week or so, or a few weeks ago, learn that she was unable to travel?
Yes, she did.
When you came, did you bring a medical excuse from her doctor
Yes, I did.
regarding her condition?
Yes,
Is it written in English or German?
it's in German.
Okay. Well, I had to. The only copy I have. I'll show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 181. Is this the doctor's excuse that you brought?
Yes, I did.
Okay.
It is.
Is this your handwriting on this piece of paper?
Yes.
Is it a translation of this doctor's excuse?
Yes, it is.
I'm going to attach these together, but I'm going to ask you if you would please to read for the record what the doctor. First of all, I'm going to introduce State's Exhibit 181 of the evidence for the purpose of this hearing.
It's allowed.
And I'd ask you please to translate that for us.
So it says the above mentioned dude is not able to travel due to a chronic illness for an undetermined amount of time. He didn't specify the time.
All right, what doctor is that now?
This is general practitioner
What is his name?
Werner Lobasser.
Okay. Anything else? Can you spell that name, please, for the court reporter?
It's LOHWASSER.
What type of surgery did she have?
Well, it's kind of private. She discovered a lump in her right chest.
Yeah. What
No further
does
questions.
that mean?
I'd like to have those documents. I have some questions to ask. And also, you have the statement here at 180. Now, if I have a question from there, might be simpler. I take it English is, while you speak English, it's not your first language.
No.
Okay. And Karen Ham does not speak English.
That's right.
Okay. Were you involved in the translation at all of the statement that's Exhibit 180?
Yes, I was.
Okay. Are you a professional translator?
No, I'm not.
Were there some words you had trouble translating from German into English?
Yes, one word especially I translated cardigan falsely into vest, but
I'm sorry, I can't.
I translated the word for cardigan wrong. Cardigan, like.
And you've never been trained as a translator for court proceedings or any other type of proceeding?
No.
And you normally conduct your affairs in German?
Sometimes I do it in English.
Now, if I understand correctly,
What difference does it make what kind of surgery she had? It doesn't. Was 2000 and HIPAA was in place already in 2003. Just because she's in Germany doesn't mean you get to violate HIPAA. I mean, I don't know if Germany has HIPAA or not, but still, you wouldn't have asked that if she was an American because you would have been violating HIPAA. So why ask because she's a German? I mean, really. And it doesn't matter. Surgery is surgery. If you can't travel because you've had surgery, you can't travel. What does it matter? That I can't believe she asked that.
this statement was written in June. And let me, for example, show you this page where it says 20.6.03. Is that the European
Yes.
writing for June 20th of this year?
That's right.
Okay. Now, let me show you Exhibit 181. I think you indicated that your understanding was the doctor was a general practitioner.
Yes,
Okay. Do you know anything about the doctor?
it's my doctor as well.
I take it you were not involved in any consultations he had with Mrs. Ham.
No.
And he is not the surgeon who
Lord.
performed the surgery?
No,
Okay. And so this isn't being written by some.
What in the heck? A doctor said she couldn't travel. And he didn't say surgery. He said chronic illness. And she had a lump in her chest. Does she have breast cancer? I mean, why are they raking this woman over the coals because somebody else can't travel to testify? This is ridiculous. Dang it, Debbie.
Proceeding.
No.
And do you normally conduct your affairs in German?
Sometimes I do it in English.
Now, if I understand correctly, this statement was written in June. And let me, for example, show you this page where it says 20.6.03. Is that the European
Yes.
writing for June
Yeah.
20th of this year?
That's right.
Okay. Now, let me show you Exhibit 181. I think you indicated that your understanding was the doctor was a general practitioner.
Yes,
Okay. Do you know anything about the doctor?
it's my doctor as well.
I take it you were not involved in any consultations he had with Mrs. Ham.
No.
And he is not the surgeon who performed the surgery?
No,
Okay. And so this isn't being written by somebody who actually performed the surgery that you talked about in July.
may I add her gynecologist? He said she's not able to travel for 6 months, but we don't have that in writing.
Okay. The sum total of what this note says is due to a chronic illness. The below mentioned, I take it that's Ms. Ham, is not able to travel for an undetermined time. You have any medical training?
No.
Okay. Do you know anything about the details of this chronic illness?
Nope.
And you don't know what it is about that illness that would have led the doctor to write the
Doesn't
note?
say there.
Okay. And you don't know how long that undetermined amount of time is?
No.
Okay.
What is
So
happening?
there's some unidentified illness causing some unidentified problem for some unidentified period of time. Okay.
May I add she's still on sick leave
Okay. From her job?
from her job, yes.
Now,
Oh
you
my
mentioned, I
God.
think, that you had been visited by a large number of people who came to your house. Were they there to take pictures
Yes.
of the house? And you later remembered that Karen Ham had said something to you and contacted Mr. Durrett?
May I explain?
Yes, I was.
Well, we had our reunion in December. It was really nice. And when we started to talk again, and in December, I don't know the date, I mentioned, hey, Karen, Willie is her husband. You can't imagine what happened to me last October, and this French camera team, and they visited me and Ron Durrett and American detectives and so on. And Karen said right away what she said or what she told me in 1990 or the years after that.
Hold on a second. You indicated that there had been some period of time when you had not spoken to Ms. Ham.
That's
Was there
correct.
a reason for that?
It's kind of private. My soon-to-be ex-husband was trying to bring us apart, and he almost succeeded. Well, he succeeded for a couple of years.
I mean, was there, in other words, there was some conflict between you and Ms. Ham that your husband had created?
No, not conflict. He just, we withdrew. Is that a correct word? Yeah, it is. We just didn't have any contact anymore.
Now, you indicated that she had this surgery, I think it was in July. Was that on a Friday? And then you visited her on Saturday?
Mhm.
Was she at home when you visited her?
No, she was at the hospital.
Okay, and when did she actually, is she now at home?
Yes,
Okay, and when did she get home from the hospital?
I think it was the following Monday.
Okay.
Because this is a 40, I don't know if it's 403B or 404B, whatever. Because this is that kind of a hearing, they can get into things like hearsay and this crap, I guess. I don't think it's appropriate, whether it's a hearing outside the presence of the jury or not. But that's the nurse in me, I guess, because you don't talk about other people's medical problems. And this is her friend. That doesn't give her the right to tell other people about her medical business. I mean, yeah, I know that she's sworn in and she's under oath and all that stuff, but it's like they're trying to prove that this woman is not there to testify under false pretenses. And it's ridiculous. If she has a note from her doctor that she can't travel, that should be it. Like, shut it down. That's it. She's not here to testify. And are they going to try to elicit some hearsay from her because the other lady can't be here? I don't know if that's legal. Did they do a depo of this woman? Because they can show a depo if the witness isn't available. I don't know what they're trying to do here. Because if a witness isn't available, as far as I know, I didn't go to law school, I'm a nurse. As far as I know, the only way to get in a witness statement when they're not available is to do a depo. They could have done a depo of her back when they went to Germany and then play that in court. So I don't understand why this is happening. It's shady to me because it sounds like they're accusing her of making up an excuse to not come testify. I don't think that's what's going on at all.
Anything else, Tim? I'm sorry, I may have. I'm sorry, you didn't do the translation of this statement, is that correct? Do you know a woman named Sandra Cotton?
No.
Okay, were you ever asked to translate Ms. Hand's statement?
Yes, I did translate it once,
Okay,
but Sandra Cotton.
You didn't do the written translation that's attached to it. Let me just show you. That may have been my confusion. There's a typed translation. You didn't do this? This indicates.
No,
Oh,
I didn't do that.
You did a different translation.
Yes.
Oh. No, Your Honor, I have no further questions.
Just to make sure this is clear. Ms. Allen, the translation that you did was for us when we were in Germany so that we could understand Ms. Hand's statement. Is that
That's
correct?
I apologize, I misread. Were you ever asked to write out a statement?
Yes, I was.
Okay, and do you have a copy of that?
Yes, there must be a copy on the 6th floor, but it's in German.
Was it ever translated?
No.
Can we get a? You all have a copy of that?
Judge,
We've never
we've
received that.
not gotten a copy of that, and we seem to have a sort of ongoing pattern here of
Well, a copy of what? What is
First,
copy of her
apparently she
statement.
gave a statement, which we've never received,
So
statement to-
I'm a little loath to release her.
Oh,
to the
statement,
state.
statement to who? About
To-
what?
Similar to Karen Ham's statement, apparently Ms. Allen had written out a statement about your knowledge of events, I take it.
Yeah, about the events and what Karen told me and when she told me, and that was my statement.
And we never received that. We're not going to hold up. I understand you'll be traveling back to Germany this weekend, or we would ask to get the statement at some point, but we're not going to hold up releasing Ms. Allen because of that.
All right, Ms. Black, do you know what he's talking about? Or what she's talking about?
No, sir. I would need to ask Investigator Holland. He has gone to the airport to take Ms. Schumacher. Maybe Mr. Sachs knows.
Do you remember, ma'am, who you gave that statement to?
Yeah, it was a German investigator from the German.
Oh. Have you ever given a written statement to Mr. Holland or any of the prosecutors?
No, I didn't.
Okay, well, that may answer that question then. Have you seen it since you've been here? You indicated it might be upstairs on the 6th floor.
Yes, you received a fax with a German statement from Karen Ham together with my statement.
If we could get a copy of that, but we're not going to hold up her travel plans over that.
Mr. Saxon, you know what she's talking about.
Well, the bottom line is we got some stuff from Germany yesterday. It was faxed. It's in German, and I think all of it's in German. And we obviously can't read it and have not had time to translate it. That may be what she's talking about.
We would just ask for a copy of that, but given her travel plans, we don't need to try to translate it before then.
If they want to come upstairs, I'd be glad to provide them with a copy of it this afternoon.
We'll do that.
All right, are we finished?
And in terms of any testimony, yes.
All right, you can come down.
Is something that you don't often talk about, but the reason I want to talk about it is because, this has been a very long trial, and it's going to continue to be a long trial. And when the lawyers stand up and yell at each other across the table, or maybe get impatient with a witness, that's what they cover in the press. That's what they cover on television. That's what they write about. What they don't cover is the professionalism and the courtesy that is exhibited among the lawyers in this case for a very long time. I've been involved in this case before the news media got in the case. I've been involved in this case with you all before the TV cameras came in. There are a lot of tough issues that we resolved and worked out, and they don't write about that. They don't put that on TV about the way the lawyers have cooperated and worked with each other to get things done that the court has to get done. And some of this occurred last week. You didn't see it in the newspapers. You didn't see it on TV. But I know that you all knew that we had a schedule we had to complete. We had to get witnesses in here, get them out of here. They could not remain. We had to get hearings done. Doesn't matter how they came out. I don't expect necessarily people to agree with the way I make rulings. That's not what I'm talking about. But I'm talking about cooperation on the part of lawyers to get it done. You told me you're going to get it done, and you got it done. You told me that in private. You didn't tell me that in front of the cameras. You didn't tell me that in the newspapers. And see, they need to write about that, because I've read a whole lot and I've heard a whole lot about whether lawyers like each other, so-and-so, and so-and-so. This is an adversary system. They keep me but so much love among the lawyers. They have a job to do. But the professionalism that they show doesn't always get explained, because a lot of times the public doesn't know. The court knows it, the lawyers know it, and they don't trumpet what they do to get this case tried. Last week we had a very difficult schedule. I think that all these lawyers showed the utmost professionalism in getting those hearings done, regardless of how they come out. I mean, that may be an issue for another day as to whether the court was right or wrong. That's not the issue. The issue is that they cooperated and they got done what we needed to get done. And I'll give y'all a public accommodation. I'll give you kudos that the public's not going to give you because they don't know about it. And I expect the same kind of professionalism to continue throughout the course of this trial. I'm sure it will be. I don't expect y'all to agree with each other. There may be issues of discovery and some other things that may come out, but the professionalism that I have seen has been of the utmost type. Now, the case may fall apart from your own, but it's been a very well-tried case up to this point. I think it probably will continue to be. Now, this is a problem that we got. We're moving from that subject. And I need to see how many people think they represent the press, either the television or the news media, because when the exhibits come in the evidence, you want copies of them. And once they are in evidence, you probably have a right to have them. But it's been a monumental headache for the clerk's office to get you what you want when you want it. So, I mean, I got an idea how many people want copies. Can I just see a show of hands of people who want copies at some point of materials?
And see, a lot of it depends on our schedule. You know, we got a very short lunch break. Well, it's not very short, but it's a short lunch break. And the problem with getting a lot of these copies is that she has to go make them, obviously. And if she has to make a great deal of them, then she's going to miss her lunch hour because she doesn't have a long lunch hour. And she may be able to work with that. We'll talk about that in just a moment. An additional problem, which we probably won't have a whole lot anymore, is trying to get things done between 3 and 5. That's one area that these lawyers have cooperated with. I mean, that wasn't really judicial fiat. I didn't tell them, you know, we're going to do these 404B hearings at 3 to 5. That's something that they worked out. Now, do they get compliments for that? No, I haven't seen any, but I'll give them compliments for that. But it's been a problem with the clerk because, you know, at 5 o'clock, it's time to go. I mean, these clerks are not making overtime being here. I mean, they've got to go. They have families they have to go to. I can't make them be here to hold court. So when you ask the clerk for something after 5 o'clock, it's a real problem. Maybe that won't be a problem because I don't think from now we're going to do a whole lot of those, but we may do some of them. But I need to get some feedback from the press as to how you think we could handle this. I mean, if it's something of major importance to you, I mean, she can't miss her lunch hour. I mean, I'm not going to ask you to do that, but, you know, I want you to get the copies that you need to get. And becomes a major problem at the end of the day because, you know, they have children they got to pick up and they don't necessarily have somebody out there at the football field when it's time for the football players to end practice. The coaches have to stay late. And you can imagine, you know, what that means to your chances of making the team. If the coach is staying there waiting for your mama to come pick you up after practice, that doesn't work. So that's just one example. That's not the major one. I'm thinking about the other things involved in it, but they don't have unlimited hours. I have unlimited hours. I can stay here as long as I want to, all night long, if I want to. But my clerks and other personnel, they can't do that, and you can't ask them to do that. So, this clerk, you have to help me on how you want to do this. See, another problem you have is this courtroom is locked. If an item comes into evidence, that evidence is in the clerk's possession. That is her evidence. It's not the lawyer's evidence anymore. Part of her responsibility is to keep up with that evidence for usage throughout this trial and, if possible, for appellate review. So you can't leave these documents just laying around for anybody to come in and have access to them. So I don't know how you're going to work it out if it's something that the press has to have between lunchtime and 5 o'clock. I mean, you may not get it when you want it. I mean, if she's running off 17, 18 copies for different people in the press, it's unworkable. And you're really driving her crazy. So that's why we're talking about it. That's why we're talking about it now. I don't really have a good solution. I mean, it could be that we won't lock the courtrooms, but if we do that, I mean, you have to have a deputy or somebody here guarding these documents because they are in evidence and they no longer belong to the lawyers now, unless the lawyers want to make extra copies that are the same as the ones they handed in, so that you'll have at least knowledge of what it's about. But I don't know. I mean, somebody want to say something about that or be heard about it? What can we do? You don't want the copies? I mean, we got to do something. How are we going to work that out? Ms. Clerk, you got some ideas about it? I mean, you're the one if they ask for the copies from. They don't ask me because I tell them they're in your custody, which they are. I mean, you have something you want to say to them? I mean, I don't know how you want to handle it. You told me about it on numerous occasions and you've worked through it, but you know, the case is only half over or something like that nature. I don't know how long we're going to be here, but I suspect there are going to be other documents that the press is going to want. Okay, well, tell them. I don't know.
After 3 o'clock, if we recess.
Yeah, unless the lawyers tell me something different, we'll probably be recessing at 3. But it's just not. It's not possible for her to make copies during that very short period of time for lunch. I mean, I'm willing to listen to anybody. I mean, you just say what you want to say about it. I don't. If y'all don't really have anything to say, we'll go on to something else. But, well, let me talk to y'all about another issue. You don't have to come. All right, Mr. Hartley, further evidence from the state.
Yes, sir. And at this point, we call Dr. Larry Barnes, please. We'll just approach the witness stand, put your left hand on the Bible, raise your right, and face the clerk. Where is the clerk?
Solemnly swear that testimony you're about to give the court and the jury in the case now being heard to be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Please be seated.
For the record, sir, please state your name.
Larry Allen Barnes.
How are you employed, sir?
Now, at present,
Yes.
I'm a staff pathologist in Davenport, Iowa.
Would you take a few moments, please, and describe to the jury what your educational background is and what your experience is as it relates to the field of pathology?
I will be happy to speak as his expertise in pathology.
Your Honor, I would like to walk him through the process a little bit so the jury has some understanding of this experience. If you go ahead and please describe that.
I attended Kansas City College of Osteopathic Medicine in 1973 through 1977 and did an internship and residency, the residency in pathology at Letterman Army Medical Center from 1977 through 1981. I was board certified in anatomic and clinical pathology in 1982.
The jury is there for this one. It just is weird how it went from like before the jury and then all of a sudden he's on the stand, and we've had a lot outside the presence of the jury. So I checked. The jury is there for him.
And from that time, from 1982 until 1985, I was continued my training, or continued my service in the military.
And specifically, which branch were you in?
The Army.
The Army. And where were you stationed, sir?
Yeah, Fort Campbell, Kentucky for a year, and then 3 years in Germany at Frankfurt.
All right. And with respect to what you do now, exactly what is your profession? I mean, you work in the field of pathology, but exactly what do you do?
General pathology.
All right. Can you describe to the jury what that's all about?
Anatomic pathology, we review tissues removed from patients at surgery. So if they remove an appendix, for instance, we look at the microscopic slide to determine that it really is inflamed or that there's no cancer. Clinical pathology, I oversee the clinical laboratory for the blood testing. And on rare occasions now I do autopsies.
You know, with respect to your training and experience, either from the academic perspective or during your service in the Army or now as it relates to your private field of endeavor, have you ever had any substantive training in the field of forensic pathology?
Nothing significant, no, sir.
If you would please describe the differences that you understand that exist between the field of forensic pathology and general pathology, which you're in.
It's primarily in the area of autopsy pathology. Forensic pathology pays much more attention to detail as relates scene correlation and cause of death. Medical autopsies, as I understand it now and as I practice it, are more an examination of a body for a cause of death as it relates to medical clinical situations. For instance, how far the cancer has spread or whether there was a significant myocardial infarction and how wide it had spread.
All right. Now, with respect to forensic autopsies, have you ever actually performed one as such?
Yes, sir.
How many of those have you performed?
less than 5.
Okay, and when would those have been?
Those were during the time I served in Germany at Frankfurt.
And with respect to your service in Germany, did you say that you were there for approximately 3 years?
Yes, sir.
And if you would please describe exactly what your job was in the field of pathology as you were working with the United States Army in that location.
It's basically just what I do now.
A myocardial infarction is a heart attack. And I will never forget those words, because when I was in LPN school, most of us, the majority of us, were very young. We were in our early 20s, and we thought it was hilarious. We thought my myocardial infarction was hilarious because it kind of sounded like fart infarction. And we all lost it. We cracked up laughing. I can remember our instructor going, yeah, I know. You think the word's funny. Yeah, you're loving it. And she had to stop teaching because we were all laughing so hard at infarction. So myocardial infarction is a heart attack.
Now, I examined tissues removed during surgery. I had a minor at that point supervisory position on the clinical laboratory, and we did autopsies. The autopsies with the military were primarily on service members that had died, either from accident or natural causes, or in a few cases, I think, associated with vehicular incidences. But
with respect to the 5 forensic autopsies that you did, do you recall the types of injuries or what was reported as the cause of injury in those different areas?
Vehicular trauma.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Nothing as it related to gunshot trauma that you recall?
No, sir.
How about sharp force trauma like a knife or something like that? Blunt force trauma other than as it relates to a vehicular death?
No, sir.
All right. I want to direct your attention to November of 1995 and ask, I'm assuming you're working in the field of pathology, general pathology with the Army. How many other folks are working there with you in that field? Excuse me, 1985.
1985. Staff pathologists. There were 4 staff pathologists, including the commander of the department.
Okay. And when you say staff pathologists, were any of them forensic pathologists?
No, sir.
Okay, so all of you are work in general pathology?
Yes, sir.
Okay. With respect to that time period, again, that being November of 1985, did you have the occasion to perform an autopsy on an Elizabeth Ratliff subject?
Yes, sir.
If you would, please describe to the jury how you became involved and generally what you did with respect to that.
I became involved by being assigned the case when I came in the morning to work. We rotated autopsy call, and it was my call. As far as the autopsy itself, I remember very little except what's included in the autopsy report.
Right.
But basically, I found the cause of death, as I stated. It was intracranial hemorrhage, cerebellar brainstem secondary to von Willebrand's coagulopathy.
And we'll get to that in a second, but I want to kind of get a little bit more information as it relates to the basics of how you would have gone about that process. If you would, you said that you would have been in the rotation for the next autopsy, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And with respect to any information you would have been provided about the subject, where would that have come from?
In Miss Ratliff's case, I'm not quite sure. I don't remember then. Medical cases that had expired in hospital, we had the medical record available to us. Active duty military, we were oftentimes provided with the medical police report. In this particular instance, I have a history of German police being at the scene also, but actually who provided me with the report, whether it was a military police, possibly a German authority, I'm not sure.
Okay. And I want to further direct your attention to the 27th of November of 1985. as it relates specifically to your activity in this autopsy, and ask approximately what time the autopsy started, if you know.
1,300 hours.
Okay, about how long did it take you to perform that autopsy?
2 hours.
Okay. And you've indicated here that there is a history that was provided to you, but you're not exactly sure from whom you received that. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
If you would, please describe what that history was.
Is it all right to read?
Sure.
What I had down? 43-year-old white female found at 0745, 25 November 1985, lying on stairs. History of von Willebrand's disease and complicated of severe headache for previous 2 weeks. No sign of struggle, no personal effects removed from scene. Initial investigation by German emergency doctor found bloody spinal fluid, case consistent with intracranial bleed and subsequent scalp laceration sustained by fall onto stairs.
All right. Now, once you began the autopsy, if you would please generally describe to the jury how you went about the process of that exact activity.
I believe I'd done it in the standard way we'd done all the medical autopsies that came through. We had a protocol, I believe, at that time that went through each of the systems. So we used the protocol so we wouldn't leave portions out. And I basically believe I performed it in the standard manner of that protocol.
Okay. Will you describe what the protocol was as you recall it?
Yes. The first examination is of the gross body, as we see visibly without any incisions or any procedures on our part. And it's a gross description of wounds we can see on the periphery of the body. Then we progress to incisions and examinations of body cavities, and then into the specific organ examinations.
Now, with respect to the gross examination of Ms. Ratliff's body, generally describe what you recall as it relates to that examination, if you would.
I believe the doctor's testified that he has no independent recollection beyond the autopsy report. I have no objection to the autopsy report being moved in evidence, and the doctor then testifying from that if that's what he needs.
So, I think you can describe what he recalls of having done the autopsy, and to the extent that he has memory, he can describe that. He can certainly refresh his memory from the use of the autopsy.
To the extent you can recall, over. You can proceed.
Dr. Martin, go ahead and describe what you recall as it relates to the gross examination.
As I recall.
Yes, sir.
Okay. A lot of this will be from the protocol.
Sure.
Okay. On the gross
The doctor's going to read in essence from the protocol. I'd ask that it be moved into evidence. I'd object in reading from it unless it's in evidence.
At the appropriate time, I'm going to move the autopsy into evidence.
All right, on that condition, I will, if that was an objection.
I think it was.
Statement.
I think it was.
Go ahead, Dr. Barnes, describe the gross examination of Ms. Ratliff's
from the
body,
protocol.
and to the extent that you recall it.
The first stage of the autopsy then was the gross autopsy protocol. It was basically a middle-aged Caucasian lady, appeared slightly thin, but not to the point of being emaciated.
And I think you've described that as slightly cachectic.
Cachectic, yes, sir, is the word.
And exactly what does that mean?
Thin, a little thinner than would be expected for the average build of the person. Okay. I'm paraphrasing this. Is that all right? Sure. Rather than reading it verbatim. Basically, we examined from head to toe, noting any lacerations that occurred on the patient, whether the pupils were equal, whether the nose was midline, whether there was blood noted in the mouth, ears, whether the neck was symmetrical, not distorted, whether there were palpable abnormalities. Progressed to the chest, whether it was symmetrical, whether there were puncture wounds, whether there were contusions, whether the breasts were normal and palpable, whether the abdomen was protuberant, whether it had a gas or fluid wave to it. We examined the genitalia and the extremities. That's the gross external exam. The
Now,
body.
Excuse me. Now, with respect to Ms. Ratliff's height, did you precisely determine what that was?
That was an estimate. At that period, the hospital was under construction, and we were autopsying at different areas in the hospital, and we may have not had an accurate measurement of her height or her weight.
Okay. So if we have here approximately 68 inches in length, that's just based on an observation?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And an estimated weight of 130 pounds, again, that's an estimate?
Yes, sir.
So she could have been more or less either way?
More or less.
Okay. Now, if you would, please go ahead and continue to describe the remainder of the examination.
After an incision is made, we examine the musculature of the chest and abdomen, and then the body cavities are entered. We examine whether the pleural areas and the area surrounding the organs in the abdomen have fluid, whether there are any adhesions or other abnormalities. And then we proceed to actually examine the organs themselves by system. So we would look at the cardiovascular system, examine the heart, the blood vessels, move to the lungs, and then the digestive system to include liver, pancreas, organs such as that. The urinary tract, look at the kidneys, the ureter, the bladder, the reproductive tract. And in this particular case, and we did have authorization to examine the head. So we opened or peel back the scalp and remove the cap of the skull and examine the brain.
Now, with respect to these systems, the cardiovascular system, the respiratory system, the digestive system, the liver, all of those systems, did you find anything that was remarkable or abnormal that you recall?
No, not as I recall, all except the central nervous system.
Okay. And when you got to the point of having to examine the head, you just about began to describe that. If you go ahead and describe generally how you went about that process.
The scalp is incised and folded anteriorly and posteriorly to reveal the skull. And then the skull is sawed around and the cap removed so you're able to see the brain.
Okay.
And then you can carefully pull back the brain, cut it loose from its supports, and view the cerebellum, the deeper part of the brain, and the superficial spinal cord.
Now, do you weigh the brain itself?
Again, I'm not sure we had scales available to us. In cases of medical autopsies, oftentimes individual organs are not weighed unless there's something pathological with the organs.
So you have here a brain weight of approximately 1,300 grams.
Yes, sir.
Again, is that just an estimate?
That's an estimate, yes.
I think he said he wasn't sure if he would or not.
He is an expert. I'm not sure Mr. Harden can lead him, but so much overall.
And that's an estimate. You don't recall weighing the brain?
I do not recall weighing the brain. It's an estimate.
With respect to the exterior examination of the head before you actually go into the skull to examine the contents there, describe, if you would, what you recall as the location of lacerations that may have existed on.
Jill, this is, I forgot his name. he did the original autopsy on Liz Ratliff, I think. We heard from Tom Apple Schumacher, who's the husband of the helmet-haired lady, and we heard from the lady that now lives where Liz Ratliff lived when she died.
Ratliff's scalp.
There were multiple lacerations over the posterior,
Now, what's posterior?
the backside
Okay.
of the head, and on the parietal or the side, more posterior. There were lacerations of the scalp that went from the surface down to the skull bone.
Okay. Do you recall measuring the length of any of those?
No, sir.
How many did you locate on Ms. Ratliff's head, if you remember?
More than 4.
All right. Could it have been as many as 7?
Yes.
Were there lacerations in areas other than the posterior area and the side of the head?
None that I recall, no, sir.
Okay. Did you draw a document or
No, sir.
diagram of where they were located?
No, sir.
Okay. You merely noted them
Yes, sir.
when you prepared the
In
actual
verbal.
results?
A
Okay.
verbal note, yes.
But you don't recall the length or size of any of those?
Yes, sir. I'm sorry, I don't.
Okay. And you don't recall making any note of it?
No, sir.
And if you would, please go ahead and describe what you found when you actually examined the interior of Ms.
Right.
Ratliff's.
Jill, when I started nursing, I started at a nursing home. So my patients didn't change as often as they do in a hospital. So to remember people's names, we had a sheet that we got every morning that had the people's names in it. Because they didn't change a lot. So we didn't have to write everybody's name in every morning. It stayed the same for the most part. And what I started doing so I could remember people's names, I wrote down like facial characteristics. So it would be like sad eyes, droopy face, wears a baseball cap that says whatever, helmet hair, whatever. Like that's how I remembered the people. I put like a description like that. And so then I started to associate that description with the name, and that's how I remembered them. So it's just it's just what I do. Like the eyebrows guy from that, I think it was Phil Spector. I call the guy Eyebrows. It's just what I do.
Skull.
I'll again read or paraphrase some of the examination from the intracranial area. The dura, which is the membrane that covers the brain, it's stripped easily, meaning there were no adhesions from previous infections or other problems. And I found 100 mLs of fluid, blood, within that. There should be no blood there.
And exactly where was that located? Where was the blood?
In the cranium, just within the skull.
All right.
The lower brain then was removed down to the level of the lower medulla, and the tentorium is hemorrhagic. It's another membrane that is at the lower portion of the brain.
And exactly what does hemorrhagic mean?
Had hemorrhaged or bled into that area.
All right.
There was blood in that area. The cerebral hemispheres, the big portion of the brain in the upper part, were symmetrical, meaning there'd probably been no other damage to those or atrophy. The membrane surrounding the brain, actually attached to the brain, are clear and slightly blood tinged or blood tinged. And the blood vessels at the base of the brain are unremarkable. The cerebellar lobes show indentation consistent with herniation. As blood builds up pressure in the skull, it forces the brain down onto the base of the skull and interferes with respiration, heartbeat, and it's caused herniation. You can see indentations on the cerebellum as the brain is forced onto the bony plate. And I would have expected that probably with intracranial hemorrhage causing death.
Mm-hmm.
Tissue destruction is present where the cerebellar hemispheres join the brainstem. In other words, the brainstem is what continues down into the spinal cord. And there was hemorrhage at the junction of the cerebellum and the brainstem. No definite site of vessel rupture is found. The blood fills all the ventricles of the brain, to include the cerebrum ventricles, and extends down into the spinal canal. The blood extends into the spinal canal. The cervical spinal cord is surrounded by blood, but appears grossly intact. So I noted no degeneration of the cord.
With respect to the skull, did you find any fractures?
No, I did not.
All right. None whatsoever.
None were noted in the report.
When you're conducting an autopsy, is it appropriate, or do you ever x-ray the skull to determine whether there are any fractures?
In medical autopsies,
Yes.
Rarely. Forensic autopsies, I would expect that the skull may be x-rayed.
Okay. And with respect to the actual contents of the brain, with respect to further examination, what process do you go through to make some decisions about any injury that might exist or natural cause of death that might exist as it relates to any portion of those areas? What do you do?
I determined that the vessels were intact, first of all. There's a possibility of an aneurysm occurring, a thrombosis occurring.
And what is a thrombosis?
An embolism, a blood clot that has moved into the vessels of the brain and stops the blood from flowing to the part of the brain. That part of the brain dies. And then gradually, if that a blockage is removed and the patient is still alive, the heart then forces blood into that damaged area of the brain, which no longer has intact vessels, and causes a hemorrhage.
Did you see any of that?
No, sir.
Okay.
The other thing I would have looked for, I would assume, because I look for that now, or I would in a case like this, is a depressed skull fracture, where actually some of the bony plate of the skull has been driven into the bone tissue. That would account for a hemorrhage. I've noted none of that here, and I can remember not seeing that.
Okay. Now, you've noted here that there was one slide taken of areas of the brain. Can you describe, there's one slide, one sectioning of the brain.
Oh, yes.
And the creation of one slide. Describe to the jury what that's about and why you did that.
It's a small microscopic section. We removed a small piece of the brain in the area of the hemorrhage and made a microscopic slide of it. Just, I think, basically to show that the brain tissue had degenerated.
And with respect to the analysis of that particular slide, did you complete that analysis, or did you ask for assistance with respect to that?
Did I review the slide?
Yes.
Yes, I believe I did. Shows hemorrhage and clot, or hemorrhage and tissue destruction. I'm sorry.
With respect to that particular slide, is it reviewed by other pathologists as well?
In my department, no, but I believe it is through the military system at the Armed Forces Institute of Pathology. I think they routinely review, I believe they routinely review all cases from military bases. Whether they looked at the slide or not, I'm not certain.
Now, at the Armed Forces Institute of Pathology, where is that? Where's the headquarters of that
Washington,
located?
D.C.
And with respect to that, do they just look at the slides or do they review the entire autopsy?
I assume they review the entire autopsy, but I don't know for sure.
Okay. Have you ever had any, or at least at that time, did you have any interaction with them as it related to this case?
No, sir.
Okay. And I think there were other slides taken, 2 of the liver. Is that right?
One section of the liver, yes. That was slide number 2.
Okay. All right. And what was the purpose of taking a slide of the liver?
It's another example of a review, just a general review.
Is that sent to the Armed Forces Institute of Pathology as well?
Yes, sir.
And what was the purpose of that?
To send it to them?
Yes.
It was routine.
Okay. So in all of these cases where an autopsy is performed, the Armed Forces Institute of Pathology is going to get some information about each of these?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I believe they received the whole protocol. They received copies of the glass slide and the tissue blocks that we make the glass slides from.
Okay. And with respect to how they conduct their analysis, if there, at least in their opinion, had been some issue as it relates to what you had sent to them on the slides, would that have been reported back to you?
I'm not sure. I've never had a report come back to me that they have agreed or disagreed.
In essence, is that just a records review?
Yes, sir. It's more a repository.
Go ahead. Is it, in essence, just a records review of what you did?
Yes, sir.
And based on your experience, is it essentially a records review of what is done in autopsies of a medical nature anyway?
Objection.
Overruled. You can answer
Yes,
that. So they don't actually conduct any part of the autopsy then?
Objection.
Overruled. He knows.
Physically, no, sir.
Now, with respect to the organs that were examined, I have the impression that you weren't in a position to weigh any of those. Is that, am I understanding that correctly?
I object to the leading, Your Honor.
Well, probably sustain.
Were you able to weigh any of the organs that were examined?
I did not know.
Okay.
According to the protocol.
With respect to the organs,
Judge Hudson, I have never, y'all, I have never, ever, I have never heard a judge say, well, probably sustain. I've never. Oh my God.
of Ms. Ratliff, once they were examined, what was done with them?
They were returned to the body for burial.
Okay. And is that typically done?
Yes, sir.
John, may I approach the witness, please?
Yes.
I'm going to ask Jim. Record.
Your number?
Yeah.
182.
No wonder this man got a second trial.
Dr. Barnes, let me show you what is marked as State's Exhibit AER 24 and ask whether you can identify that, please.
AER.
AER.
I didn't know how to spell here. EAR, not
Yes, sir, that's my autopsy protocol for Ms. Ratliff.
You know, at this point, we'd move into evidence what's marked as State's Exhibit AER 24.
It's allowed.
You know, with respect to this autopsy, did you actually prepare a verbatim note for every area of this autopsy?
I'm sorry, could you, I mean, did I actually?
Did you dictate this, or did you prepare a written statement as it relates to every section? How did you go about the processing or preparation of this autopsy?
I believe at that time we did have a written protocol with blanks available to fill in if there were abnormalities found.
All right.
And I believe I used that. Typing was difficult at that time, and we didn't want to burden non-medical transcriptionists with the routine words. So we filled in certain areas, and then they transcribed everything from that. I believe that was the way it was done. I do not believe I dictated that verbatim without a format.
All right. Now, let me also show you what's marked as State's Exhibit AER 25 and ask whether you can identify that.
Yes, sir. This is the Armed Forces Institute Pathology Review. It's a typical face sheet that they send back after they've reviewed the autopsy findings and case.
Now, at this point, we move into evidence what's marked as State's Exhibit AER 25.
It's allowed.
And I'll show you what's marked as State's Exhibit AER 26 and ask whether you can identify that.
This is a toxicologic examination performed by the Armed Forces Institute of Pathology on liver and gastric contents that I submitted at the time of autopsy.
In this case.
In this case,
Now,
yes.
at this point, we'd move into evidence what's marked as State's Exhibit AER 26.
It's allowed.
Now, with respect to what's marked as State's Exhibit AER 25, you had indicated that the Armed Forces Institute of Pathology, I think, reviewed the slides that you submitted, one slide as it relates to the brain area, right?
I assume, but I don't know for sure what they did review.
Well, whatever they reviewed, they produced this document. Is that your understanding?
Yes, sir.
Whatever they reviewed, they produced this document, what is marked as State's Exhibit AER 25.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And with respect to the findings of the Armed Forces Institute of Pathology, would they be consistent with what you found when you conducted the autopsy of Ms. Ratliff?
Yes, sir.
All right. And with respect to what's marked as State's Exhibit AER 26, I think you had indicated this is a report of toxicology.
Yes, sir.
With regard to its findings, can you determine whether Well, what were the findings of the Armed Forces Institute of Pathology with respect to that aspect of this protocol?
Should I read this? There were no drugs found in the system of Miss Ratliff.
Okay.
Either drugs of abuse or, let's see what they all tested it for. Isopropanol, that's not a drug of abuse, but carboxyhemoglobin was not found to no significant extent. So these are routine tests that we submitted tissue and gastric contents for toxicological examination. Basically, this was required, I think, by the military for examination of active duty personnel.
All right.
To determine if they were under the influence, and it was just done routinely for Miss Ratliff too.
And it's done in all cases.
Yes, sir.
Now, at the time, did you have any impression that Miss Ratliff's death was something other than either an accidental or natural cause?
No, sir.
None whatsoever?
No, sir.
Are you aware that a second autopsy has been performed here in North Carolina?
Objection.
I am now, yes, sir.
Have you had an opportunity to review aspects of that autopsy?
Yes, sir.
With respect to that autopsy, and Your Honor, may I approach the witness, please?
Yes.
All right, Mr. Deputy, if you will take the jury to the deliberation room.
That's why he's here.
Yes, sir. Ms. Harden, you have a question you want to ask the witness?
Yes, sir. Now, Dr. Barnes, you are aware, I think that you said just a moment ago, that there was a second autopsy done here in North Carolina of Ms. Ratliff. Is that right?
Yes.
With respect to that autopsy, you've had an opportunity to review it, right?
Yes, sir. I briefly read the report.
Okay. With respect to its findings, as reported by the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner here in North Carolina, indicates the cause of death is blunt trauma of the head of Ms. Ratliff. Are you in any position to dispute the findings of this second autopsy?
I'm sorry. How do you mean that? Position as far as the cause of death?
Yes. Do you dispute what was found in this second autopsy by Dr. Radish?
No, sir.
Okay. That's all I have, Judge.
Yes, sir.
Dr. Barnes, my name is Dave Rudolph, and I represent Mr. Peterson. We just met really briefly just a couple minutes ago, right?
Yes.
I want to ask you some more specific questions about what they found or didn't find during this autopsy compared to what you found or didn't find.
The exhumation autopsy.
Yes.
I'm very unclear on that. I just had a brief period to read it, but please ask.
All right. How long did you have to read it?
2 minutes.
When was that?
Here in court.
Just now?
Yes, sir.
So when you said you're not in a position to agree or disagree, you're not in a position to dispute it, is that partly because you haven't had a chance to really study it?
Partially, yes, sir. I'm also not in dispute of blunt trauma to the head.
Right. Now, there were some things in here that seem inconsistent with your findings, and I wanted to go over that with you if I could just for a few minutes. For example, the brain here weighed 740 grams. And I think you estimated the brain weight at about 1,300 grams.
Yes, sir.
Is 740 grams a normal brain weight?
No, sir.
What's a normal brain weight?
11 to 1,200 grams.
Have you ever heard of a brain that was 740 grams in a normal human being?
No, sir.
Would you assume from that somehow or another they didn't autopsy the entire brain?
I have no way to determine what they saw.
All right. And they found no evidence of any kind of blood in any of the ventricles. Is that consistent with what you saw with your own eyes?
No, but I also saw the uncut brain, and by sectioning the brain, the blood would then be washed away, or I would actively wash it away to view the brain further.
In other words, what you saw when you opened the brain might not even be present in 2003 when they did their exhumation autopsy.
It may not.
Would you normally wash the brain in order to examine it more closely after observing the blood there?
Yes, sir.
So if there had been blood in there, that would have been washed away during your autopsy?
I would assume it was, yes, sir.
And of course, when this autopsy notes that a number of the lacerations were sutured and glued by the time they did their autopsy. They obviously weren't that way when you did your autopsy, correct?
No, sir.
For example, they also note there's no stomach, there's no gallbladder, there's no pancreas, there's no adrenal glands. Were all those organs present when you did your autopsy?
I'm sure they were. She was living.
Yeah. Yeah, funny. How does the moment you're on? Thank you. I take it you didn't suture the lacerations. That would have been done by the mortuary people.
No, I do not believe I sutured them.
What's that? Yeah. Oh no, that you can do that. Can we? Huh? What? Can I ask the witness to step down, take a look at a photograph?
Yes.
If you could, I want to show you what's previously been identified as a photograph of the brain that was removed from Elizabeth Ratliff's body upon exhumation. Can you take a look at that photograph and tell me if...
Mr. Look, before you do that, just out of precaution, Mr. Deputy, I just want you to open the door right there. I want you to stand right there and tell Mr. Hand to take that headset off. Because I can't really disconnect him.
I see.
Yeah. Just make sure he doesn't have any.
What are the areas do you want to get into? Is there something in here that...
All right. Just a little.
Thank you. If you could take a look at that collage, if you will, and tell me whether that would have been the condition of the brain following your autopsy.
It well could be.
Okay. And then those pieces would have been put back inside the body?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Let me resume your seat. Now, the neuropathologist report, let me just show you that. May I approach you?
Yes.
He indicates here, no gross evidence of hemorrhage is seen in the ventricles. Do you see that?
Yes, sir.
That would not be consistent with what you saw, right?
No, sir. I believe I did state that there was hemorrhage into the ventricles.
And he said, with the exception of artifactual changes, all sections are histopathologically unremarkable. You, of course, saw some sort of an anomaly.
Degeneration of the brain tissue.
So would it be fair to say that putting aside the conclusion of this, in terms of some of the observations, you do in fact disagree that it represents the brain as you saw it back in 1985?
Given the period of time, yes.
And by the way, with regard to the lacerations on Ms. Ratliff's skull,
Scalp.
yes, you did say that they were through to the skull, right?
Yes, I believe they were, yes.
And there's a diagram here. I don't think you did a diagram like this, but there is a diagram here of the lacerations that were seen on re-examination or exhumation autopsy. Would you have seen all of these lacerations in conducting your gross examination?
I may have, or I may not have been as thorough. The difference, again, between medical autopsies and forensic review, especially at exhumation.
But of course, you did note multiple lacerations.
Yes, sir.
And with regard to, say, the one at the top of the brain, if you reflected the scalp, that is one that you would have seen, correct?
Yes, I would assume I would have seen that one.
That's all I have. Thank you.
All right, did you want to be heard at all, Mr. Zulo?
No, I'll withdraw my objection.
All right, if you bring the jury back.
Mr. Ham, I think the best way to do this is that when the jury goes in the back and I'm conducting a hearing out here, that you take off the headphone. The reason for that is because the device that I have here also controls for people who may be in the public who have hearing difficulty. If I turn it off, I make sure you hear, but they also cannot hear. I think the best way to do it is for you to take it off and they can hear. Okay, you understand? All right. Questions, Mr. Starr?
Yes. Now, Dr. Barnes, I think you indicated a second ago that you were aware that there had been a second autopsy,
Yes, sir.
and that you are aware that the cause of death, as indicated from the second autopsy having been conducted over in the medical examiner's office here in North Carolina, indicates that the cause of death was blunt trauma of the head. You're aware of that?
Yes, sir. I'm aware of that.
Now, based on the different purposes of the autopsies that were conducted by you and the chief medical examiner, do you dispute the finding of the chief medical examiner as it relates to their indication of the cause of death being blunt force trauma to the head?
If I may give you the opinion I believe I had at the time of assigning cause of death to this case. Given the history, of headaches, a history of headaches, and the bleeding abnormality, which may or may not have been significant in the case, I felt the most consistent cause of death was intracranial hemorrhage from natural causes. Ruptured an aneurysm, had a bleed, and then subsequently fell down the stairs. I did consider at the time the possibility of accidental death, that she may have either misstepped or passed out on the steps and fallen. So a traumatic injury to the head would not be at significant odds with my thinking as I remember it at the time.
Okay.
I hope that makes sense.
Well, I just want to make sure I'm clear. So if the medical examiner,
Well, I'm going to object to leading. He's asked the question. I think the answer was very clear. I'm going to object to Mr. Harden now trying to recreate the answer.
You do it all the time.
if the medical examiner finds that the cause of death is blunt trauma to the head, do you dispute that?
Objection, asked, and answered.
Should
can
I
answer
answer that?
Yes, sir.
No, I really don't dispute it. And
Now, with respect to the bleeding that you found in the brain, can you say, based on your memory of the autopsy that you conducted, that that was caused by spontaneous vessel rupture or from a blow to the head or from a fall down the steps?
Objection, he's already answered what he thought was the most likely cause of that, given her history of headaches and bleeding disorder.
Well, I think he can ask the question, but Mr. Deputy, if you'll take the jury to the deliberation room. All right, I don't know what he's going to say, Mr. Harden. I can't undo it once he says it. You may know what he's going to say, but I don't know. So go ahead and ask the question. Let's see what he says.
Maybe I'll break it up so it'll be a little bit easier. With respect to the bleeding in the brain that you saw,
yes, sir.
can you say that that was caused by spontaneous vessel rupture?
Objection, asked and answered.
Well, overrules. The jury's not in here.
Understand?
Huh? You can
You can answer that question.
No, I cannot say that was spontaneous.
Can you say that the bleeding in the brain was caused by a blow to the head?
Your Honor, I object
And why is that, Mr. Reed?
because it's devastating to my case.
Overruled.
Good call.
Not definitely, no.
Can you say that the bleeding in the brain was caused by a fall down the steps?
No, sir.
Any questions, Mr. Rule?
No, sir.
Do you want to be heard as to this testimony?
Well, my objection was simply that it was asked and answered. He was asked that question. He gave an answer that incorporated the history that he had and the bleeding disorder and the headaches, and gave what he thought was the most consistent. And so I'm objecting that it's already been asked and answered.
Mr. Hardy, he said he's already answered.
I didn't ask him specifically about his finding of bleeding in the brain, and that's a different question.
All right, overruled.
Now, Dr. Barnes, you indicated that you found bleeding in the brain. Go back to the question that I asked with respect to that. Can you say, based on your conduct of that autopsy, that that was caused by spontaneous vessel rupture in the brain, or a blow to the head, or falling down the steps?
Objection, asked and answered.
So ruled. You can answer.
In my opinion, I cannot be specific what caused the hemorrhage in the brain.
Yes, sir. No other questions?
Cross-exam.
Yes, sir, thank you. Dr. Barnes, my name, as you know, is Dave Rudolph, and we just met about 40 minutes ago, right?
Yes, sir.
We've not spoken before, either on the phone or in person?
No.
Nor have you spoken with anyone from my office?
No, sir.
I want to go back a little bit. You mentioned that you were board certified.
Yes, sir.
I don't think Mr. Harden asked you what that really meant. Could you explain to the members of the jury what board certification is? I think you said in anatomic and clinical.
In clinical pathology.
Are those two
yes, sir.
separate, or is that one board certification?
It depends on the residency program you
Right.
take. If you take a combined residency program of 4 years, you're trained in anatomic pathology, which is autopsy and microscopic slide review, and clinical pathology, which includes things like blood banking and chemistry and hematology. At the end of the 4-year training period, you are eligible to take an examination that allows you to become board certified. If you take that, that's an extra qualification on your training to certify that you actually went through the training. You're not allowed to take the examination unless you had the residency. And if you pass the examination, then it's another certification that you have been sufficiently well trained to pass the test.
And I take it not every anatomic and clinical pathologist is board certified.
They would like to be eventually, yes, but it does take some time on occasion.
And it demonstrates a certain level of expertise, does it not?
Yes, sir.
It's an exam that you have to take that's constructed by other clinical and anatomic pathologists, right?
Yes, sir.
And is graded by them?
Yes, sir. The American College of Pathology.
Yes, sir. And that's the exam, regardless of whether you've gone to a DO
Correct.
or a medical school.
Or an MD.
It's the same test, right?
It's the same test, yes, sir. Same board.
And there's lots of MD trained anatomic and clinical pathologists who would like to be board certified at some point. Right?
Oh, yes, sir. The training program at Letterman was certified by American Medical Association MDs. And in the military, an MD and a DO is the same medical corps.
Now, in terms of your experience, I think you said that you had, in terms of forensic pathology. Now, forensic pathology is the application of pathology to court matters, is it not?
I believe so, yes, sir.
And I think you said, in response to a question by Mr. Harden, that on training with regard to forensic pathology, that you had nothing significant.
Yes, sir.
I took it from that you might have had something that you didn't consider significant. Could you explain that?
I spent several months with the medical examiner's office in San Francisco as an observer.
All right. At least getting a sense of how forensic pathologies were done.
Yes, sir.
And I think you said that one of the differences from your perspective between a forensic pathologist and a anatomic and clinical pathologist is that the forensic pathologist is sort of looking at non-natural causes of death for the most part that would come into court, whereas I think you said that you were looking at causes of death based on, I can't remember if you said clinical diseases or clinical processes or something like that. Is that
Or
right?
natural causes. Medical autopsies to me are review of deaths associated with natural causes. They delineate extent of cancers or infarctions or
strokes,
pneumonias. Forensic pathology usually involves suspicious incidents or surrounding.
And of course, brain hemorrhage would be the kind of natural cause of death that you would deal with on a regular basis, correct?
Not on a regular basis, no, sir, but it is one of the things we would deal with.
Okay. Now, I think you mentioned, just focusing in on this particular report, and of course, a number of the soldiers that you did autopsies on had died from natural causes. Is that right?
Some did, yes, sir.
And did a number of them not die from natural causes?
Some also did not die from natural causes.
Yes, and you were the person, along with the other staff pathologists, charged with determining cause of death in all of those, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, with regard to this particular case, I think you mentioned that you, oh, by the way, before I get to that, you never knew Michael Peterson, did you? He's sitting right next to me here.
I've never met him to my knowledge, no.
All right. At the time of this autopsy, never spoke to him.
No.
He didn't do anything to try to influence what you found back in 1985.
No, no, sir.
Didn't attend the autopsy or have anything to do with it.
No, sir.
And what I'm getting at is you did an independent autopsy, right?
Yes, sir.
And I think you said that you did have access, based on your, what you've seen up there in terms of the autopsy protocol, to some police reports.
I must have, yes, sir.
Let me just mark for you. Do you read German or not?
Ein bisschen.
All right.
Very little.
Let me show you what I've now marked as Defendant Exhibit 208, which I believe you can read it at all. You'll be able to tell is a police report relating to relating to Elizabeth Ratliff. Can you take a look at this and just tell me if you can tell from what's there? There's
In
a
her
date.
house, yeah, in her house. Natural death. At the middle.
I think there may be something in there about a history of headaches.
Let's see here. Alton Kinder, 2 children. 2 and 4-year-old children. On the stairs, first story. Emergency physician.
There may be a reference to some blood in the spinal fluid.
Yes. Apparently, an emergency physician determined there was blood in the spinal fluid.
And that would be consistent with what you're finding,
yes.
right?
Basically, with what the history I was given.
All right.
History I was given also.
All right. Having looked at that now, do you have any independent recollection of whether you had actually had access to this particular report at the time you were doing your autopsy?
I do not remember seeing a German report.
All right. Is it possible you had an English translation of this?
That's possible, yes, sir.
In any event, somewhere or another, you had some information that the German police had been there at the scene and determined it was a natural death.
I have indication that the German police were at the scene and that they found no signs of a struggle or personal effects removed.
Fair enough. Now, I think you said you spent about 2 hours on this particular autopsy?
That would be an approximate time limit for a routine autopsy.
All right. And you said something about that you did do an examination of the head, or that you had authorization to examine the head?
Yes, sir.
Was that something that you needed special authorization for, or?
For military autopsies, no. Now in civilian practice, yes, you definitely need a statement that says that sets limits for autopsy performance. Oftentimes head is excluded because of funeral considerations and family considerations.
And no one attempted, to your recollection, to exclude the head of Elizabeth Ratliff from this autopsy?
No, sir.
Now, you were asked some questions about the Armed Forces Institute of Pathology and what they did. First of all, before I get to that, may we mark this? These are reports about von Willebrand's disease. May I approach? I want to show you a group exhibit that I marked with Exhibit 209 and ask you to take a read through this. And after you've had a chance to read through it, let me know. All right.
I've finished the review.
Thank you. Do you recognize Exhibit 209 as some reports from the Armed Forces Hospital with regard to von Willebrand's disease being found, or confirmed, I should say, with regard to Elizabeth Ratliff?
From the Air Force Hospital.
I'm sorry, Air Force.
Yes. Elizabeth McKee, I'm assuming, is Miss Ratliff? Yes. Yes.
Back in 1975?
75, yes, sir.
And do you know whether or not you would have had access to those sorts of records at the time that you were doing your autopsy?
No, I didn't see these.
Okay. In any event, what's there confirms some of the findings, at least, of your autopsy in terms of the presence of von Willebrand's disease.
Yes, the presence of von Willebrand's.
And just so we're clear, von Willebrand's disease is a bleeding disorder?
Yes, sir.
A clotting disorder, is it not?
Platelet aggregation and clot formation problem.
It's similar to, but somewhat different than hemophilia. In terms of it being, I don't want to get into the medicine of it, just in terms of it being a disorder that affects one's ability to stop the flow of blood naturally.
Yes, as in hemophilia A. In the past, it was thought to be of a lesser consequence than hemophilia A. Now, some studies are starting to show that there are possible rare variants that do show bleeding as a hemophiliac would. Mainly it was associated with mucosal bleedings from gums or nasal, maybe heavy menses or something, but no significant extreme hemorrhages like into the joints or other problems like that.
Now, Mr. Harden asked you some questions about the Armed Forces Institute of Pathology. First of all, just for the benefit of the jury, can you explain what the Armed Forces Institute of Pathology is, just generally?
An aggregation of pathologists that record pathologic findings in the military. They were established, I believe, at the time of the Civil War. Around the Civil War, they documented battlefield injuries and pathology conditions found in service members, probably from that time until I think they're still doing this now. It's a repository of tumor pathology. If you're in the military and have a particular tumor that's difficult to diagnose, you can refer it to them, and they have world-known experts that will review the tumor and render a diagnosis. It's a service I think they perform not only for the government, but for the active duty medical profession.
And for example, President Lincoln's autopsy was done by the Armed Forces Institute of Pathology, right? And indeed, I'm sorry?
I believe it was.
All right. And indeed, for example, they have a division of forensic pathology, do they not?
Yes, sir.
And it's a pretty world-renowned institute, is it not?
Yes, sir.
You don't get to be chief of division of forensic pathology at AFIP being a slacker, do you?
I would assume not, no, sir.
Now, Mr. Harden asked you whether or not that was just a record review. Remember that? And he handed you a couple of pieces of paper, right? I want to mark this. As Defendant's Exhibit 210. Thank you. May I approach? Showing you what I marked as Defendant's Exhibit 210. Does it appear to you to be a cover letter from the AFIP, the Armed Forces Institute of Pathology, to Detective Holland, dated February 7th, 2002, regarding copies of the information concerning the death of Elizabeth Ratliff?
Yes, sir. That's exactly what it says on the front.
All right.
Yes.
And looking at the contents of it, does it contain multiple pages of reports
Yes, sir.
and studies done by the Armed Forces Institute of Pathology?
Yes, sir. Contains my autopsy protocol.
Yes, sir.
Numerous pages of the toxicology done on the liver and gastric contents.
And does it also, for example, and by the way, I don't think it appeared on the pages you were shown, but do you notice? If I can find it here. You notice on page MP 5790 under toxicological examination request and report, there's a notation about what kind of examination is being done?
Forensic? It says forensic there.
Forensic.
Under
Toxicological?
Right, it's written in the in possession of patient, whatever that means. I'm not sure why that would be noted there.
But there is a notation that says forensic.
Yes,
right?
Handwritten, not
Handwritten.
typed.
Yes, sir. And then there's also, is there not, I don't think you were shown this, a neuropathology consult, is there not?
Day 14 April 86.
Correct? Is that a neuropathology consult?
It says neuropathology.
All right. And what is it labeled?
Again, handwritten forensic. Okay.
And the consultation report says consultation report on contributor material, right?
Yes, sir.
Now, what happened here was that on, let me get this, on March, it looks to me like March 16th of 2002, the report of the toxicology examination, which was a forensic report according to that, was completed, right?
17 March 86, yes, sir.
And the very last paragraph of that says, and this is from the director, right?
Yes, sir.
And it says, upon completion of the pathological studies in this case, It is requested that the report of autopsy, that would be your protocol, right?
Yes, sir.
Circumstances of death, right? Photographs, x-rays, and pathological materials be submitted for review, correct?
Correct.
Kindly address any further inquiries or materials to the director, Armed Forces Institute of Pathology, et cetera, right?
Correct.
And that would have been requested by the AFIP March 17th of 86, correct?
That's when it was, yes, dated 17 March 86.
And then that neuropath report was dated, I think you said April, right? Of 86? I'll go back to it, all right. April 14th of 86?
Yes, sir.
About a month after the request for review at the AFIP?
Sorry to read the note.
Oh, yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Compression distribution. I've never seen this one before.
So you weren't shown this by
No,
the...
I've never seen this.
And indeed, what the neuropathologist there said was that he thought, based on the slide that you had done,
correct,
that what was represented was most likely artifact from compression distribution of the meninges and not a vascular malformation.
That's
right?
what the note says, yes.
But then he said special stains, especially, is that MOVAT?
MOVAT, yes, sir.
Would be of interest, right?
Correct.
So there was no final determination, at least in this report, as to whether it was a artifact from compression distribution or a vascular malformation, correct?
May I read this once more?
Yes, sir.
This most likely represents artifact from compression slash distribution of the meninges, or disruption of the meninges, and not a vascular malformation with not being underlined. Parentheses, special stains, especially MOVAT, would be of interest.
Pardon me, parentheses, and I didn't hear what you said.
I'm sorry?
Parentheses.
Oh, parentheses, special stains, comma, ESP, MOVAT, MOVAT, would be of interest. So the person that wrote the note did not think this was a vascular malformation,
right,
as you would see in a aneurysm or something.
Right. But of course, he couldn't say for sure. He just said most likely.
Correct.
All right. And that was in April, right?
Correct.
And some other studies were suggested, at least, right?
Yes.
And then in June, about 2 months after that, we had the final report, right?
Correct.
So that would have taken into account whatever that April study showed or consultation, correct?
I would expect it to. Yes.
All right. Well, one would hope it did.
Yes.
As well as any further studies that might have been done.
Correct.
And the conclusion, the AFIP diagnosis, June of 86, with regard to Elizabeth Ratliff, was sudden, unexpected death due to spontaneous intracranial hemorrhage, complicating von Willebrand's disease, natural. Correct?
Yes, sir.
That's not your diagnosis, that's their diagnosis, correct?
Yes, sir.
And it said, we have received the autopsy protocol, slides, blocks, and tissue, right?
Yes, sir.
This case has been reviewed and coded in agreement with your findings, right?
Correct.
And the report is done not by a anatomic and clinical pathologist, is it?
It's apparently done by Dr. Michael Clark,
who is a PhD and MD.
And MD, Chief
Commander,
Division of Forensic Pathology.
Chief of that Division of Forensic Pathology at the AFIP, correct?
Right. I don't know whether exactly he did it or he signed it off because it was referred to his branch.
Yes, sir.
But
well, it actually says report by, though, doesn't it? It's signed by this fellow McKeithen,
he may have been taxed with signing all the reports that came out.
All right. In any event, it was certainly done by his division.
Yes, sir.
And they didn't have any disagreement with what you had found based on their independent review of the slides, autopsy protocol, blocks, and tissues.
Not based on that report, no.
All right, Mr. Rowe, let's stop right here.
Yes, sir.
For lunch. Members of the jury, we'll take our lunch break. Remember the instructions I've given you throughout the course of this trial. We'll see you at 12:45. Questions?
Thank you. Good afternoon, Dr. Barnes. I wanted to get back to the, away from the AFIP autopsy and back to the one that you did in Germany. With regard to that autopsy, I noted that you did indicate multiple deep lacerations on your gross examination, correct?
Yes, sir.
So you had seen the scalp lacerations, I think you said going full thickness.
I believe they did, yes, sir, go full thickness.
And I don't think you remember the exact number, did you?
No, sir.
But there was one right on the top of the scalp, which would have been where you would have done your cut to open up the head. Is that right?
Not necessarily. I mean, we have an option to go further back on the scalp. So.
Okay. Do you remember where?
No, sir, I don't remember.
Okay.
I most likely would not have cut through a laceration because it makes the scalp more difficult to peel back.
All right. But that would have been a laceration you would have been likely to have noted.
Yes, sir. I should have noted that one.
All right. Now, there are a couple of things I just want to make sure that we're clear about in your original autopsy. Could we go to MP 5816? Thank you. Actually, let's go to MP 5815 first, if you don't mind. Up in the top portion there, what's on the screen right now is the protocol, the autopsy report that you did back in '85, correct?
Yes, sir.
And I noted that it's actually signed by a Dr. Kellogg, but you actually did the autopsy.
Yes, sir, I did.
You would simply rotate it off at that point by the time it came back from toxicology?
That's correct, yes, sir.
All right. Up at the top there, that's where it said no signs of struggle, correct?
Correct.
And we also had the history of von Willebrand's disease and complained of severe headache for previous 2 weeks, right?
Yes, sir.
All right. Can we go to the, and then this is a cause of death right here, intracranial hemorrhage, cerebellar brainstem secondary to von Willebrand coagulation abnormality, right?
Yes, sir.
That's a sort of long way of saying sort of some sort of stroke or hemorrhage inside the brain, right?
Yes.
All right. Can we go to the next page? All right, now, it said it measures approximately 68 inches, right?
Yes, sir.
And I think Mr. Harden asked you whether you had actually measured it. Are you aware that in the autopsy done in Chapel Hill, it was actually exactly 68 inches?
Oh, I didn't pick that up when I read through that.
All right. In any event, you're not exactly sure how you established the 68 inches going back now 18 years?
No, sir, but in those cases, we did not have a scale on the table. I usually compared them to myself.
Okay. And I think in this paragraph here, we have the head is symmetrical and shows multiple deep lacerations over the posterior part. It should be parietal area, right?
Parietal.
Parietal. All right. And then I think it says here the body is open with a usual Y-shaped incision. That's the normal incision.
Parietal. Oh my God. Parietal. Parietal. You know, there's these things called, I forgot what they're called. I wanted to be one. Legal nurse consultants. And they make some money. and I wanted to be one for a while, but you have to go out and build up your clientele. The lawyers don't hire you, you hire the lawyer as your client. But at the time, they made like $20 an hour, which is probably way more than that now, because that was back in the 90s. That was a lot of money back then. And that's just to sit and go through medical notes like this to explain them to the lawyer, because lawyers don't understand medical stuff. So then you explain them to the lawyers, you teach them how to read these words so they don't look like an idiot when they're in court. Parietal. Oh my God.
Standard protocol.
All right. If we can go to the next page. Small amount of partially digested food is present in the stomach, correct?
Yes, sir.
So you did note that.
Yes, sir. I believe that was 2 cents for the toxicology.
All right. And are you aware that when they did the autopsy in 2003, no stomach was present?
No stomach?
No stomach. All right.
No.
Going down to, let's see. You found a gallbladder, right?
Yes.
That was normal in size and shape.
Yes, sir.
And are you aware that in 2003, the autopsy indicated the gallbladder is not identified?
Yes, I did read that.
All right. Similarly, you found a pancreas.
Yes.
In 2003, they didn't find a pancreas. Did you note that?
I read that, yes.
All right. And by the way, you put all these organs back inside the body, did you not?
I assumed I did, yes, sir.
All right. We go to the next page. Go down to where it says the head. Yes, thank you. If you could blow that one up, that entry. Thank you. Now, we have here the brain weighs approximately 1,300 grams.
Yes, sir.
Right. And are you aware that the autopsy done in Chapel Hill, the brain weighed 740 grams?
Yes, sir. I read that.
What's the normal size of the average human female brain?
1,000 to 1,200 grams, somewhere.
Have you ever seen a normal female brain that was 740 grams?
No, sir.
Would it be fair to say that the brain that they examined was significantly smaller, or at least weighed significantly less than the brain that you examined?
Would seem so by the numbers.
You don't think you were off 560 grams, do you?
No, not by that much.
Okay. Now, I also noted, and hopefully you can explain some of this to me. First, I think you said oops. I think you said the cranium contains about 100 milliliters of fluid blood, right?
Yes, sir.
There's no doubt in your mind that you saw that, right?
Not according to the autopsy report.
All right.
That would not have been included as standard dictation in it. That would have been something I would have added by finding the blood.
All right. And then you also noted here the tentorium is hemorrhagic.
Yes, sir.
What does that mean in
Just the covering of the brain has hemorrhage into it.
Okay. And that's something that you saw.
Yes, sir.
You talked about the leptomeninges were blood tinged. That would be something you saw with your eyes, right?
Yes.
Then it said here the cerebellar lobes show indentation consistent with herniation. Correct. That would have been something you saw with your eyes.
Yes, sir.
Tissue destruction is present when the cerebellar hemisphere should that be where? Or I guess either way, when or where the corbella hemisphere?
It should be cerebellar.
Cerebella, okay.
Typo. Yes.
Approximately 2 centimeters greatest diameter, right?
Yes, sir.
And that would have been something you saw with your eyes.
Yes, sir.
I think you said no definite site of vessel rupture is found, right?
Correct.
And then blood fills all the ventricles and the spinal canal, right?
Yes, sir.
Something you would have seen with your eyes.
Correct.
The cervical spinal cord is surrounded by blood but appears grossly intact.
Correct.
Again, something you would have seen with your eyes.
Yes, sir.
And as a board certified anatomic and clinical pathologist, those were things that you were trained to observe, correct?
Yes, sir.
You don't have to be a forensic pathologist to observe those things, do you?
No, sir.
And then if we can go down, here, we can cover this right here. Then we have a microscopic description, right? And,
Correct.
And what happens in an autopsy sometimes, if somebody's trying to be thorough at least, you don't have to do it microscopic, right?
You should.
Okay, but if someone is sort of taking the easy way, they might not, right?
Or something that doesn't need further description.
All right.
Sometimes the obvious is described by the gross description.
Okay, but you did one here.
Yes.
And what you do is you take a section of the area that you're interested in looking at more closely, right?
Correct. Yes, sir.
And you put it on a slide, right?
Yes.
Do you stain it or something?
And it's stained with hematoxylin and eosin. We look at that then under a microscope.
Why do you stain it?
If you don't, the cells are clear.
Okay.
So it's only for contrast.
All right. And that's something that you're trained to do, right?
Or someone does that.
I don't mean the staining itself, to look at it under.
Yes, sir.
That's something that you spend a lot of your time looking at things under
A lot of my time, yes, sir.
All right. I mean, that's something that in some ways you're more qualified to do than, say, a forensic pathologist.
Not necessarily. No.
All right. At least
They've had the same training I have, but in addition, several more years to describe the anatomic or the forensic related parts of a case.
And your focus is more on the microscopic parts.
Or on medical entities rather than.
All right. And what you saw was sections from the area of hemorrhage at the cerebellar brainstem junction. Slide 1 show hemorrhage and tissue destruction, right?
Yes, sir.
That's something you saw with your eyes under the microscope, right?
Yes, sir.
There is early consolidation of the hemorrhage, but no clot formation is seen, right?
Correct.
Again, that's an observation you made with your eyes through the microscope in 1985.
Yes, sir.
By the way, when you were asked about, blunt force trauma, a head hitting steps would be blunt force trauma,
Blunt force
right?
trauma, yes, sir.
All right. Now, in terms of the autopsy that was done in 2003, we've covered some of the things that they didn't see, for example, various organs that were simply missing, correct?
Correct.
And the brain apparently was significantly smaller than what you examined, right?
Correct. By weight, yes, sir.
By weight, yes, sir. And in addition to that, for example, the neuropathologist who examined it in April of 2003 said no gross, by the way, he noted some pieces of brain are not present for our evaluation. Did you see that?
I remembered seeing that.
And he noted no gross evidence of hemorrhage is seen in the ventricles, correct?
Correct.
That's completely inconsistent with what you saw, right? You saw gross evidence of hemorrhage in all the ventricles.
Yes,
right?
sir.
And part of the explanation for that difference might be, for example, the fact that you washed the brain after observing the blood there in order to get a closer view of what was there, right?
I actually sectioned the brain. And once you cut through the ventricles, the blood then escapes.
All right.
So
But that's not noted in the neuropathology report, is it? They just says no gross evidence of hemorrhage, right?
Correct.
And did Dr. Gleckman call you and ask you about that difference? Did he call you up and say, gee, Dr. Barnes, I'm a neuropathologist and I'm looking at this brain and I see your autopsy says, gross examination shows blood in all the ventricles. I'm not seeing any evidence of that. Did he ask anything about that?
No, I never received a call.
So
Dr. Gleckman?
Dr. Gleckman?
No.
Or Dr. Radish?
Dr. Radish did call me one time, but she didn't mention anything about hemorrhage in the ventricles.
Okay. Did she ask you any questions about, for example, differences between what she saw and what you saw?
No, not ask me questions. No, sir.
Call you.
Well, for example, I noticed on microscopic examination, you had, what you saw about tissue destruction and
yes.
And what Dr. Gleckman writes here is, with the exception of artifactual changes. Now, you didn't see artifactual changes. You saw real tissue destruction, right?
Yes, from the report. Yes, I did.
He says, with the exception of artifactual changes, all remaining sections are histopathologically unremarkable, right?
Correct.
That would be inconsistent with what you saw with your own eyes in 85, right?
That would be if you looked at the same section I looked at.
Right. And
if he, however, looked at just tissue that was preserved and then exhumed, he may have found artifactual changes on it.
right. And he may not have seen what you saw in 85.
That's correct. Yes, sir.
And did he, or did anyone from the Chapel Hill Medical Examiner's Office call you after April of 2003 and ask you about that apparent difference?
No, sir.
Mr. Harden, before lunch, read to you the cause of death here, and then asked you some questions about blood in the brain and whether you could say that they were, I can't remember the exact wording, but basically whether you could disagree or dispute their findings about blood in the brain. Remember that?
Yes, sir.
Of course, you did see blood in the brain, right?
Yes, sir.
They apparently didn't see blood in the brain, right? At least not in the ventricles.
Been
According to
embalmed.
the report.
All right. And before Mr. Harden asked you about whether you agreed or disagreed or could dispute the report from 2003, before lunch, I realize you may have had a chance to go through it a little bit more after lunch, but before he asked you that question on direct, explain to the jury how long you had to actually look and study the report done by the Chapel Hill Medical Examiner's Office.
Several minutes.
Like 2 minutes?
About that, yes.
Here in court
Yes, sir.
this morning?
Yes, sir.
Never before.
No, sir, I had not seen that report before.
They've been in touch with you,
Yes, sir.
but they hadn't sent you this.
No.
And they didn't give you the AFIP, the full AFIP folder, did they?
It was a partial review that the AFIP had. I did not see the part that you had shown me before.
Yes.
I saw the toxicology and the review, but
And would it be fair to say that the 2-minute opportunity you had to review this was not sufficient for you to be definitive in how you felt about the changes or the differences in the two reports?
how I felt about
Well, I'll withdraw that. You had a total of about 2 minutes before you gave your opinion earlier today, right?
correct. Yes.
That's all I have. Thanks.
Yes, sir. When you indicate that the autopsy slides, block and tissue were sent to the Armed Forces Institute of Pathology. We understand what the autopsy is. That's the protocol you've been talking about, right?
Correct. Yes.
The 2 slides that were made. And then blocking tissue. Describe to the jury what blocking tissue is.
The tissue is the tissue we remove at autopsy, and it's usually a small amount, maybe more than sugar cube size, probably in this case, sugar cube, not much more than that. And that would not help me account for the percentage of the brain missing or whatever. It was probably a small amount from the area we had a question about. That tissue is then sectioned about the thickness of a nickel or a dime and put into a small little cassette to be embedded in wax. And the wax holds it very still so you can make very thin sections of it that you later put on a slide, a microscope glass slide, and stain and then examine. That was the block in tissue that they refer to in that report.
And there was 1 slide made in that manner
From
the brain.
Yes, sir.
And 1 from the liver.
The liver, correct.
And those were all of that's the sum total of what was sent.
I believe there was one from the kidney also.
Okay.
Wasn't there? From the kidney? And the heart was included on one of the slides. We can put multiple tissues depending on how big they are on one microscopic slide.
So that's the sum total of what was sent to the AFIP based on your review and what you recall?
Based on what I believe, yes, sir. I did not send them personally. Again, that was part of a protocol that all of our autopsy cases went to the Armed Forces Institute of Pathology.
And I think Mr. Rudolph showed you earlier some more reporting that was actually done at the AFIP as it relates to the information that you sent to them. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. And 2 of those documents related to toxicology and neuropathology. You recall seeing those?
Those are ones Mr. Rudolph showed me earlier, yes.
Yes. One indicated
Correct.
Toxicology report.
Toxicology, I remember
and some
that.
analysis of that. And I think there was a notation in handwriting on that document that said forensic.
Yes.
Is that right? You recall that? With respect to the toxicology, why would the AFIP go through a forensic process with respect to the toxicology of what was in Liz Ratliff's system at the time of her death?
I don't believe the 2 were really related. This is only my opinion now. I don't know how the Armed Forces Institute works in accessioning cases exactly.
Well, then I'm going to object if we're not talking
If I'm
about
not certain.
Go ahead.
I believe the toxicology was a part of the standard procedure, and the review of the case then was a separate procedure. The review of the case was not initiated due to the toxicology, but only as a review of the case as they standardly do.
Okay. And the toxicology section is a forensic section, isn't it?
Yes, sir. They test for drugs of abuse or illegal drugs, the type of thing.
And so based on what you're saying, they would have done that as just part of the general protocol?
objection to leading, especially when the doctor has already indicated that he was simply giving an opinion, not actual knowledge.
Well, don't lead them. You can ask a question that I think will get some answer, but you don't need to lead.
Yes, sir.
Sustain.
With respect to the toxicology section, is that a forensic section?
I don't know how they organize AFIP. I would say no.
Object to.
Pardon me?
Overall, I think he's being careful, but
I understand.
he's an expert. Overall.
You can answer that.
I believe it is a separate section, not only dealing with forensic, but also with natural deaths. They simply do the analysis of the specimen you send them and report what they find. It's not initiated by being referred from either forensic or from cardiovascular or whatever. It's a separate section.
Well, out of the toxicology section, I think you said they'd be looking for drugs of abuse.
Yes, sir.
Do you mean illegal controlled substances?
Controlled substance is one of the things they look for. Ethanol is not controlled. But in the military, I imagine for their reasons, it was important to know if active duty people had consumed alcohol previously. These are all assumptions on my part why the military wanted them, why I was required to send them, but I was required and I sent them.
Okay. Now, with respect to the neuropathology review that was conducted at the AFIP, I think there was a note on that same, or on a subsequent document that indicated in handwriting forensic on it as well.
Correct.
Did you see that?
Yes, sir.
With respect to that review at the neuropathology section, would that have been a forensic section?
It said forensic on the report.
Do you have any idea why the neuropathology would have conducted any type of forensic review?
My opinion.
Yes, sir.
I imagine the neuropathology section would have cases of neural tumors, for instance, or certain malformations referred to them. A case of just intracranial hemorrhage may not have been referred to neuropathology, but yet covered under a forensic discipline. And they then reviewed it. The same way they may have reviewed gunshot wounds with disruption of the liver. That does not necessarily go to liver pathology, but would go to a forensic discipline. That would be my opinion.
Now, when the AFIP conducts its review of an autopsy like this, essentially all they're going to get is the autopsy, as you said, the slides, and the block and tissue.
Yes, sir. The protocol, the blocks, and the tissue.
They don't receive any photographs of the external exam? Or did you even take any?
We did not take any that I remember, no, sir.
Okay. Did they receive from you any diagrams of wounds to Miss Ratliff's body?
No, sir.
And other than the general descriptions as contained in this protocol, they wouldn't have had any description of location of wounds or size of wounds or anything like that other than what's described here in your protocol, right?
That's correct.
If you had been told that there was some suspicion about the cause of death.
Well, I object to that as assuming a fact, not in evidence.
Will let him ask his question?
Yes, sir.
If you had been told that there was some suspicion about the cause of Miss Ratliff's death, other than as either an accidental or natural cause, would you have handled this autopsy in the manner that you did?
Oh, definitely not. No.
What would you have done and why?
I would have appealed to higher command that this be taken from our section and given to somebody more qualified to do it.
More qualified in what way?
With forensic training.
No other question, John?
Someone like the forensic section of AFIP.
Yes, sir.
And AFIP has lots of different divisions, do they not?
Yes, sir.
The division that reviewed Elizabeth Ratliff's workup was the forensic division, correct?
Yes, it appears to be from the signature blocks. Yes.
And what they were trying to determine was what was going on inside her brain, right?
I believe so. Yes.
So a diagram of where the lacerations were or photographs of the exterior were not what they particularly needed. True?
I really have no idea what they would need.
All right. In any event, they never indicated back to you, as far as you could tell, that they needed anything more than what they were given to do what they needed to do.
No, sir. I never heard any further information. Yes.
And I think you said that the headaches were something that went into your opinion, right?
They were a significant clinical indicator. Yes, I thought so at the time.
And could you explain what you mean by that?
Well, I'm sure everyone has headaches from time to time, but if they're significant enough that you note them in a friend or an acquaintance or wherever the information came from, and that they were severe enough to be commented on, then they most likely would have been clinically relevant, I assumed. Yes.
So, for example, if a witness testified in front of this jury that, say, the Thursday before her death, Miss Ratliff came in complaining about a really, really severe headache, so severe that she had made an appointment at the Army hospital the following week, that would be at least something that you would want to take into account.
Yes, sir.
That's all I have. Thank you, sir.
Anything else, sir? No, sir. All right, you can come down, sir.
Thank you.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
John, may he be released?
Yes.
I was gonna say, if you have a headache so bad that you make a doctor's appointment and you die before you get to it, yeah, that's pretty significant. I don't understand how they expect an autopsy after someone has been embalmed and buried for 18 years. How do they expect that autopsy to look like the autopsy that they did right after she died? That's not possible. That is impossible. 100% impossible. You can't see a hemorrhage. You can't see where the blood pooled in her body. You can't see any of that. It's not there. They removed the blood when they do an autopsy. It's no longer there. So I don't know what they expected to see. And that's why I don't trust the autopsy that was done 18 years later. And the fact that it was the same ME that said Kathleen Peterson, like her first, what she wanted to say at first, was that she died from blood loss. And I believe they said it was the police working the case that convinced her to change cause of death to blunt force trauma. And that same medical examiner, hey, Melissa, that same medical examiner was the one that did the autopsy on the second autopsy on Elizabeth Ratliff. So I don't trust it. I just don't trust it. How can you look at a body that's been buried for 18 years and get the same results as the original? I'm just flabbergasted. I don't trust it. I just don't. And there was something else that I don't remember now what it was, but yeah. Crazy. Yeah, that hairstyle is a bit much, but that was a 90s thing. Mine wasn't that poofy, but I did have the cut really short in the back with the curly poof on the top in the 90s. Mine wasn't that poofy though. But that was a 90s thing, and this is in 2003. She didn't get the memo. She didn't get the memo that wasn't in anymore in the 2000s.
I live in Warwick, Rhode Island.
And tell us, please, did you know Elizabeth Ratliff?
Elizabeth Ratliff was my sister.
And what was the age difference between the two of you?
4 years.
Who was the older?
My sister Liz was the oldest.
Were there any other siblings in your family?
My sister Rosemary.
And Rosemary falls where in the pecking order as far as age?
She's 2 years older than me.
Okay, now, back in 1985, were you residing in Rhode Island?
Yes, I was.
And where did your sister Liz reside?
In Germany, in Greifenhausen.
All right, and how about Rosemary?
Rosemary, at that time, lived in Rhode Island.
Tell us, please, what type of relationship did you have with your sister, Liz?
With Liz, we had a good relationship. We were sisters. There was a gap in our ages when we were younger. And of course, that was like 100 years to me, you know, because she was my older sister and I always looked up to her. As we got older, that gap closed. And of course, when we all got married and had children, the gap was closer. And we used to write to each other. And Liz led a fascinating life, traveling and, you know, living in Germany. She originally, after graduating from college, lived in Croton-on-the-Hudson, taught there. And then she went to Japan, Sapporo, Japan for a year after 3 years being in New York, and then on to Germany. So I was always fascinated by her life. And when she came home to visit, she had mastered the German language, and she was a sister of many, many talents.
Now, let me ask you this. Did you see any change in your sister after her husband, George, was killed?
Oh, George was the love of her life. Yes, she was very, very sad. Naturally. She lost the love of her life. And she came to visit me after George had died, after she had been in Texas. And we just sat and talked for many hours. He was her best friend. And before they were married, they came to visit me also. And everybody loved George. Everybody fell in love with her husband. My kids were just, you know, in awe of him. As a matter of fact, my son named all his stuffed animals George after George left. He loved him so much.
Now, prior to November of 1985, had your mother actually gone to visit Liz in Germany?
Yes. As a matter of fact, Mom stayed with Liz for about a month, about 3 weeks before my sister died.
May I practice witness?
Judy just reminded me of what I was going to say. Apparently, Deborah Radish slipped a note into Freda Black's pocket during the trial that said her original findings of cause of death was blood loss, but the cops made her change it. So the attorneys knew that. How shady is that? I don't even know what the correct protocol would be to fix that. Because you can't have an ex parte meeting with the judge. I guess you would, like, at a break, ask for a side, but I don't even know. Yeah, that would have worked. Yeah. That would have absolutely worked.
I'd like to show you a couple of photographs, P176 and P177. First of all, P176. You recognize that?
Yes, that's Martha in Germany.
Okay. Was that when your mother was visiting?
Yes.
And P177.
Yes, this is my mom, Margaret and Martha, sitting on the top of the stairs. Mom was reading her a book about rabbits.
Okay, I'm going to introduce P176 and P177 together. Down the stairs. First of all, how old is your mother at this point?
And that also, Michelle, And that also makes me mistrust of course the jury didn't know this, but that makes me mistrust the other autopsy findings even more. As a medical professional, you should never change your findings. Even on a nursing level. If you see something, you write it down. And if somebody comes back and says, "Oh no, that's not right," you don't change it. Like we I had a boss at one of the nursing homes that I worked at that she didn't care. She only cared about like what caused her less trouble, I guess. And there was two nurses that were kind of fighting with each other in their nursing notes. One was the she was like the person in charge of that shift. And one nurse kept writing that she had told the charge nurse something. So the other nurse who was in charge wrote, "This writer was not told." And so the other one kept saying, "I told the charge nurse," and the charge nurse kept writing, "I was not told about." And it upset our boss that they were fighting in the nursing notes. It was perfectly legit. If someone had told me, if someone had said in the notes that they told me something that they never told me and I was not aware about and it had some kind of consequence, you darn right I'm going to write that in the notes. And our boss made them rewrite that. Now the reason I know is cuz I had a note in between their notes. So I had to rewrite mine too. But I didn't have to change mine. And I would not have. Had she had said I needed to change mine, I wouldn't have done it. I probably would have got fired or suspended for 3 days or whatever, but I wouldn't have rewritten it. That's a legal document. I wrote what I wrote, and it's a legal document. I'm not going to change my opinion. If that's my opinion, that's my opinion. That's a legal document. I'm a medical provider. That's what I wrote. And that's exactly what she should have done too. I have no sympathy's not the word. Respect. No respect for a medical professional that doesn't stick to their opinion. Now, if something comes along medical wise to cause them to change their opinion, that's one thing. But having the cops, like who was the medical examiner in Karen Reed? Remember, the cops tried to get her to change it and she wouldn't. I respected her big time. This medical examiner, no way. No respect at all. You don't change your findings because the cop wants to arrest somebody. I don't know. Because look at Deaver. How many times did that man say the word opinion? And he was just lying. Well, he wasn't lying about everything. Why'd you write it again? You think writing it twice is going to make me believe it? But then he said, that's not an opinion, that's a conclusion. Well, what's the difference? If a conclusion is your opinion, it's the same thing. Right. Right. And I respect her for not changing it. And that's what Deborah Radish should have done. But, oh, covered. Okay. I read coveted twice. Long as you have the word opinion, you're covered. Yes, you're right. I read coveted both times because I didn't agree with coveted. Right. As long as you say opinion, you're covered. You are right, Marty. Because opinion is just opinion and a fact is a fact. So if you just say it's my opinion, because everybody has opinions, opinion is your opinion. But if you're an expert and you have opinion, you're held to a higher standard if you're an expert. Your opinion counts more if you're an expert. And MEs are supposed to be experts. But you shouldn't change. If you do a whole autopsy and you come out with your opinion that then gets written down as a conclusion, you shouldn't change it just because someone says you should change it. But Marty was right when he said, yeah, she could have just added that to her conclusion. Blood loss due to blunt force trauma. And it would have been fine. The cops would have been happy and she wouldn't have had to change her conclusion.
Mom is 92.
Has she been able to travel here to North Carolina to attend any of this trial?
Yep.
I know she hasn't.
Oh, is she physically able to do that?
No, I would not say she was physically able to do that at this point.
Okay, now tell us, please, when did you first become aware of your sister's death?
I first became aware of Liz's death with a phone call from Michael Peterson. It was about 11 o'clock in the morning, and I answered the phone, and Michael identified himself and said that there had been an accident, that my sister fell down the stairs and died.
Now, if it was 11 o'clock here, do you know about what time it would have been in Germany?
Well, it would be late afternoon in Germany.
Germany is 6 hours
6
ahead,
hours,
is that right?
right.
Okay. Do you remember any further conversation you had with him during that telephone call?
It's blank. After those words, I remember when he said accident, I was thinking car. And then this just all I can recall of that, those words at that time. We may have said more, but I went into a state of shock.
What then did you do?
I beg your pardon?
What did you do next?
I went and told my sister, Rosemary, what had happened. And I called a friend of my mom's who was a nurse to go to my mom's house because my husband had come home from work, and we were going up to my mom's house to tell her that Liz had died. It was just the hardest thing I've ever done, to tell my mom that her daughter died.
Now, Miss Blair, once you all actually told your family about what had happened, did you at some point in time learn about Liz's estate?
Do you mean the will?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, but I don't recall when that was. That was sometime afterwards that I became aware. Michael had said that he drew up a will. He drew up a will for my sister should anything happen to her, that he and Patty would take care of the girls.
Were you aware prior to your sister's death that she had a will that left everything to Michael and Patty Peterson?
No, I didn't know before her death.
When did you learn that?
I don't remember.
Okay. Have you seen the will?
I have seen the will, yes.
It was probated down in Texas. Is that right?
Mm-hmm.
Now approach the witness.
Yes.
I'll show you a 3-page document that has been marked State's Exhibit 110.
Okay, excuse me.
Do you recognize it?
I recognize the will. The only thing on here I don't recognize is my sister's handwriting. But the will, yes.
Do you know your sister's handwriting?
Well, my sister was left-handed like I am, and she always wrote with a backward slant, and that's in cursive with a total right-handed slant. So I've never seen her write like that.
But you have seen this document?
But I have seen the document.
I moved it to State's Exhibit 110 into evidence.
So,
Now, Did you have any further conversation with Michael Peterson about your sister's death? About the circumstances?
At some point, I remember, I don't know whether it was at the funeral when I met Michael in person for the first time in Texas, when he told me that Liz and Margaret and Martha were at dinner at Patty and Michael's house in Germany, and I believe they were planning a trip to Copenhagen. They were talking about it. Vacation was coming up. And Michael walked Liz home with the girls and helped her to put the girls to bed and take out the trash. And that's all I know.
Now, your sister was ultimately buried in Bay City, Texas. Is that right?
That's correct, next to George, her husband.
Now, what, if any, contact did you have with Michael Peterson or his family after your sister's death? Or the children, for that matter?
We talked back and forth about visits with the girls when they would be coming to see me. They came to Rhode Island quite a bit. As a matter of fact, in 1986, Margaret and Martha, it was June, Margaret and Martha came to stay at my house while Michael and Patty were either getting settled in North Carolina or they were planning a trip at that time. I can't remember which, but Michael brought Margaret and Martha to my house. Martha stayed with me, and then Michael brought Margaret to Texas. And at some point, which I'd forgotten before, Connie, George Ratliff's sister, came up for a visit and brought Martha back to Texas. That was about July. And then I got a call from Connie in Texas that George Ratliff Sr. had a heart attack, and could I please come and pick up the girls? So at that point, I flew to Texas, picked up the girls, and brought them back to my house, and they stayed there until October 5th.
Was it your intent to have a close relationship with the girls?
Oh, yes. I love them so dearly.
Did you actually try to talk Mr. Peterson into allowing you to raise the children?
Several times. I had asked if my husband and I could adopt the girls. I just loved having them come for visits and being with them. There was a time that Patricia actually did bring them to my house and tell me that I was able to adopt them. That was in 1991. And I was just filled with joy. This was after many years of back and forth trips. They came to Rhode Island more frequently when they were younger, and I came to North Carolina to visit them also. And then, if I may, could I read something from a letter from Patricia Peterson?
We would object to statements by Ms. Peterson also not responsive to the questions been asked.
That means you cannot. Okay.
Can I just talk about it without reading it?
Well, my question.
Can we approach?
Ma'am, at some point in time, did you become aware that Michael and Patty Peterson were actually separated or headed toward a divorce?
Yes, I did. Actually, one time when I came to North Carolina to visit the girls,
Object to answer going beyond what should answer the question. Ask the questions.
Did you become aware of that?
Would you repeat the question?
Did you, at some point in time, did you become aware that Michael and Patty Peterson had separated and were planning on getting a divorce?
Yes.
During the same time period, did you meet Kathleen Peterson?
I did.
Now, with that in mind, then, Did you continue to try to gain custody of the children?
Yes, I did.
All right. And that was in conjunction with which one of them, Michael or Patty or both?
Patty said, yes, I may adopt the girls.
Did you actually have a conversation with Michael Peterson about that?
I did not, but Patricia did, apparently.
Next question.
As a result of that, were you in fact able to get custody of the children?
No.
Okay. Now, let me ask you this. Did Mr. Peterson ever, taking you now back to the situation from November of '85 in Germany, did Mr. Peterson ever give you any description of the scene where your sister Liz had died?
The only thing that was told to us later on was that there was a little blood behind her ear.
Who told you that?
Michael Peterson.
Do you remember in what context that came up?
I asked if there was any blood because of the fall down the stairs, and he said there was a little blood behind her ear.
All right. Now, once your sister was buried and the estate was settled, did your family obtain any personal property at all from Liz's death?
Not from Michael Peterson, no.
Now, back, I need to ask you this. How did you become involved in this case?
I beg your pardon?
How did you become involved in this situation here in North Carolina?
I'm going to check that. Brothers. Good approach. Yes.
How is that not relevant?
Yes. Ms. Blair, back, I guess probably sometime last year, were you or members of your family contacted about whether you all thought it might be appropriate to exhume your sister's body from Texas?
Yes.
And did you all give your own permission that you thought that was appropriate to be done?
Absolutely.
Okay. I'd like to show a couple photographs from it. I'd like to show you a couple of photographs. They've been marked State's Exhibits AER 2 and 3. Do you recognize these photos?
Yes. It's my sister Liz.
Do you recognize the dress she was buried in?
Looks like a wedding dress.
Your Honor, I move to do State's Exhibits AER 2 and 3 into
Buried
evidence.
her in her wedding dress?
No further questions.
All right, Mr. Deputy, we'll take a 10-minute break. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a 10-minute break. Please allow the jury to take the courtroom first.
Just want to ask you a few follow-up questions. I think you indicated that on the day that you learned that your sister had died, it was speaking with Michael Peterson by telephone. You had never met Michael Peterson before that?
No, I had not.
Once you heard the word accident and what had happened with your sister, you were basically in shock.
Oh, yes.
He may, in fact, have explained to you that there was a belief that there was a hemorrhage or a stroke of some sort, and you just weren't.
It's possible.
And you later heard that that's what had happened.
Yes.
Now, your sister had lived in Germany for a number of years before her death.
That's correct.
And you had never been able to go to Germany and visit her.
That wasn't possible. There were several plans made, but I wasn't able to go.
And you did not attend, for example, her wedding to her husband, George.
Well, she thought it would be best if we didn't come at that time because they were going right to their honeymoon.
Okay, so you did not go to her wedding because she suggested it would be better if you did not.
No, she didn't suggest that we not come. It would be better. But to come at another time where we could spend time with her rather than coming to her wedding and then having her leave.
And you did not, in fact, come for another time from her wedding.
My
in
mom did.
1981, you until her death in 1985.
I did not.
And the funeral for George was held in Texas.
That's correct.
That's where his family's from.
That's correct.
You did not attend the funeral for her husband.
I did indeed
Did you
attend the funeral for my sister, but not for George at that time. I don't remember why I wasn't able to. Oh, I do remember. I spoke to my sister on the phone, and she said that she would be coming up to Rhode Island after leaving Texas, and there was a postponement on George's body coming into Dover, Delaware by the government. And I spoke with my sister just about every day, and she said, the body is not here yet, don't come yet. And then she said, there's so many people here. The Ratliffs had limited space, and they lived in a secluded area in Bay City, so there weren't like hotels right around her house. So we made the decision that it would be best to wait and spend time with Liz when she came to our house.
And I didn't mean to suggest you had not gone to your sister's funeral, but you did not go to
Okay.
her husband's funeral.
That's correct.
And that was in Texas.
That's correct. That's the period of time I'm talking about now.
Okay. And let me approach, if I may.
None of these people have watched Law and Order. You don't get to just say, I want to talk about this. You got to answer the question.
Sure. Let me approach, if I may. You were shown your sister's will, which is Exhibit 110, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, you had not seen this prior to her death.
No,
Okay, and
I don't recall that I ever saw that.
I think you may have said that it was after her death you learned that she left everything to the Petersons?
No, to her children.
Oh, so she didn't leave.
They were in charge of her possessions. I guess Michael as the executor of the estate.
Okay, but the estate itself went to her daughters, Margaret and Martha.
That was my understanding that
In fact, if you look at paragraph,
everything belongs to Margaret and Martha.
does this paragraph 2 in fact indicate that all of the estate goes to Margaret and Martha?
Could I take
Yes.
this and read it?
Yes, paragraph 2.
It says to Margaret and
Okay.
Martha.
Now, she also indicated that she was nominating Michael and Patricia Peterson either jointly or separately to act as guardians of the two girls, correct?
That's correct.
And you hadn't known of that specific decision prior to her death, correct?
That's correct.
But you had heard of the Petersons from your sister,
I had heard of the Petersons, yes.
and you knew that they were very close friends with your sister.
Patty especially, yes, they taught together.
In fact, she and Patty had taught together in Germany for many years.
That's correct, for the Department of Defense.
And it wasn't a surprise that she would choose the Petersons as guardians for her children.
No, it wasn't a surprise.
Were you aware, for example, let me show you what I've marked as Exhibit 211, which is George's will. And you can hold on to that up there.
Okay, I pretty much scanned it.
You have become familiar, have you not, that in George's will, he had indicated that if his wife had predeceased him, that first his parents would be guardians of the children, but if they could not serve, then the Petersons would be guardians. Correct?
Which number is that stated
Paragraph
in?
9.
9?
Paragraph 9.
Oops. Okay. Okay,
And you understood that he had a father named George Ratliff, correct?
that's correct. I had never seen this will.
Okay. When you talk about, I think you mentioned on your direct that George Ratliff Sr. may have had a heart attack or heart problems the summer of
He had a
1986.
heart attack, yes.
And that was George's father.
That was George's father.
Okay, and did you become aware at some point that George had made indications that even before either he or Liz died, that the Petersons, in essence, were in line to be guardians to the children if need be?
I wasn't aware of this for a long time. I had never seen this before, so I'm really seeing this.
Okay.
But I did understand, I had heard that after the Ratliffs, it would be Michael and Patricia.
Okay, and by the way, the will you were asked to identify for your sister was actually, in addition to bearing the signature of Elizabeth Ratliff, bears the signature of a number of witnesses, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, you testified on direct, I think, about discussions you had with Mr. Peterson about the issue of adoption of the two girls.
Yes.
And let me, in addition to discussions, Mr. Peterson wrote you at least one letter on that subject, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Let me approach, and I'll not put the sticker on right now, because this is an original. Is this letter that I'm showing you?
That's the one I have here. Okay.
Oh, you have a copy of it?
I do.
Okay. Do you have more than one copy? Or just one? The
I
reason
have
I'm
one copy.
Okay. Is there anything written on that you would mind us seeing? Because I was going to, rather than put a sticker on the original, put a sticker on the copy.
No, I don't know.
Okay, if I could just put the sticker on the copy, we could do it that way. Exhibit 212 is a letter that was written to you, I believe, in July of 1990. Is that right? July of 1990, is that the date?
It should be in here.
I think it's on the bottom page too.
1990 July, yes.
Okay. And this discusses the issue of adoption, why he felt as he did about staying on as guardian of the girls.
Yes.
Okay. We would move to submission. I think the state would like a moment to read it. This is something we've gotten recently. So before we publish it to the jury, if you want to give the state a moment to go through it.
I'm going to need to read it to know whether I object to it first.
I don't know if you're on this.
Mr. Maher, may I say something?
When I ask you a question, you may, but right now, just she wants a chance to look at the letter.
Okay.
Your Honor, we would move exhibit, I think it's 212 into evidence, so I have no further questions. Thank you.
No questions.
All right, you can cut that.
Sir, may I have a moment to get
Well, all I know, I've not seen any interviews with the girls or anything. All I know is what I've seen in the documentary. And from what I know of the documentary, the girls loved Michael and Kathleen, called them mom and dad, was extremely distraught at Kathleen's death, did not believe that Michael did it, didn't think he did anything to their biological mother. I never saw anything about them being in contact with their biological family. But of course, that was the documentary and it was skewed. But I never saw any indication that the girls thought of their real family as their family. But I don't know. I think there were, from what I've heard in the trial, I think that maybe the nanny and the aunt both at some point tried to get the girls. I still don't understand why they wanted the Petersons to have them rather than family, but I guess they did. The girls seemed perfectly happy with the Petersons, though. I don't think they were unhappy at all. Until, of course, this happened. And then they got, because their last name became Peterson. So then, they got crap from people about their dad being a murderer or whatever. But other than that, before all this happened, they were very happy. They were also upset because they felt like they lost a sister too, because Kathleen's daughter broke off from the family when this happened.
Copies of this made to the public.
Yeah, how long is this going to take? How long is it going to take?
I'll go to the clerk's office. They seem to get things done reasonably quickly.
You want to publish it before the next witness or doesn't matter?
I'd like
I think
to.
that probably quickly.
Let me just see if I can get it done.
Good luck. Take the jury to the deliberation room.
Sit in the courtroom. Your Honor, the next matter for the court will be a matter that we'll need to take up outside the jury presence.
All right, members of the jury, there are some matters we'll have to take care of outside of your presence. I think it'll take us the rest of the time that you would have spent in court. So I'm going to let you go home at this time. Remember the instructions I've given you throughout the course of this trial. Now, because of a personal matter involving one of the jurors, we will not meet tomorrow at 9:30. I need to have you back at 12 o'clock. 12 o'clock noon. So eat your lunch when we come back. I think we're going to leave at the same time. I really haven't discussed that with the lawyers, but I'm not aware of some reason why we can't have our normal time. So at least adjournment time. So eat your lunch, come in at 12, and I guess we'll be excused at our regular time tomorrow. We'll see you in the morning. 12 o'clock, noon. Not 12 o'clock at night. 12 o'clock, noon. All right, we have matters we need to discuss.
Your Honor, this time, the state is ready to go forward. I believe the defense is too, in regards to the notice of intention that we filed and that we presented at least some evidence about on this past Friday. As the court is aware, we filed a notice of intention on August 14th, suggesting to the court that it would be appropriate for us to be able to introduce the statement of Karen Ham by way of a translation, which I've marked States Exhibit 180. The actual statement is States Exhibit 180. I've marked the translation as States Exhibit 180A. For the court's further information, we had a professor at Duke translate this statement actually on that day, on August 14th, 2003. And we're arguing to the court that because of Ms. Ham's unavailability, that it would be appropriate within the residual exception to the hearsay rule that her statement be allowed in. Shall I go further with my argument?
If you want to win, you're ready.
Thank you. So we make sure that it suited the court. Your Honor, under North Carolina Rules of Evidence 804B5, of course, this is residual exception. And as the court is aware, under the case of State v. Triplett, a 1986 case, we have to prove certain things to the court for the court to allow this information in. First of all, we have to prove that the declarant is in fact unavailable. We elicited that testimony from Billy Allen last Friday, and the court was then, I don't know if the court actually saw it, but we actually marked as an exhibit the excuse, the note from her doctor, States Exhibit 181. And then, of course, Ms. Allen told us what it meant, but basically that she was unable to travel at this time due to a medical condition. So I would argue to the court that we have satisfied the first part of that test. Then there are 6 other things that the state would have to satisfy to you that would cause
Yeah,
you then
that's
to at
right.
least consider allowing us to present the statement by way of statement form instead of live testimony. First of all, that we've given the defense proper notice, and I would argue to the court under State v. Triplett, Howard, Finney, and Nichols that we have given them sufficient notice. We did file the notice on August 14th, so they've had a sufficient number of days to read the statement. It is also my further understanding, and I might be wrong about this, but it's my understanding that Ms. Ham was interviewed by part of the defense team. I don't know if it was their investigator or the lawyers or a combination of both, but that's my understanding from Ms. Ham when I talked with her in Germany, and I don't know if that's true or not, but what I do know is if they did interview her, they already were aware before August 14th, they were aware of what information she had that was pertinent to this case. I argue to you, we have given them proper notice. The other part of the test, or one of the other parts of the test, is that this information is not covered by any other exception to the hearsay rule, or that the way to get this in is not covered by any other exception to the hearsay rule. And I've looked through them very carefully, and I do not believe it would fit within any other exception. Thirdly, that the information given in the statement is inherently trustworthy. And in Triplett, as you know, this element is broken down into 4 additional elements as far as what we have to prove under that case. First of all, that there is an assurance of personal knowledge, and as the court is aware of the content, if the court has read the statement, the content of the statement would show that she was an actual eyewitness to the events that she describes in the statement. It was a normal circumstance. She was in her own home, just happened to be looking out the window when she saw what she saw. So I would argue to you that we have proved that there was, through the statement, that there is an assurance of personal knowledge. Secondly, we would have to prove that she had the motivation to speak the truth. And one reason that we presented the information that we did through Ms. Allen was to show to the court that this was not information that Art Holland chased down, or that, that somebody has placed into this lady's head. This is information that she, of course, has known for some period of time. And when Ms. Allen moved into Ms. Ratliff's dwelling in 1990, this information that's in the statement, basically the content of it was told to Ms. Allen at that time before anybody thought a thing about this case occurring. And at any rate, then when Ms. Allen was interviewed actually by members of this defense team, she's the one that brought up Ms. Ham's name. So this is not something where Ms. Ham has come forward to give information just because this case is pending. So I'd argue to you that because of that, and because she actually has no connection with this defendant, really didn't then and does not now, that it would show that she had the motivation to speak the truth in her statement. Third, Triplett would suggest that it would be important for the court to consider whether the witness has ever recanted. She has not recanted, never has. I don't know that she gave them any different information. That's if she was interviewed by them, but it's my understanding that she has not recanted. And then fourthly, that the court is to look at the availability for the trial as far as, why is it that the witness cannot be here? And the court has heard information about that. She was preparing to come. We were prepared to bring her here. And these events occurred in between when we began jury selection and when we actually took the statement in June. And then once the trial started is when she became aware of the fact that her doctor said that she could not travel. All of those 4 factors then go to one of the 6 parts of the test in Triplett as to the fact that the statement, in the state's opinion, is inherently trustworthy. The 4th thing we have to prove under Triplett is that this statement has information in it that are material facts. And I argue to the court that based on the content of the statement, where she tells the things that she saw out of her child's bedroom window that night, the night that Ms. Ratliff was then found deceased the next morning, those details are very material facts for the court to consider and for the jury to consider. She goes so far as to adequately describe or very closely describe Mr. Peterson's clothing. Of course, she says that he's basically running and hurrying up the street. It's around 10 and midnight. And all of these things I argue to the court based on what information the rest of the witnesses that are here regarding the Ratliff matter. I would argue to the court that all of this information is information that represents material facts in this case. Fifthly, we have to prove under State v. Triplett that this information or this statement is more probative than anything else that we can produce through reasonable efforts. and I argue to you that we have satisfied you of that. And then 6, that the general purposes of the rule and the interests of justice would be served by the introduction of the statement. And I would argue to you that would be the case too. Now, there's also another thing that the court would need to consider, or another issue that the court would need to consider as to whether this statement should be produced under this residual exception to the hearsay rule.
Okay. I asked ChatGPT. In the real Michael Peterson case, the one featured in documentaries like The Staircase, Margaret and Martha Ratliff were his adopted daughters after the death of their biological parents. Here's what's known about their feelings toward being adopted and toward him. Margaret and Martha were adopted by Michael and his first wife, Patricia. See, I thought they were adopted by Kathleen, but they were adopted by Patricia. They were very young at the time and were raised by him as their father. During the trial for Kathleen Peterson's death, both Margaret and Martha stood by Michael and supported him, publicly expressing belief in his innocence. There's no credible public reporting or evidence suggesting they initially resisted being adopted by him or didn't want him as their father. The adoption appears to have been accepted by them, and they grew up considering him their dad. In short, the adopted daughters did not publicly express that they didn't want to be adopted by Michael Peterson. Instead, they grew up in his family, and at least during the time of the murder trial and in documentary accounts, continued to support and identify with him as their father. And so then I asked, did Patty adopt them or did Kathleen adopt them? Because, you know, Chat GPT can be wrong. And I always thought that Kathleen adopted them. So it said Michael and his first wife, Patricia Peterson, became close friends with George and Elizabeth. After both the Ratliffs died, George from a military service accident, and Elizabeth later found dead in circumstances similar to Kathleen's death, Michael and Patty became the legal guardians and then adopted Margaret and Martha Ratliff. The family later moved back to the United States, and after Michael and Patricia split up, Michael continued to raise the girls. Michael later married Kathleen Peterson, who became a stepmother figure to Margaret and Martha, but she did not adopt them. They were already legally the Petersons through the earlier adoption. So, there you go. I guess they were too little to say, no, I want to go with my family. They probably at that age since they lived in Germany and they saw the Petersons all the time, they probably knew the Petersons more than they did their own family. So, I mean, look at like little kids, you know, like my brothers. Let's, for instance, take my one brother, Larry, that lives out in Oregon. His older kids probably remember me, but like his younger kids that I've seen once or twice, they probably have, like, if they were to see me on the street, they probably have no idea who I am, you know, because we're so far away and I haven't seen them since they were little. So if you look at it like that, they probably didn't know their family. And then you've got family after their parents died all wanting them, you know, but her sister did say when they spent that summer with them, they started calling them mommy and daddy, but you don't know if that's true or not either. But they probably knew the Petersons more than their own family at that point. So they were probably like, whatever.
And that would be the court's consideration of the Sixth Amendment Confrontation Clause. I would argue to you that you can be satisfied that we have met that test. There is a two-part test in conjunction with that. In Ohio v. Roberts' 1980 case, there are two things that are discussed there that we have to prove in order to satisfy this. The unavailability, they use the rule of necessity there, and we would have to use a good faith effort to produce the witness, which we have at least tried to make that effort up until this last minute notification that she cannot travel. Also, that there's an addition of reliability. And the court goes so far as to say in that particular case, in conjunction with the Sixth Amendment, that particularized guarantees of trustworthiness drawn from the totality of circumstances must surround the statement. And I argue to you that we have proved that to the court. Part of this test is already incorporated into the 6-part test that I mentioned to you before in regards to triplet. And Judge, with all of those things in mind, I would argue to the court that we have proved that this statement would properly fit within North Carolina Rule of Evidence 804 D5. We would urge the court to allow us to introduce this information. May I approach the bench with an actual copy of the statement, which is State's Exhibit 180. The translation of the statement, State's Exhibit 180A, and State's Exhibit 181, which will be the doctor's excuse and the interpretation. That was a long question. May I approach the bench?
I read it the other day.
All right. That would be my argument. All right. Thank you.
Yes, sir, Mr. Myers.
Yes, Your Honor. We obviously object. We object both under the rule of evidence, but also the United States constitutional right of confrontation, the same right under the North Carolina Constitution. And it's an important right that this statement just doesn't come anywhere close to meeting. And I think one thing that's important to keep in mind, and I've got a copy to hand up to Your Honor and for the prosecution, is the United States Supreme Court dealt with the admissibility of out-of-court statements in Idaho versus Wright. The courts in this state have been consistent following it. What Idaho says, of course, is that out-of-court statements, when they're being offered for the truth under something other than a well-established hearsay rule, and the state, I think, concedes that the only exception they have here is the catch-alls, which are not well-established rules, are inherently lack trustworthiness, and that the proponent has to show such guarantees of trustworthiness, as the court says on page 657 here, the requirement that hearsay evidence admitted under the Confrontation Clause be so trustworthy that cross-examination of the declarant would be of marginal utility. That's the bottom line. Is this something that is so trustworthy that the court can allow the jury to rely on it because of belief that cross-examination would in essence make no difference? And this is a kind of statement where cross-examination clearly would make a difference. For example, let me hand up
more specific
this is a I was about to hand Your Honor up an email while the state's taking a quick note. The issue, of course, is the circumstances under which the statement is made. Outside corroboration, for example, cannot bootstrap a statement into being admissible. What we heard on Friday, I think it was, from the witness was first that this doctor's excuse is if somehow you can get a doctor's note not to come to court like you get a doctor's note not to go to school, was for an unidentified ailment from a general practitioner with unidentified symptoms that would last some unidentified period of time. It wasn't the surgeon. Apparently, she'd had surgery, I guess, a month and a half ago. That wasn't the reason for not coming. She got some GP to write her a note saying, please excuse Ms. Ham from court. That is not an acceptable showing of unavailability. In fact, it suggests a desire not to come to court and be subject to cross-examination. In State versus Swindler case from the North Carolina Court of Appeals, they talk about the fact when you're relying on medical excuses for unavailability, the preferred practice is to get an affidavit from the doctor. In this case, the state had relied on a detective's testimony about the person's condition, and at least there was actually some detail about the condition. Apparently, the witness there was in a hospital with a heart attack. Here we've got unverified note from a doctor about a condition that nobody knows anything about.
How do we know it's from a doctor?
How
do we know it's from a doctor?
And there's no proof that it was from a doctor or what knowledge they had, or quite frankly, how long she'd be unable to travel. The note was written without.
Rudolph, if Maher's not doing a good enough job, why don't you get up and make the argument? Jeez.
without necessarily any understanding of when she would have to be here or how long she'd have to be here. So there is simply no showing that she's truly unavailable. And when you're dealing with something as important as constitutional rights, you don't kind of get a doctor's note as a pass for the confrontation clause. In addition, the statement itself leaves open many areas of cross-examination which obviously cannot be pursued through the statement. You'll notice, and for example, apparently even the translator couldn't make out a word in there, so we don't even know what all the words are. But this is a statement that was written in the year 2003, apparently in June, and it's interesting to note that we didn't get this until August 14th. So we were not given this at the time it happened. And Your Honor should be aware, we have never spoken to Ms. Ham. Mr. Durrett twice tried to speak to her and she refused, which is another indication that she should be subject to cross-examination before a statement comes in. So we've never had a chance to interview her, and we've never obviously had a chance to follow up to questions in this statement, which we got the end of the prior week. We've got hours of time span. Cross-examination could help determine whether she in fact knows the time and how she knew that, how she could remember what day it was. She talks about, for no reason she can recall, going into her daughter's room. Well, cross-examination would explore whether that makes any sense. She talks about looking out a 30 to 40 centimeter hole in the shutters, and we would be able to explore that. And she claims to be able now, 18 years later, to remember specifics about how Mr. Peterson was dressed. Well, the fact there's details in there doesn't make them accurate or true. And so those are all areas of cross-examination. She gives conclusions about how Mr. Peterson was hurrying. Well, cross-examination could go into what made her think that, and whether it was the weather or the cold that would make somebody walk that way, whether if she saw his clothing, she saw any blood. If she was in fact able to see so closely, there's no indication that somebody who allegedly had just brutally beaten a woman to death, whether she was able to see that there was no blood. She talks about cross-examination would be important on the lighting and what she was able to see on that. So there's a host of areas where cross-examination would play a very important role. The earliest we've heard any statement that she made a comment about it, and Ms. Allen didn't say that all these details were told to her back when she moved in 1990 or whenever it was apparently 4 or 5 years later. According to her own statement, she learned of Liz Ratliff's death the next day or shortly thereafter. She never apparently called anybody and said, boy, Mr. Peterson was acting suspicious, which would suggest that what she saw, if she saw anything, was not the way it's being presented. In addition, of course, if I can hand this up.
Where's the others?
Yeah, sir. I've got the file.
I can find it.
Barbara Malagino, who's a witness who will be hearing my signature tomorrow, or likely tomorrow or the next day, was contacted by Detective Holland about the farmer's wife, who's Miss Ham, and Miss Malagino expressed disbelief about this. Miss Malagino was a nanny who lived in the house at the time this happened. I think there's other emails where she similarly expresses, to put it mildly, skepticism about the credibility of all this, which raises, issues about the credibility here. Now, without a proper showing that she's not available, the circumstances that we've heard from yeah, I understand. Let me hand up another email. Apparently, just in front. Yeah, but there's this Malagino read about Ms. Ham's proposed statement in the newspaper. And I won't quote it in court, but she expressed extreme skepticism.
Yeah, I've called it extreme.
Yeah, and in fact, here's another note or email she sent where she expresses skepticism about Mike being able to jump downstairs, given that he had an injured leg. So long as he's a partying kind of guy. So what we have here.
We also have medical records about his injuries.
I'm thinking we have the ability to impeach this effectively without her here. Is somebody who's writing a statement 18 years after the fact. The testimony was she went off and wrote it. I mean, there's no indication of how she did that or how she chose what to put in or what to leave out. She apparently wasn't questioned about it. We don't have, for example, a transcript of a detective conducting an interview of her so you can determine, how she was questioned and what she knew to put in and what she decided to leave out. There's no indication of whether she was told that if she wrote this, she would have to come to court or wouldn't. And we've got no showing of what her medical condition is. In a scenario where Mr. Peterson's constitutional rights are at stake, this doesn't pass muster. And part of the problem, of course, is when you're not able to cross-examine.
I thought he said, let me do this. I don't know. They are loud whispers, though.
When the witness, the jury's not given the information they need to really make a proper assessment. It's not a question of unfair prejudice in the sense of evidence that a jury can, listen to and decide it is relevant or it isn't. They'll hear this statement or read this statement, and they'll not have the information that we could have provided through cross-examination to assess whether it's credible and if so, its significance, and whether there's other information that Ms. Ham could have provided that shows that, in fact, this was much ado about nothing. So we would strongly urge the court not to allow the state to rest on the doctor's excuse to present this type of evidence.
Ms. Bell.
Well, Your Honor, I don't think there's any question that Ms. Ham is unavailable. That we presented the information as best we could without, we didn't want to bring her doctor over here or anything like that. As you see, it was hard enough to get an excuse that we could even learn what it said based on what we had. And that's one reason we wanted Ms. Allen to explain to the court as best she could as far as Ms. Ham's condition and her unavailability. I would argue to the court that the information within the statement is, I continue to argue that it's material information. It's information that was not elicited by any representative from the state as far as initially it was told to someone within 5 years of the event, but it was told in such a fashion that it is trustworthy and that the court should be satisfied that it is and that we have met each of the requirements as required by law and that it should be admitted before the jury.
Of course, the state could have brought the doctor and certainly could have gotten an affidavit from the doctor, which wouldn't have taken all that much time. We would then know if she's truly unavailable. Right now, we've got a GP's note that means nothing. And so there are a host of things that cross-examination could reveal. And as the U.S. Supreme Court has made clear, unless the state meets its burden of showing that cross-examination would be of marginal utility, the Constitution, not just rules of evidence, but the Constitution forbids the state from relying on this type of evidence. Thank you.
He also can't cross-examine her and ask her, well, if you saw him running away, why didn't you tell the police that night? So, yeah, I don't think she should be allowed to testify. I mean, I don't think that evidence should come in because she can't be cross-examined. If she's going to accuse, because there is a constitutional right to face your accuser. And if she's going to accuse him of murdering Liz Ratliff and they can't cross-examine her, because my big question is, why didn't you go to the police? Why didn't you tell the police that when she was dead the next day and the police were at the house? Why didn't you go over there and say, well, I saw Michael Peterson running from the house last night and he looks suspicious?
All right. Thank you, counsel. Ms. Black, the court will find that the statement is admissible. You ought to prepare your order encompassing your arguments, including, but the court does find as a fact that the witness is unavailable for the reasons listed by the state, that appropriate, proper notice has been given to the defendant, that statement is not covered by any other exception to the hearsay rule. Court will find that it is inherently trustworthy based on the several factors argued by the state. It does goes to a material fact. Court certainly finds that the statement was more probative than any other evidence that the state could produce within reasonable efforts. Court finds that the general rules of evidence would be served by its admission and the interest of justice. And prepare your order finding that it does pass muster under Idaho versus Wright, which covers the Sixth Amendment and also the North Carolina Constitution. The state has made a good faith effort to get the witness, and that it would meet the inherently trustworthy guarantee of the Constitution.
Judge, we'd ask for an opportunity to have live testimony from Barbara Malagnino before the court allows this evidence in on voir dire, so that we can establish the specifics of why Ms. Malagnino feels and believes that this is not trustworthy evidence. We'd like to have that in the record, and I think Ms. Malagnino is present, and we ask the court to allow us to conduct a voir dire so that that'll be in the record as part of the court's ruling.
All right. Ms. Black, you want to be heard on that issue?
No, Your Honor, and I would just make sure the court understands Ms. Malagnino is not present in the courthouse today. She will be tomorrow.
I don't know when she's going to get ready. When we are thinking about these issues, once again, as is a problem with the status of the North Carolina law, which I don't see really resolved by the federal law. These issues talk about when the proponent of the evidence makes the offer, what the court must do. They don't really spell out the procedure for the opponent.
Yes, sir. And
so with that understanding, however, I'll let you make your offer.
Thank you. And what we can do is perhaps we can come in at 11 tomorrow, since the jury's not coming in until 12, and take it up at that time.
That's fine with me. Are you going to be able to do that?
Yes, sir, Judge. And I need to ask one thing of the court as far as further guidance. Is the court going to allow us to introduce and pass to the jury State's Exhibit 180A, which is the translation, or are we going to need to get a German translator in here? The person's from Virginia, and it's going to cost the state about $1,400.
Well, I was going to ask you how you were going to present it, because once again, there's no statute,
right.
There's no case that spells out how you do that. You would attempt to do it how?
Well, I really was hopeful that we could, unless there's some dispute, unless they have maybe somebody that they know that's.
There's a dispute, you heard?
Well, I meant like as far as the content of this translation, if there was no dispute about the content of this translation, then I was hopeful that the court would allow us to present it in this fashion. If there is a dispute as to the content of the translation, then we'll do what's necessary to get the lady down, or the person here from Virginia.
I don't speak for the defense. I certainly won't speak for Mr. Marker, who, as I recall, said the translator didn't even know some of the words.
There were some words apparently the translator wasn't able to make out, and some assumptions she's making about what certain words are. So we'll look at it tonight and see how serious a dispute there is, but there's at least some dispute about the translation.
All right, so do you know now how you intend to get it into evidence?
If there's a dispute about it, I'll just have to have some time to notify the lady. I believe it's my understanding she's in Virginia for her to travel down here. So if I can find out tomorrow morning if it would be good, then I'll know how to proceed further.
Okay, but once again, I mean, from a technical standpoint, how are you going to do this? You're going to put a translator up on the stand and elicit the information from the translator as to how she did it?
Well, actually, No, if there wasn't a dispute and we were going to be allowed to use State's Exhibit 180A, I was just going to stand up and move to introduce the statement. At some point in time during this phase of the trial, I would move to introduce the statement into evidence, and then I asked to pass it to the jury. The translated statement.
Okay, I understand that. But how are you
Pass
going
the
to
other one, but I don't know if it's going to do any good.
now?
Sir?
How are you going to do it now? There are two ways you're going to try to do it. One, you can try to do it through the witness, and I take it if you have some difficulty, then you're going to try to do it another way.
It was just
Maybe not. I don't know.
But once I find out from them tomorrow morning, then I'll be able to make better decisions about that. But
I guess what I'm trying to figure out is
there are very few.
Is 11 o'clock going to be enough time to deal with this issue?
Well, at 11 o'clock, it's my understanding we're going to do the voir dire. Nothing's smelling me now.
And that's ample time for the voir dire.
And then, depending on what
at least
happens
you'll
then,
know by that time.
I should know by then, and probably would be able to get the translator in here. I would think 24 hours notice would be enough time to get the person here that could translate. That is an official court translator.
Was that the person who translated that version?
No.
Well, then I'm going to object to that. Then we don't have notice of what that person's going to say.
You can object, but as I indicated.
Well, no, my objection is different now. My objection is now she's talking about bringing in a different translator than the one who translated this to give a different version of this statement. I'm asking for notice of what the official court reporter the official court translator is going to say. That may or may not be the same as what this translator said. And I'm going to ask for a voir dire on that issue. And my objection would be that if that person says anything different than what this translator said, then we have not been given notice of the actual testimony.
I understood that that's what your objection was. I wasn't saying that you didn't have a right to object. I still say there's no case or statute that says how you do that. You may have an appropriate objection. I don't know. But I guess we'll see it tomorrow when we determine how the state intends to get it in evidence. Other than that, do we have any other issues? Take that as a no.
Motion is no.
All right. 11 o'clock? Tomorrow, 11 o'clock. So,
All stand.
Your Honor, once the court made its ruling yesterday afternoon, we then attempted to contact the interpreter who actually lives somewhere in Virginia, a person whose name we had gotten from the trial court administrator's office here in Durham. That person had quit and no longer works in this type of field. We then tried to explore other options in order to determine whether we would be able to get another interpreter within a reasonable amount of time. As I told the court yesterday, there are very few people that are certified in the German language that would be official court translators or interpreters that we could actually call to the stand, and that would be the proper way, of course, to go about presenting that type of information. This morning, when we made some further phone calls, we realized that it was just going to be too time consuming, and we might not even find someone. So we decided that based on that information that we would not try to present the information from Karen Hansen.
All right. So how are we going to proceed?
Well, as I understand it, the next witness would be Steve Lyons. And
that is true.
We're prepared, obviously, to proceed with him. And then I think there are two other witnesses who were present in Germany at the time, Amy Berner and Barbara Maldonado. With both of those, we would need a short voir dire outside the presence of the jury on the issue of contact with other witnesses, particularly during the trial that we raised last week. We've gotten emails from the state that show that Amy Beth Berner was getting information during the trial from another witness. And I think there was also contact from Barbara Maldonado. So we would we can do it now, not waste jury time, because we then have a motion for both of them to strike their testimony or otherwise deal with the violation of the witness incorporation order. And I think those are the three witnesses that are on tap for today, if I'm not mistaken.
The defendant's understanding of the sequestration of it.
Well, my understanding of it was that, at least with regard to each side's witnesses, that they would not be listening to court TV or otherwise communicating with each other or learning the substance of each other's testimony or potential testimony. Obviously, what's important to us is not whether their witnesses watch our witnesses or whether our witnesses watch their witnesses, but rather to prevent witnesses from tailoring their testimony for one side or the other, subconsciously or consciously, by having heard things, being quote reminded of things, having their recollections refreshed by things that other witnesses say they remember that perhaps they didn't. And that's the kind of thing that I'm particularly concerned about. And I think there was some testimony last week from Sherry Schumacher, who said that people were talking about all kinds of wild rumors and gossip. And I think we just need to explore with these two. So we didn't do it with Ms. Schumacher because she said that she avoided that sort of stuff and did not have a recollection refreshed by anything and did not listen to that. I don't think Ms. Blair yesterday testified to anything that she didn't have any independent recollection of. But with regard to Ms. Malagnino and Amy Beth Berner, we think it's important that we get some sense on the record before they get up on the witness stand about the extent to which they've had contact and what that contact was.
All right. Mr. Harden.
Your Honor, my understanding of the sequestration order issued by the court is very different from Mr. Rudolph's. First of all, as the court knows, sequestration is something that is completely in the discretion of the court. The court can fashion it however the court chooses. It was my understanding, and continues to be my understanding, that witnesses that were going to testify would not be present in the courtroom during the testimony of others until they had testified, and that they would not watch court TV. In my view, the court didn't fashion a sequestration order beyond that. No one requested that, and I believe that the witnesses, to the extent that they choose to talk with each other, can do that. You've got to keep in mind that some of these people, in particular the two that Mr. Rudolph is talking about, Ms. Malagnino and Ms. Berner, are both here from a very long distance. And they are friends. They've been friends for more than 15 years. And to expect that they not talk or visit or communicate is, number one, I don't think it's practical. And number two, I don't think the court intended that, didn't require that specifically. And it's not an understanding that we were in a position to cause that to happen.
We're not claiming that any contact between two witnesses would violate the witness sequestration order. Hi, how are you doing? Good to see you. Obviously, even eating dinner. It's flat, wouldn't if there's no discussion. But for example, Amy Beth Berner was in continuous contact with Margaret Blair during this trial by email and phone, and Margaret Blair was sending her information about what Barbara Malagnino had said about the scene that Amy Beth Berner was going to testify about. And we would view that kind of provision of information that relates to what Amy Beth Berner is going to testify about by another witness as improper. We have the emails, she would send her articles, emails refer to telephone conversations between the two of them. And it goes to what Amy Beth Berner is going to testify to now 8 years later. So this isn't just about incidental contact, it's not just about contact that happens as they happen to have been here, and it goes to the substance as of what the witnesses would be testifying to in a situation where there's a great chance for even unintentional contamination when people are trying to remember things that happened 18 years ago and are now being given information about what other witnesses who were at the scene said.
Well,
I can tell you what the court's intention was. I rarely grant a sequestration order. Granted it this time because the state didn't object to it. I really didn't have a problem with sequestering witnesses so that the testimony won't be affected by another witness's testimony. Although I can understand the defendant's counsel wishing to have an order from the court that witnesses on their own not sit around and talk about cases of that nature. That's not normally something that the court gets involved with. So, I mean, we can proceed with the hearing to see what it is you all want to bring out, but other than their courtroom testimony and other than the rules of ethics that prevent prosecutors or defense counsel from discussing certain issues with potential witnesses that might be against our bar rules, I don't normally get into that. I mean, you have your witnesses, the state has their witnesses. Our rules of ethics talk about how to prepare witnesses, and that wasn't really my intention. I don't know how many witnesses are going to be involved in this case. I know now from discussions with you all how long this case may take, but that's just not. But so many things the court can police. I don't wish to police that aspect of this trial. Certainly, if there's something unethical, we may have to deal with that issue. So, I'm trying to find out how you all want to proceed at this point.
What I propose is that since we're here and we don't have the jury coming until noon, and I know Ms. Malamino must be here, I guess, because we were originally going to proceed with her this morning, that we start with that. I don't think we're talking about lengthy voir dire here. And indeed, Your Honor has heard that there was, in fact, a dinner that at least one member of the prosecution was present at. And then there was a meeting.
Yeah, I heard it.
There was a meeting at the DA's office, apparently, where a video was shown where there were multiple witnesses present. So I don't know what the evidence is going to show about those meetings, but certainly those are areas that we would need to get into. And I think we ought to at least be able to fashion a due process argument that where you're talking about events that are 18 years ago, that it's violative of our due process rights to have witnesses, particularly encouraged by the DA, which apparently happened here, get together and share memories. I know, for example, that there was communication between Amy Beth Byrne of Barbara Malamino and Art Holland by email. And I haven't seen a single email from Art Holland saying, listen, you guys need to stop talking to each other and not contaminate each other's memories.
Are the witnesses here? Are they here?
Well, I assume it's not Malamino's here.
Yes. Well, I'm ready to proceed, whatever fashion you want to proceed.
Yes, sir. That's how I'd ask to proceed.
You know, Ms. Black's gone upstairs, Ms. Mallory, down. The light is not on. I guess the machine's on. I said the light's not on. I guess it doesn't work, but the gentleman's not here who normally has. But we need to know because Mr.
You're about to give the court to do the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Please be seated.
My name is David. We've met before on the Griffin House, I believe.
Sure.
This is not cross-examination about what you observed a long time ago, but rather we wanted to get a little bit of a sense from you about your contacts with other witnesses and the police leading up in the months leading up to your being here. So that's what I'm going to focus on. You first got contacted, I believe, by Margaret Blair, even before the police got a hold of you. Is that right?
No, my mother got a hold of me first.
All right.
She had been in contact with Mr. Holland.
All right. And was that sometime in May of 2002?
Yes.
And then I think you had a phone conversation with Investigator Holland middle of May of 2002. Is that about right?
About right, yes.
And then there was an email that you sent to Investigator Holland on May the 29th of 2002, right?
That was most probably my statement, wasn't it?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Now, prior to your having that statement, that sending that email to Investigator Holland, you had some contact with your mother. Is it Ann Reininger?
Regner,
I'm sorry. About her contacts with Investigator Holland, right?
Mm-hmm.
I think you had an accident or something and went to the hospital at that time, right?
I had slip discs.
All right. In that time period, did either you or your mom hear from Margaret Ratliff or Amy Beth Berner?
Yes, the day that I was told about all this, Margaret got in contact with me. She telephoned me at my mother's shortly after I had spoken to Mr. Holland.
Okay. So I think Mr. Holland's notes indicate that you spoke on May 16th of 2002, but assuming that to be right, how long after that would you have spoken with Margaret Blair?
Oh, I didn't speak to her again after that.
Had you spoken to her before that?
No.
That day?
The day that I heard from Mr. Holland was the only day I had spoken to Margaret Blair.
Okay. And so was that right after you spoke with Mr. Holland?
About an hour or something after this, yeah.
All right. And do you know how Margaret Blair got your telephone number?
No.
Investigator Holland apparently had your phone number, correct? You have to answer for the record, I'm sorry.
Yes.
She can only take down verbal.
Okay.
To your knowledge, did anyone else here in the United States have your telephone number?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Now, when Margaret Blair called you, do you recall what she said to you at that point in time? In substance, not necessarily the exact words.
No, she asked about my welfare and about my kids and if I had heard about this mess.
This mess meaning the Kathleen Peterson?
This whole situation.
All right. And did she talk with you at all about what had happened to Miss Ratliff?
Yes, very briefly.
What do you recall her saying about that situation?
I think maybe she just asked if I thought there was a suspicious circumstances could have been brought together.
And at that point, what did you tell her?
Yes, I probably said yes. I thought they would have been suspicious.
Did you talk with her at all about her suspicions about Mr. Peterson somehow being involved in Miss Ratliff's?
No, I don't really remember. But that was the only time we really spoke.
I mean, on that occasion? No?
I don't know.
Okay. Did you express to her that at the time in 1986 that you had any suspicions about Mr. Peterson?
In 1986, no. I suspected there was a scene of crime in 1986, but I didn't say it was Mr. Peterson.
Okay. And I think when we spoke in Germany, you indicated that you hadn't ever said that, at least up to that point in time, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Now, Thereafter, after you spoke with Margaret Blair, I think you said you never spoke with her again, right?
No.
Did you receive emails from her?
I think I have 2 emails, yes, had from her.
All right. And did you speak at all with Amy Beth Burnham?
Yes, Amy and I have had contact.
Okay. Had you been in contact with Amy Beth over the years?
On and off.
Let's just, before you heard from Investigator Holland in May of 2002, how long had it been since you had any contact with Amy Beth?
I think maybe 10 years.
Okay.
No, I had contact with her before. Maybe about 5 years.
All right.
It was always just on and off.
Okay. In any event, a significant amount of time had passed with no contact from Amy Beth. And how did you first hear from Amy Beth? Was it by telephone or was it by email?
She called me on the same day.
Which
Everybody called me on the same day.
The same day that Investigator Holland called you?
Yeah.
And do you know how Amy Beth got your telephone number?
No. They called my mother.
Okay. And did you speak with Amy Beth on that day as well?
Yes.
And can you tell me what you can recall of your conversations with Amy Beth on that day?
Just how awful this whole situation was. And how I was feeling and was I okay and just this normal concern thing.
And did she express her views at all that she thought Michael Peterson had anything to do with the death of Elizabeth Ratliff?
Not on the telephone, no.
Okay. Did she express that she had considered to be suspicious back in 1986?
Well, I knew that Amy was suspicious in 1986. We all were.
Okay. But back then, at least, neither you nor Amy had any suspicion about Mr. Peterson. What about when she called you that first time? Did she have any suspicion that she expressed to you about Mr. Peterson in 2002 when she first called you?
No, we were just so. I was shocked about the whole situation. I don't think we conversed. I don't think we exchanged such comments with each other over such suspicions or something.
Okay.
We just thought it was oh wow.
All right. Can you give me an idea of how long you spoke with Amy Beth on that day?
Oh, it wasn't long. Maybe 10 minutes.
All right. And how about with Margaret Blair?
Oh, it was even less. It was also maybe 10 minutes or so. It was a short conversation.
Okay. When would have been the next contact you had with Amy Beth?
Oh, it was a few weeks after that. It wasn't right away.
All right. And was that by telephone again or by email?
I think just by email.
All right.
Just in here.
And do you remember what the substance of that was?
Nothing of great significance, no.
Would it have been about the Ratliff situation?
Yes, probably. Just discussing if anybody had heard anything or seen anything in the newspapers or just this general talk kind of stuff.
And would that have been before you sent your email, your statement to Investigator Holland, do you think?
No, I think that would have been after.
After? Do you know how long after?
I think I sent my statement to Mr. Holland right away. A few days after or something.
I think May 16th is when you spoke with him, at least according to his notes. And then May 29th is the date of the email statement, just if that helps you with...
Yes, I was on night shift. When he called me, I was on night shift. Okay. So I couldn't really converse with him.
All right. And does that give you any sense at all then of when in that time frame or thereafter you would have spoken with or had this email exchange with Amy Beth?
Could you repeat that, please?
Let me rephrase it.
Yes, it would be better.
Would your email conversation or communication with Amy Beth have come after the 29th or before the 29th?
Most probably after.
And do you know how long after?
No, it's so long ago now.
Now, You did engage in a number of email exchanges with Investigator Holland, did you not?
Mm-hmm.
This is MP 5739. This is a event to the 213. May I approach you? Thank you. This is something we actually got from the state in discovery, and it appears to be a email from you to Art Holland dated September 14th, 2002. It was right after he had informed you that they were planning on doing the exhumation and that I was planning on coming.
Yes, I know the email.
Yeah. And it says here, I have received many emails from Margaret. I once thought she was a very nice person. Now all she is concerned about is the question she asked me. I sometimes feel as if words are being put or trying to be put in my mouth. So I don't now answer any of Margaret's emails.
I didn't answer. I still don't answer.
Could you tell me what you meant when you said, I sometimes feel as if words are being put or trying to be put in my mouth?
Well, I was being questioned in emails about Liz's death, and I felt that if I was going to have to say it all over again here, then I wasn't about to answer them in emails.
Mm-hmm. What words did you feel at that point were trying to be put in your mouth?
I think that's just a way I would phrase things. It wasn't words trying to be put in my mouth. It was just maybe too much into what had happened trying to be taken from me that I wasn't about to give out.
And then you ask in here, please explain to me who is Rosemary Kellaway.
Because if you look here, there's somebody saying Rosemary Kellaway, and I didn't have a clue who Rosemary Kellaway was.
Okay. And did Investigator Holland ever explain that to you?
Yes, he did. He told me who Rosemary Kellaway was.
Okay. Let me mark this one. Defendants 214. Let's mark this one. 215. Thank you. 214 was the email September 24th.
Mm-hmm.
And 215 is the email on September 25th.
What page you got? Well, yeah,
That's what it
listed.
Yes. Yes. Let me show you what I've marked here as Defendants Exhibit 214, which is another email from you to Art Holland, September 24th, 2002, where you say you do now remember Rosemary, right? And that Liz had nothing to do with both sisters, correct?
Very little to do. There's only telephone contact to my knowledge.
Right. And then you say, as for Margaret, all love and respect granted, but I think she is reading a bit too deeply into what might not really be the case. Right. Could you explain what you meant by that?
Well, I don't think any of us are in the position to say that he is guilty without us actually knowing if he's guilty or not. We're not here to decide that, are we?
No.
Well, that's what I think I was saying.
Okay. Were you getting the sense that that's what Margaret was doing, was deciding that he was guilty and trying to convince you of that?
No, she wasn't trying to convince me of anything. She was just saying it's suspicious circumstances, what I feel also myself. I think everybody feels it's very suspicious circumstances.
And when you say she is reading a bit too deeply into what might not really be the case, what did you mean by reading a bit too deeply?
I've just explained that. That I think maybe she thinks that he's guilty, and it's not the end of the case yet.
Okay. Oh, a number Exhibit 215. This is September 25th from you to Art Holland. and you say, I never mentioned I would stop contact with you, only with the sisters from Liz. I think they are very undiplomatic in this affair.
Yes.
Could you explain what you meant by that?
Undiplomatic.
Yes.
Was it's a phrase I would use when people are just they're asking things.
Pushing?
Well, not pushing. Nobody's pushing, but just asking things. And I think this is a thing that should be taken seriously and not just spoken about at random. So undiplomatically. Do you understand me?
I'm not sure.
In this area.
When you say undiplomatically, then are you saying that they were asking you things that they shouldn't have been asking you, or that you felt they shouldn't have been asking you?
They are sisters. They should be asking me, and they have also a right to know all the answers. But I felt that it was a serious situation and that I shouldn't be answering. I felt that everything would come out as it is.
All right. Can you give me an idea of how many emails you think you might have gotten from Margaret or Rosemary during this time frame?
From Margaret, I only have 2. From Rosemary, I don't have any.
But you made a reference here to, I have received many emails from Margaret.
No, 2 or 3. I can remember what you underlined.
Okay.
Hmm?
And was that just not accurate then?
That's my German translation of English. I think I have 2 or 3.
You do speak English as a first
Very
language,
well.
right? Now, can you tell me how many emails you got from Amy Beth?
Well, Amy and I contact each other quite a lot now. She is the godmother to my daughter, and my daughter was here on holiday this summer. So there was quite a lot of communication, not just involving this case, but involving us as families together.
Sure. And how much communication would you say there's been? Say since you had indicated that you really hadn't spoken with her in 5 years or so before May of 2002. Since May of 2002, how many times would you say you've spoken with her?
I don't know. I haven't a clue. I didn't count them before I came.
Can you give me a ballpark estimate?
Oh, I don't know. 20 times or something.
And how about emails? Had you had email exchanges with her in the 5 years before May?
No.
What about since?
Well, we email each other now regularly.
Every week or every other week? Or?
Yes, about twice a week. But it was mainly concerning my daughter going over on holiday and what she wants to do and her interests and filling her in the last 13 years.
Did some of the emails, though, also deal with the Elizabeth Ratliff situation?
Maybe we have been speaking about newspaper articles, if she had seen something or if I had seen something or such.
Since the trial has started, have you had any email contact with Amy Beth?
Yes, I'm saying that the whole time.
Okay, so in other words, from even including from May 5th on, and has some of that involved what's been seen in the newspapers and that sort of thing about this case?
Yes.
And Do you know if Amy Beth has watched any of Court TV's coverage?
I don't think so. I don't know. I never asked her that.
Okay. She hasn't mentioned watching anything. And do you know whether Margaret Blair had watched any of Court TV's coverage?
I don't know.
Do you remember specifically what it was that Amy Beth told you, or you told Amy Beth about what was going on in the trial after it started?
I don't remember specifically. We're just talking in general, the day-to-day happenings here. If we even spoke about it at all.
Did you print out or bring any of those emails with you?
No, I don't even know if I have them anymore.
Did you write any letters to Amy Beth or to Margaret Blair, or was it all email communication?
It was email communication.
I'm sorry, you say mostly or all?
It was all email communication.
Was there discussion after the trial started about what some of the witnesses may have said, as quoted in the newspaper?
Did we discuss this, do you mean?
In the emails.
No.
Do you remember what it was you discussed in the emails about the trial itself?
No, not specifically. It was nothing so wonderful.
You arrived here, I think, a week ago Saturday, is that right?
I arrived on Sunday evening.
Sunday evening. And were you present for a dinner that Ms. Black attended with some of the other witnesses?
Yes.
And when was that?
Oh. It could have been Monday evening. It could have also been Tuesday evening. I'm not sure. I was tired.
And who was there that you can recall?
Sherry and Tom were there, and Amy Beth was there, and Margaret, and Rosemary, and Billy, and Miss Black, and the 2 children from Miss Black.
Okay.
You need to keep your voice up a little bit if you can.
Okay.
And at any point during that dinner, was this case discussed?
Not that I can recall of. I was so tired. And the children were there, and they're very active children. Mm-hmm. Lovely, but active.
And how long did the dinner last?
Oh, just over an hour. It was just eating and then going back into the hotel.
Did you also attend a meeting at the DA's office where a video was shown?
Yes.
I don't know why, but I keep picturing, every time they talk about this dinner, I keep picturing the dinner reunion scene in It, in the miniseries, the Chinese restaurant scene where all the weird stuff happens in their food. I don't know why. I keep picturing that scene.
Did I see a video?
And what video did you see?
A picture of furniture.
And was anything shown in the video other than the picture of the furniture?
It just went through Michael's home.
Okay. Was the body of Kathleen Peterson in the video?
No.
And were other people present with you watching the video?
Yes, Sherry and Tom were present, and Amy was present, and Margaret and Rosemary.
And as you were watching, what were you watching the video? What was the purpose of watching the video?
to see pieces of furniture that belonged to Liz, if I recognized any.
And while the video was going on, did you recognize any?
A few pieces, yes.
And did you express that during the video?
Mm-hmm.
And did other people recognize pieces?
Yes.
And did they express that during the video?
Yes.
And was Miss Black or Mr. Harden or anyone from the DA's office present?
Yes, Mr. Harden was present, and Miss Black also was present.
Okay. How long did? Well, let me ask you this: the meeting where the video was shown. Do you remember about what time that started? What time you went to the DA's office?
I think it was after court. It was about 3:00 in the afternoon that we came here.
And do you remember when it lasted until?
It lasted about 45 minutes, 30 minutes, 45 minutes.
Okay. And was anything accomplished at that meeting or discussed at that meeting other than the video?
No.
Was that the only meeting that you attended with either Ms. Black or Mr. Harden or
Yes.
anyone else of the DA's office with any other witnesses present?
Yes.
And following that meeting, did you have any conversations with any of the other witnesses about what you had seen in the video?
Oh, we talked about pieces of furniture and where they were in Liz's house, and if I remember this piece of furniture or so, just like this we speaking.
Okay. At any time between May of 2002 up to the present, have you talked with Amy Beth Berner about where blood was inside the Ratliff home?
No, it's something we don't like to recall. I know where the blood was, and I think she knows where the blood was.
So that's not something that you've ever talked about?
No.
With regard to whether they were the first people to come to the house as opposed to Mike and Patty, have you talked with them about that?
No, that's never been a discussion in my mind. Mike and Patty were the first people to come to the house.
And you've never sent any emails or had any communications with people talking about whether or not Amy Beth was wrong or right about her recollection?
I can't remember.
Are you aware that Amy Beth in an email indicated that she and Bruce were brought to the house by you?
I think it was in a newspaper article. I read that somewhere.
And that wasn't consistent with your recollection.
No.
And you're in contact with her frequently now.
Yes, we're in contact.
And did you ask her about that at all?
I don't remember. I don't specifically remember asking her about that.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Anything from the state? All right, you can come down.
Okay.
Place your left hand on the Bible, raise your right. Solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give the court to be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Please be seated.
Good morning, Ms. Berner.
Good morning.
My name is Tom Maher. We haven't met, but I represent Michael Peterson here. I want to ask you a few questions. When, to your memory, did you first have contact with either Margaret Blair or Barbara Malagnino from December of 2001 up to the present?
Margaret called me probably 2002. I'm not sure of the dates. I'm really not. Margaret was the first one to call.
Okay. And do you know whether that was spring, summer, or fall?
I believe it was spring. I was working at that time.
Okay, and when was, from that date kind of going back, when was the last time you'd had any contact with Margaret Blair?
Margaret and I don't believe we've ever spoken before that.
Okay, so this is the first time you ever heard from her. And was she calling in reference to the fact of this case, the Kathleen Peterson case? And,
Yes.
okay. And did you all talk about what your memories were of the events?
She asked me for names, numbers. Was I in contact with people that we knew at that time?
Okay, was that, for example, Barbara Malagnino's number or other?
Yes.
Did you have contact with Margaret Blair again by phone up until the start of this trial, which would have been May of this year?
Yes, but I didn't give her much information. She basically referred me to Detective Holland, and my information was given to him.
Okay. And during that same time period, from the time you spoke with Margaret Blair up until May of this year, what contact did you have with Barbara Malagnino?
Barbara called me shortly after they had located her. And she said, what kind of bloody mess have we gotten ourselves into? And at that point, I said something to the effect, well, we knew this was going to come back at some point. We knew it wasn't finished. And Barbara was very emotional and very upset. And basically, our conversation at that point was me trying to calm Barbara down.
When you say we knew this was going to come back at some point, what are you referring to?
Barbara and I, in the weeks following Liz's death, went over and over many of the details that didn't make sense. And so any information that I knew about the case that you're going to ask me now, Barbara and I talked about then. Nothing new has been spoken. And both Barbara and myself are people of conviction. And so whatever we believe then, we believe now. Nothing's changed. She's a Scot, and Scots are brave hearts, and she's not going to change, and I'm not going to change. We've disagreed about different things in life issues, but we hold our own opinions. We're not people that are swayed.
And when you say you spoke about this, it was the weeks following Ms. Ratliff's death. Were you talking about suspicions of Michael Peterson?
Absolutely.
And so your memory is Barbara expressed suspicions of Michael Peterson in 1985.
Yes.
Okay, and you expressed those as well?
Yes.
Other than to Barbara, who did you express those to?
My husband.
And let me ask you. Now, I think you mentioned that you had contact with Detective Holland.
Yes.
Okay, and you recall that and I'll show you this, I'm trying to trick you on a date, that in March of 2002, marked as 2/16.
Sure.
2/16 to see if you recall this being an email that you sent to Detective Holland. Looks to be in the date is March of 2002.
Yes.
And was this sent after Margaret Blair had called you?
Yes.
Okay. And had you actually spoken or communicated with Detective Holland before you sent this email?
Yes.
Do you recall? Tell me how you communicated with him before the email was sent.
He called me on my cell phone. I was working at the time. I asked if I could call him back. He asked me if I could put a statement down. I told him that I would. And I gave him, this was done very quickly and very rapidly, and I sent this off to him.
Okay. Since this statement has been sent, have you sent any other statements to Detective Holland or anyone associated with the prosecution?
I think I've sent short emails to him, yes.
But are they emails that contain information about your recollection of the events?
No,
Okay.
no.
Did you ever write out another statement about what happened that was provided to anybody?
No, because many of my memories have come through flashbacks.
Okay, and since writing this email, you've had your memory changed or improved, or
Yes, absolutely.
okay, and do you know when those flashbacks have happened?
They've been happening even up to the hotel room. I've been waking up in the middle of the night, 3 o'clock in the morning, having memories, having flashbacks. Yeah.
Okay. Exhibit 216, at the time you wrote it, did you put in all the significant facts that you could recall about what had happened?
Keyword significant? No.
Okay.
Everything that I knew at that time, yes. Flashbacks have been more significant.
Okay, I'm going to ask you that in a second, but at the time you wrote the email, did it contain the significant events that you could remember about the scene of Elizabeth Ratliff's death?
There are some significant facts in this email, but there are other significant facts that I've remembered since.
Okay, I'm just trying to find out whether there was any that you remembered at the time that weren't recorded, not things you've remembered since.
No, at the time that I wrote this, I wrote everything as best to my memory.
Okay, so any additional facts that you now have in mind have come to you since writing this email?
They have come through flashbacks.
Okay, and you can hold that there for a moment. You indicated that even back in 1986, you suspected Michael Peterson. Why was that?
Michael Peterson was the person on the scene. Liz had boots on her feet. Liz never wore boots on her feet when she went into her home. The doors in the house locked. You needed a key to get into the house. So whoever Liz let in the house that night, Liz knew. And there was no other way to get in the house. I checked the house that morning. I checked the doors. I checked entries to see if they had been broken into. That house was not broken into. I sent my husband outside to check the doors. And Michael had also said to me Michael and I were not enemies. Michael and I sat down and had dinner together. Michael and I entertained together. Michael had told me that he had been in the CIA at some point and had point blank murdered someone while he was in Vietnam. That concerned me. And then later on in I believe it was the summer of '84, I had, my husband and I had lost custody. We won custody of his 2 children, and then they weren't returned. And Michael came to me at that point, and he said that he had connections, and if I wanted to have her knocked off, he would do that. And I told Michael that wasn't the way that I would operate. I went to my husband at that point and told him what he had offered to do. And I can see that they find that comical, but that's what happened.
Okay,
I'm not a person that would make...
Hold on right there. Hold on. I mean, this is all very interesting, but I'm not quite sure what it has to do with the purpose of your hearing. You all are not making very much progress on the issue of an ethical violation or a violation of the defendant's criminal rights. Now, you are getting some criminal discovery, which I don't know whether you knew about or you didn't know about, and that's fine. But all this can be done if you want to put this in front of the jury. It can be done in front of the jury. As far as a legal issue that I need to decide based on what you and Mr. Rudolph have raised,
I understand that.
I'm not seeing very much out of any of these witnesses so far.
Well, let me explain. I wanted to find out what her memories were at a time prior to the trial so we could establish whether, in fact, things have changed since then. She's indicated that, in fact, her memory has changed since then through flashbacks.
Okay, well, she can tell you if her memory is changing and why it's changed.
Well,
She's told you about her heritage and some of the other witnesses' heritage, and I don't think she's going to tell you why it changed, but you may have an argument based on something else that you have.
Through some communications, at least established that she's had certain communications about certain subjects during this time period.
If this is going to be fruitful, I'm willing to take it up. But, we got a jury downstairs and they're ready to go. And you all have given me an estimation as to how much time this is going to take. And if you're making substantial progress, let's deal with it. I haven't heard anything to support the defendant's contention at this particular time.
Well, Your Honor, what I would plan on doing, quite frankly, and I haven't been aware until now that she has additional memories that have never been provided to us.
People have memories.
I understand that, but we have been provided by the state.
But every one of their memories is not a violation of an ethical law or the defendant's constitutional rights. So.
And I wasn't suggesting that they were, but
y'all have suggested that they were. That's why we're having the hearing.
Well, no, and I'm not suggesting that simply having changed memories necessarily violates anyone's rights, but I want to establish on the record that there have been communications during this time period, which is what we're talking about.
Yeah,
and I'll do that.
So let's get to that instead of
let me hand you
recollections of murders committed by the defendant.
Marked as Exhibit 217, and ask you to take a look through that. Have you seen these documents before?
No.
Okay. I asked you whether, in looking through them, they appear to be emails between yourself and Margaret Blair.
That's okay.
Okay, so these are emails back and forth between you and Margaret Blair. And the first one is dated May 11th, and they go up to, by my count, up to about July 7th of this year. And you have to answer out loud. For the
Yes.
And the emails concern the ongoing proceedings here and the relationship of Miss Ratliff's death to those proceedings?
Yes.
Okay, and they include, for example, newspaper articles that contain information?
Yes.
Okay, and some of those had to do with Miss Ratliff's death and what Barbara Malagnino may have said about that death, or other people were saying about the exhumation and things of that nature?
It may have. It doesn't mean that I automatically read my emails. A lot of the emails came and I deleted them, so it does. Even though I may have gotten them, I didn't always read them. I'm a busy person, and so they were sometimes deleted. So even though they may have come to my email address, I can't honestly tell you that I've read all of those.
Okay. But ones, for example, in which you send a reply would suggest that you had read them.
That would probably.
And
what they're doing now is the woman that lived next door apparently made a statement, a written statement in German, that the night that Liz died, she saw Michael Peterson running away from the house. She's not available to come to the trial. Apparently, she had surgery. She had a lump in her chest, and the lump was removed. They got a letter in German from a general practitioner saying that she has a chronic illness and would not be available to travel to come to trial for an undetermined period of time. And the prosecution wants her statement to come in, and they're saying that because she's unavailable, it should be allowed in. But then they can't cross-examine her. My big question, if I was an attorney, I would want to ask her, why didn't you tell the police that night that you saw him running away? But all these people now are saying, oh, I believe that Michael Peterson did something to her. Now they're saying that. At the time, they didn't say squat. So they're talking to these people outside the presence of the jury to figure. So they don't want the defense does not want these people to testify. The prosecution wants them to testify because they want to put a pattern in front of the jury that Michael Peterson killed Liz Ratliff. So that's what's going on now. That's why they can say in front of the jury, I think Michael Peterson killed her, because they are not allowed to say that in front of the jury. So we're going to be seeing these people twice too, because this is outside the presence of the jury. And, you know, my thoughts on Michael Peterson is that he's an a-hole. He's a narcissist. He thinks the world revolves around him. He ran for mayor of Durham, North Carolina. When he ran for mayor, he told everybody he'd been injured in the war. He was injured in the service when his Jeep. I can see clearly now the rain is gone. He was injured in a Jeep accident. I don't know where it was, but it wasn't during the war. It wasn't like his Jeep hit an IED or anything. It was just a Jeep accident. But when he ran for mayor, he told everybody that he was injured in the war. He wasn't injured in the war. So, you know, this CIA, he's killed somebody crap is probably some made up BS he said to scare her or to make her think he's a big shot or something. I don't believe anything he says. And you know what? I've always heard if somebody tells you that they're in the CIA, they're not. I've always heard that because they're not allowed to tell you that.
I think you may have stopped at one of them here and then looked over at your statement. There's a email in here in which on the April 15th, I think, where you were both sent an article, but also Margaret Blair asked you to give another statement to Detective Holland.
Right. No other statement was given at that time.
It was one ever, because
No, this is it.
Okay.
What you see is what you got.
There was also a request that your husband give a statement. To your knowledge, did he give a statement in response to that request?
No.
Okay. Now, you indicated that you had, I think you said flashbacks up to the present. Do you keep any record of when you have a flashback of when you remembered it and what it was that you remembered?
I have some personal journals that I may have jotted a few words down since I've gotten here.
And when you say since you've gotten here to North Carolina, okay, would those be for things that you've remembered since you've gotten to North Carolina?
I believe I wrote some of them. Some of them I have not written. I'm a therapist and I know confidentiality, and sometimes it's best that you keep things in your head and not on paper.
Prior to coming to North Carolina, had you had flashbacks that under which you remember new significant facts about these events?
Could you say that again?
Yeah, you indicated you made some notes since you've come to North Carolina. My question is, have you had flashbacks prior to coming to North Carolina?
Yes.
And did you make notes of those?
No, I don't believe I did.
Okay, and why is it, you said you're a therapist, you're not a therapist for yourself?
No.
Okay, so explain to me why you would not want to make a record of when you remembered something and what it is you remembered.
Because some of those things are personal and those are my private thoughts, and I don't always write down everything that I think. I've been trained that way. You don't write everything that you think.
Okay, what about facts that you remember?
No one told me that I had to write down all the facts that I remembered.
And I guess my question is, would there be a reason to not make a record of when you remember a new fact, what you remembered, and when you remembered it?
I was never instructed to write down all my flashbacks.
Okay, now have you, these flashbacks that you've described, have you provided information about them to either Detective Holland or Mr. Harden or Ms. Black? Or anyone else for the state?
Some of them know, some.
Oh my God, I hate gaslighters. Nobody told you to write them down. You were the one that volunteered. You were writing things down. And now you're flipping it and saying, well, nobody told me to write it down. Yeah, we know nobody told you to write it down. You're the one that said you were writing it down. Ugh. I can't stand it when people do that. Ugh. And you're a therapist? I'm glad you're not my therapist. You're crazy.
Some of my flashbacks, not all of my flashbacks have been spoken.
Okay, and have some of your flashbacks been sparked by being here and seeing people you knew or talking with people you knew back in Germany in 1985?
It's hard to say what has triggered the flashbacks. Sometimes it's seeing faces of people that I haven't seen for many years. Sometimes it's, seeing faces of people that I know.
Is it also, for example, did you attend a dinner with a number of people who, the Appel Schumachers and Barbara Malagnino and Miss Black, about a week ago or so?
We were at a dinner with Freda's little girls. We were not discussing the case with those little girls present.
Okay, did you also
I bet you money she would use the word trigger if it was in vogue back then, but we didn't use the word trigger that much in 2003.
attend a meeting when a video was shown of various pieces of furniture and things in Mr. Peterson's home?
Yes, I was present, and there were flashbacks as I watched that.
Okay, and were other people saying, oh, I remember this?
Legal Bites, when I was modding for her, when they moved, whatever it's called in the service, they don't call it moving, they call it something else. Anyway, when they moved, she wouldn't tell us where she was. If I sent her something, I had to send it to her parents, and then her parents would send it on to them. So I don't know how, I guess they were allowed to tell her parents. I don't know. Anyway, when they moved, I said, well, now since you're moving, can we at least know where you were? And she said, no, I can't even tell you where we were. And I was like, oh, okay. Yeah. Like, oh my God. But yeah, we didn't know where she was, where she'd been, where she was going. Her husband could never be shown on her live streams, which is why, and she's not live streaming anymore because she had kids. Well, I think she's pregnant again now because she had little kids. So she doesn't do live streams anymore because she doesn't want to show the kids. Like, everything's classified. We sometimes heard her husband's voice. She tried to always mute whenever he talked, but we would occasionally hear his voice. But I'm talking like, and she called him Mr. Bites. We don't know his name. Like, it was classified. It was crazy. Like, we had no idea. We just knew she was overseas somewhere. We had no idea where she was. Yeah, they don't tell you anything at all. So, no, I don't believe he was in the CIA. I believe he could have killed someone, but I don't believe he was in the CIA.
This item, or I remember that item while you were there?
Some people were able to identify certain items that were present in Mr. Peterson's home. That's correct.
Did you have discussions with people about what you remembered and what they remembered about those items?
We were able to say, yes, I remember that. No, I don't remember that.
And did this experience help trigger some flashbacks?
Not really. Items, seeing a rug or seeing a tapestry were not memories for me. It was more the people, seeing the people.
I thought you indicated that the video created some flashbacks. I'm trying to figure out what it was about that experience.
Well, just being in the room with all those people again, I mean, this is a very difficult thing to do, and to be with Tom and to be with Sherry and to listen to them brings flashbacks later. It doesn't necessarily come at that point. The items themselves have nothing to do with the flashbacks. I don't remember any of those items as far as triggers. But the people, just being with all these people again and having to listen to all this stuff again.
When you say listen to all, what have you been listening to?
Listening to people's tones and their voice, their stress. They don't like being here. This is stressful.
And the people you're talking about are the other witnesses.
Mm-hmm. Right. It's not the details. Nobody wants to talk about this stuff. Everybody has their own memories. It's just listening and watching the stress on their faces, knowing that they had to come here, knowing that they had to answer questions that were uncomfortable. This is stressful.
One moment, Your Honor. I have no further questions. I would offer for the court's consideration both of the exhibits that were identified.
Wah. What do you think those two girls in the front seat of that courtroom are going through right now? If anybody's under stress, it's them. They have to go through hearing about how their biological mom died and how their stepmother died, who they consider their mom, and how their adopted father killed her. If anybody's under stress, it's those two young women sitting in the front row of that courtroom. Those are the only two people I feel sorry for in this whole scenario, are those two girls.
All right. So, any questions from the state? I take that as a no. Motion. You can come down. Is there any other evidence to be presented?
No other evidence.
Any argument on either side?
Yes, Your Honor. Oh, wait. If I may, I think the two exhibits are up here. We have no problem with Ms. Murder testifying to what she had indicated in her initial statement to Investigator Holland. But it's clear that she has had a number of what she describes as flashbacks, which have been prompted by, among other things, communications during this time period. I'm going to hand up Exhibit 217 and ask to be.
Okay, and even if that's true, the reason it shouldn't be allowed is what?
Well, because of what? Not our understanding. My understanding of the order was not simply that they shouldn't watch court TV, but that they shouldn't be communicating with each other about the substance of their testimony. And what you'll see in there is Margaret Blair, for example, sending newspaper articles during the trial about what Barbara Malagnino, for example, had described at the scene. It is that kind of sharing of information during the trial, which has caused exactly the problem we now have, which is a witness who says, well, because I've been exposed to all this, I now have all these new memories, which aren't even, there's no real record of, so we can't kind of segregate out what caused a given new memory and what didn't.
What about any ethical violation by the state which you either explicitly raised before or at least impliedly raised?
Well, I don't know whether it's an ethical violation or simply a violation of what we understood the sequestration order, but a bunch of witnesses were put together in a room where they all, during the trial, where they were all shown a piece of evidence and then as a group talked about what they remembered. There would be nothing wrong with each witness being shown video or picture and saying, can you tell us what items in this you remember as belonging to Elizabeth Ratliff? We believe that it would violate a witness sequestration order to take them all together and say, express in front of each other what you remember. And it does happen.
The violation of the defendant's constitutional rights comes from where?
I think it's a violation of the court's order. And then in a situation where we're talking about evidence of a prior alleged murder that happened 18 years ago, in which when we argued for the exclusion of that, pointed out that due process requires that a defendant only be convicted based on the charges he's actually charged with.
Yeah, I know, but the North Carolina law is different from that. I understand that that's what you want to argue.
Well, I think the Constitution applies to North Carolina as well as any other state.
Well, the Constitution, federal cases allow it also.
But there comes a time in which the danger that a jury will convict the person for the wrong reason.
See what this has to do with that constitutional issue. That's a 404B issue that the court has decided.
Well, I understand that. But the reason I'm raising this is that when you're dealing with memories from 18 years ago, it's hard enough for a defendant to have a fair trial with allegations of a prior murder. When then witnesses are put together and memories refreshed, so that the jury doesn't really have the ability to independently assess what their real memories are. That compounds the problem we have with dealing with these.
The jury can assess, the witness can tell you what her real memories are. You were going to contend it with something else. The witness can tell the jury just like she told me what her memories are. You can contend to the jury that her memory has been affected by the state or by Art Holland or by whatever, and then it becomes just it's a jury issue.
Well,
it's not a constitutional law issue, that's a jury issue.
But we would respectfully suggest that we shouldn't ever be put in a position of having to undo this type of change in memories. And so for the record, we're asking that she not be allowed, Amy Beth Berner not be allowed to go beyond what she initially indicated in her statement to Detective Holland, and the same for Barbara Malagnino, who had also given a statement and then had later conversations. And that's all I have to say on that issue. I'd like to raise another issue depending upon Your Honor's ruling on that.
All right. Well, as to any of the witnesses who testified today, the court finds no ethical violation by the prosecutor, no violation of the defendant's constitutional rights or state rights, and no substantial violation of the court order. As I indicated, I'm not sure your version of what the court order is what the court order actually was. But even if it was, I don't find a substantial violation of the court's order. I take it everybody understands at this point what the court's sequestration order means. Yes, sir. You had another argument.
Briefs, I think.
Yes.
And then upon select.
You solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give the court and the jury in the case now being heard to be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Please be seated.
Sir, for the record, please state your name.
Stephen Lyons.
Currently, how are you employed?
I'm currently employed by a contractor at the Pentagon.
In 1985, how were you employed?
I was a special agent, United States Army Criminal Investigation Command.
With respect to your responsibilities as a special agent with the U.S. Army.
Okay, we're back in front of the jury. After this, we have Barbara Malagnino again in front of the jury. If we get there, what time is it? 2:39. This is an hour. Yeah, we should get back to Barbara.
Army, will you take just a moment, please, and describe to the jury what your experience and training and background was as it related to that particular field?
I entered the CID command in April of 1981 after an approximate 5-year period as military police with the Army. And served at 4 different locations as a CID agent.
And what do CID agents do precisely?
CID agents investigate felony crimes against the Army CID that is, against the Army or where the Army may have an interest.
All right. And if I cut you off, would you go ahead and please describe what your experience has been as it relates to that field? I think you said you had 4 different assignments.
4 different assignments. They varied in specific duties, but my experience lies mostly with general crimes. In general, we answered calls to every complaint that was made that fell in our purview. So, I mean, to be specific, it could be larcenies, violent crimes, persons crime, anything.
Yeah, I think you said you began working with CID in 1981.
That's correct.
And if you would please, at that point, did you actually begin working as a CID agent, or was there some training period?
There was a 12-month, 4 months of CID basic course is required, and upon graduation from the basic course, you move on to your first assignment. At the time, they referred to it as a probationary period where you received monthly evaluations for 12 months. And then upon selection, you were awarded you became a true agent, I guess you'd say. Now they refer to that now as an apprenticeship period, but here's 12 months, 4 months of school, 12 months of apprenticeship, if you will.
All right, and so that would have taken you through about 82 or so?
That would have taken me through August of 82.
Okay, and where were you stationed after you completed your probationary period in training with CID?
My first assignment, the probationary period, was in Pyeongtaek, Korea, known as Camp Humphreys. After that period, I went to Columbus, Ohio. We had a small branch office there that covered the state of Ohio and several counties in West Virginia.
And what types of crimes did you investigate while you were with CID in Ohio?
The majority of our work was answering requests for assistance from other CID offices around the world. If people there that needed interviewed, property needed recovered, or things of that nature. There had been death investigations that we worked with the local, depending on which jurisdiction we were in, but the local police. Drug investigations, larcenies, just the full gamut of felony crimes. It didn't matter exactly what it was. Whatever they requested, we did for them.
All right. Did you actually individually at that point investigate any homicide cases?
Not in Ohio, no.
Okay. Now, how long were you actually stationed at the Ohio duty?
Arrived in I'm not sure, August of 1982 I arrived there. I left in April of 1985.
Once you completed that assignment, where were you then stationed?
I was assigned to the Darmstadt Resident Agency in Germany, and my tour there was from April 1985 to October 1991.
Okay. Now, with respect to your assignment in Germany, did you have the occasion to have a call involving a military person known to you as Elizabeth Rattler?
Well, not known as a military person, but the name, yes, Elizabeth Rattler.
Well, she was associated with the Department of Defense through the Dodge schooling system, wasn't she?
That's correct.
And you were aware of that?
Yes, I am.
If you would, please, let me specifically ask you if you had occasion to become involved in that case in November of 1985.
Yes, I did.
If you would, please describe to the jury, before we actually get into the actual facts, what your assignment was in Germany at that time with CID.
At that time, I was a general crimes agent, meaning that I investigated everything that was reported that fell in our purview of investigate jurisdiction. And all felony. I don't know exactly. If you asked me specific, I can tell you. Anything that was reported that fell within our purview, I investigated. I did investigate rapes or other sexual crimes, larcenies, unattended deaths, and in one case, in one case of homicide.
Okay, one case of homicide up to the point where you were stationed in Germany and specifically in relation to November of 1985?
Yes, during that time frame, yes.
Okay. Now, if you would please describe to the jury what the arrangement was with the German authorities in relation to the United States Army or the other military facilities there as it relates to incidents or investigations that needed to be conducted off of the military installation.
incident occurred off of a military installation and did not involve a military person, an active duty military person, then the jurisdiction and authority for investigation was for the German police. In the event that there is an American involved, however, not necessarily active duty military or directly involved with the military, we will assist, we meaning CID would assist the German police in identifying people or interviewing people if requested, and otherwise providing them any assistance that they request.
With respect to that scenario, would it have been CID's position that that was CID's investigation or the German authorities' investigation?
Elizabeth Ratliff.
Yes.
It was German authority, German jurisdiction. It was off post. It met the criteria for the Germans to retain that investigation or that incident. It was off post, and Elizabeth Ratliff was not a active duty military person.
Okay, but at least CID had some interest because she was employed with the Dodge system.
There was some interest. Specifically, I responded because I was requested to.
Okay.
Well, a call came from somewhere, and I responded to that call. The report. The interest for us to report would be to advise the Department of Defense in some way, shape, or form that one of their employees was deceased, and it would lead off from any reports of missing persons or anything of that nature. It was just something that we would report to like in this case, the Air Force.
Okay. Now, specifically on November the 25th of 1985, you became involved with the incident involving Elizabeth Ratliff. Is that right?
That's correct.
If you would please go ahead and describe to the jury exactly how that occurred and what you did once you were notified of her death.
I'm not certain as to how the exact notification came to me, but under normal conditions, the military police desk would notify the duty CID agent, myself, of a death investigation or an incident of any kind, for that matter. In this case, that there was a Department of Defense civilian deceased in off-post quarters in Grafenhausen, and I responded out there to see what I could do to help. I mean, German police were there, so I didn't have, too much to do with it other than to assist them.
Right. Go ahead and describe what you do recall when you got to the location of her home.
Okay. When I arrived, somewhere in what I believe to be around noon or shortly thereafter, I had an interpreter with me. But we approached the house, and as we were walking in the house, there was a lot of people, or many people, seemingly many people, too many for a scene of that type. I walked through the door, and off to the left at the stairway, I observed what I was told was a female, adult female.
And before you describe that, you would indicate there were several people in the area of that scene. Do you recall specifically categories of those people?
Categories. When I arrived, there was German police on the scene. What I believe the military police were already on the scene, which, if you will, probably was my notification from those military police that were already there.
Okay.
There were other civilian personnel in the house at different parts of the house, I should say. I can't pinpoint who was where specifically, but German police, military police. I do not recall seeing medical personnel there at that time.
All right. And go ahead and, if you would, please describe what you saw as you entered the residence.
After I entered the residence, I looked, well, apparently Mrs. Ratliff was pointed out to me, and I observed a lady laying at the bottom of the stairs. It appeared to me that she was on her stomach, more so on her stomach than on her side, but possibly facing the wall. Mm-hmm. I noticed that what I thought was one of her feet was on the stairway itself. The rest of her was on the landing. I did see a pool of blood, and around the head area, I was not able to see what Mrs. Ratliff looked like. She was partially covered with something.
At any point, did you examine her body in any way?
No, I did not.
Did you actually lift up the covering and view her?
No, I did not.
Okay. Once you made the observations that you just described, what did you do and what did you see?
Well, while there, and I'm not certain as the exact order of things, while there I had identified some of the people that were there, which I was basically taking names. I didn't conduct any formal interviews or anything of that nature. I was just trying to collect names of all the individuals that I could that were on the scene. Mm-hmm. And at one point, I did walk up the staircase, and I was just looking for anything that would lead me to believe that anything was different about what the German police had already informed me concerning the cause and manner of death.
And what did they tell you?
I was informed by German police, or that's who was there, German police, that the cause and manner of death was a cerebral hemorrhage or something that would lead me to believe something happened in the brain, and she fell down the steps, and there was a natural cause or an accidental type thing.
Once you went up the stairs, did you see any blood on the stairs that you can recall?
I do not recall, and I did not see any blood on the stairs.
Do you recall seeing any blood on the walls coming down the stairway?
No, I did not.
Do you recall seeing any blood in any other locations other than right around Miss Ratliff's body?
I did not see any blood other than at the landing.
Okay. Now, you say that you went up did you go all the way to the top of the stairs?
No, I didn't. About halfway up.
Do you recall approximately how many stairs were in that stairway?
I don't know. But if I may, I would have gone up probably 5 or 6 stairs.
Okay. Now, once you made those observations, I think you'd indicated at some point you were trying to gather names. You didn't conduct formal interviews?
That's correct.
So you didn't take any written statements?
I did not take any statements.
Do you recall taking any photographs of that scene?
Under normal circumstances, we would. I cannot recall taking them at that time. I do not know.
Now, with respect to other information about Ms. Ratliff in particular, do you recall receiving that from anyone?
I'm sorry?
With respect to Ms. Ratliff in particular, do you recall receiving any information about her situation or her circumstances from any person there?
During conversations or while I was...
I have no objection to yes or no answer to that. Depending on where we go from that, I may or may not have an objection.
Ms. Harvey, can he answer the question?
Is that yes or no? Do you recall receiving specific information about Liz Ratliff's situation?
Yes, I did.
What was the nature of that communication?
Your Honor, I'd object if we could approach. I think unless he can identify who this was.
If he can tell us who it came from, we may avoid the hearing.
although I don't.
Can you identify the person that gave you that information either physically or by name?
No, I cannot.
Can you generally describe the circumstances under which you received the information?
I received the information through talking with various people and identifying who they were and to what relationship they were and what their purpose for being there was.
Okay. Was there any single person there that seemed to provide more information to you than others?
He can answer that question. He can answer that question.
Do you understand, Mr. Moore?
Yes. There was one person that seemingly was providing most of the information.
And how was that person going about that process?
Objection.
Well, I think we'll get to who that person was if he knows, Mr. Did you know who that person is he's talking about? Or was he talking about the same person? Or different person?
I believe he is, Your Honor.
Would you come up here? Approach the Mr.
Yes, sir.
All right, Mr. Deputy, we're going to have to hold a hearing outside the presence of the juries. All right, let me understand the parameters of our hearing here. What is it you intend to elicit from this witness, and of what relevance is it to the jury?
Your Honor, I think he's going to describe information that he received about Ms. Ratliff having been out the evening before with friends or coworkers, that she came home around 11 p.m. with one of those persons, that about 7:30 the following morning, the babysitter came back to the home with the children, that Ms. Ratliff had expressed that she had a series of severe headaches through a single person, and that this particular person was trying to dominate the conversations with respect to the other potential witnesses that at least were talked to in a cursory fashion. I believe that I don't think that he can identify Mr. Peterson by name because he's not seen Mr. Peterson, to my knowledge, in 18 years. I don't know whether he's going to be able to identify him in this courtroom. I doubt not. However, based on what other witnesses have said, this information would in essence corroborate what, in particular, Ms. Schumacher said about Mr. Peterson taking control of the situation and providing information to CID. So to the extent that this information corroborates her, we believe it would be relevant. And depending upon whether he can specifically identify Mr. Peterson in this courtroom, it would be relevant and probative for that additional reason as well.
So what?
I take it you have given the defense notice of the contents of.
Yes, sir. They've been provided this statement. Yes, sir.
All right, Mr. Maher.
Yeah, we received, I think, in fact, Mr. Rudolph may have notified you during the trial, and we received a statement or letter written by Mr. Lyons that reports that people that he can't identify made these various statements. They would only be, and I think he just testified that this came from various people, not from one person. The information itself, of course, would be hearsay.
Well, I wasn't trying to prevent you from asking him the questions. I just wanted to make sure I understood what the.
Yeah, I think the parameters have been correctly set forth.
Okay.
And I don't know if as proponent of the evidence, whether Mr. Harden has any questions, and I would.
Yeah, did you intend to ask him?
I was going to ask him.
All right.
Sure, the questions. Mr. Lyons, do you have your statement up there with you? Your Honor, for the purpose of this hearing.
182.
May I approach the witness? Yes, sir. And have him identify what he marked his face to do with 182. You recognize that, sir?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
It's my statement that I wrote.
With respect, you need to speak up.
I'm sorry. I recognize the statement as the statement that I provided you.
If you will look on page 2, first full paragraph where it begins, the evening prior to her death.
Yes.
With respect to each of those sentences, would you read those, and if you recall, from whom you received the information?
So we read it out loud?
Yes, please.
The evening prior to her death, Ratliff had been out to dinner or other engagement with friends and or coworkers.
Do you recall receiving that from one particular person or?
No. All this information is from, first of all, it is a summary of everything that I was able to determine while there. And it included German police, included the military police that were there, included others, civilians that were at the house. And I say it was a conglomeration of everything. I mean, all the information I could gather, that's just a brief summary.
All right. Let me have you come down a little bit though into the statement where it begins, the male witness voiced his belief. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
The male witness voiced his belief that Ratliff may have walked up the stairs, blacked out at the top of the stairs, and fallen down them as a result. Was that a particular person, or am I misunderstanding this statement?
That was a particular person.
Do you recognize that person in this courtroom?
No, I don't.
Do you recall that person's name?
No, I don't.
The next sentence says the male witness. Again, was it the same person that had previously
That would be the same person, correct?
Okay. The male witness seemingly wanted to dominate the interviews and interject the correct, in quotations, information. Same person.
Same person.
I asked about Ratliff's consumption of alcohol while out during the evening prior to which a witness related she may have had a glass of champagne or wine. Was that same person?
I don't know.
But with respect to those two other sentences, it was the same person?
It was the same person.
But you can't identify anybody in this courtroom?
No, I cannot, sir.
Okay. Let me go up a little bit higher in the statement where it says one male witness, name of whom I do not recall, but believed to be a next door neighbor, related to me that a few days prior to her death, Ratliff complained or otherwise made mention that she had been having severe headaches. Was that the same male witness?
That's the same male witness.
All right. Your Honor, I have no other questions.
Mr. Maher?
Yes. Good afternoon. My name is Tom Maher. I take it from having looked at your statement that the reports you would have written at the time have all been destroyed?
That's correct, sir.
Okay. And so you have no notes or reports back from 1985 about who you spoke to or what they said?
That's correct, sir.
And how are you able to remember any of this information at this point other than just exploring your own memories? And that's a bad question, let me know.
Other than exploring my own memories.
In other words, were there any documents you've looked at? Have you looked at German police reports? Have you looked at any documentation?
There was a document that was provided to me by the Durham Police Department. It was a military message that I think was dated November, October, November or something. November would be November 1985. From the Office of Special Investigations there at Rhine Mine. Now, I don't recall to whom that was addressed, but it referred to my name, and that's basically how I was contacted by or found out to be, and then contacted by the Durham Police Department.
Okay. And let me, just so we can be clear on this, let me show you what I'm marking as Exhibit 218. Let me hand you a mark on Exhibit 218 and ask you to take a look at it and see if this is the document that you referred
It appears to be, sir.
to. Okay, and this document doesn't contain the details that you've described the various people as providing to you at the scene.
No, it does not.
So to your knowledge, there's no document that still exists that actually identifies who provided you with what information.
That's correct.
Okay. Now, you indicated that some male told you that they thought Ms. Peterson might have fallen backwards, Ms. Ratliff rather, had fallen backwards down the stairs.
That was an indication, yes.
Okay. Did I hear you say also that the German police had expressed that view to you?
That's where the majority of the information came from initially, that that's what they thought, based on that's what they thought had occurred. Through talking with the other people in the house, it could have occurred that way, and there was nothing to lead us to otherwise.
Okay. Do you know, for example, the male that you recall saying something about the possibility of her falling backwards down the stairs, whether he had gotten that from the other police who were already there, military police and the German police?
Well, I have no idea.
Okay, so as far as you know, he may have simply been repeating to you what other people had already been saying?
Could have been, sir.
Okay. Now, when you say this person was trying to dominate, was there a particular subject they were trying to dominate on? Can you tell me what you mean by that?
Dominate might be a harsh word, or a stronger, too strong of a word. What I was referring to when I meant that, or wrote that, was that I was walking around trying to write people's names down, get them what relationship they had to the case, why they were there, how did they know Mrs. Ratliff, and just gather what basic information I could get in case the German police needed that information at a later time. When some of the people, somebody was talking, I was interviewing or briefly interviewing another person, and this male stepped in, and whatever we were talking about at the time, this male witness interrupted that person and started talking to me, and I just asked him to stop for a moment and let this person finish what they were saying, and then we talked again. That's what I meant by that.
And did he in fact stop at that point?
Yes, he did.
Okay, so he didn't prevent you from interviewing whoever you were speaking to?
No, he did not.
And can you now remember whatever topic it was you were speaking to the other person at that time?
I don't know specifically what it was. It was just basically what they were doing there, if they knew anything or could tell me anything about the incident.
Okay. Was there any concern when you were there about the removal of Ms. Ratliff's body? Do you remember anybody expressing to you frustration or concern about whether her body was going to be removed?
I don't recall that. I do recall, I was there, and I can tell you that it seems odd that the German police didn't arrange for the German authority, medical, mortuary people, or whichever, to remove Mrs. Ratliff. And I remember being there when the mortuary van showed up, but I do not know which mortuary group it was, whether it was American or German. I'm guessing that it was American now that I think about it.
And you know when that happened in relation to when you arrived?
I will take full responsibility.
I was just trying to see what's there.
For allowing the defendant to conduct criminal depositions, which our law does not allow. But I'm trying to see what this has to do with whether he knew who the speaker was, which is the reason we were having a
and I was going to see if that relates to the male and any attempted domination. I mean, that was because we had prior testimony that people were upset about that and asking for something to be done about that, and trying to determine whether there was a relationship between them.
I know you're very good at explaining to the court why you're asking a particular question, but my point is, at some point, let's get back to why we're having a voir dire. Go ahead, ask your question.
Well, the question had, how long after you arrived did the van arrive?
I'm not certain. It could have been a couple hours.
And I guess then, this information you've talked about getting from various people, did you gather that over the course of several hours?
I gathered over the course of the time I was there, and I would say I was there a couple hours.
I have no further questions, John.
Any questions from the state? All right, do you want to be heard at all? Either counsel, doesn't matter who goes first.
Well, yes, sir. I mean, even though Mr. Lyons cannot specifically identify the single male that provided him information in these several sentences, I do believe that he is specific enough to identify.
I mean, does he have to? Does he have to identify?
Well, I don't think so.
It depends on what the state uses it for.
Well, I'm using it to corroborate what other witnesses have said, and to the extent that he can identify that person, he does.
That's not what I mean. You've indicated at the bench, I believe, that you intend to argue probably in your closing statement that the person he's talking about is a defendant.
Yes, sir, I do.
And the rule is what? It's not that he has to know, or that you have to know who the person is beyond a reasonable doubt. I think the state can argue reasonable inferences. Is it not a reasonable inference that he was talking about the defendant?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Maher thinks not, with good reason, but isn't that all he has to do is raise a reasonable inference about the evidence?
Well, I guess one could get to an extended academic discussion, but the court obviously has to decide whether there's a sufficient foundation for the jury to.
I wouldn't call these extended academic discussions.
I wasn't going to get into them. And I would think that we would need more than memories 18 years later that some unidentified male out of a group of males has provided information, but for that to be sufficient.
You know, because Mr. Hard has said it, and you know the only reason he wants this information is so he can argue that the person this witness is talking about is the defendant. But can't the state argue it's a reasonable inference? Isn't that a reasonable inference from the information he has?
I would suggest not, given the number of people there, and we obviously, Your Honor may disagree with it, but I would argue not. In addition, of course, that without a sufficient foundation, none of these statements would come in under any hearsay exception for it being the defendant. The other thing, and this may be correctable, but testimony that some unidentified person, even if there's an inference that Mr. Peterson was trying to dominate the conversation, would be improper. The witness himself now says that's too strong a word and described what really happened.
All right.
Assuming that there's a sufficient foundation as to who that is, which we would object to, then the proper way to introduce that is just to describe the facts as opposed to putting that characterization.
Yeah, I agree with that. But I think the evidence raises a reasonable inference that the state could argue in its closing argument that the person he's referring to is the defendant. I think the comments are specifically enough to come into evidence and objections overruled, but
we would just ask for a continuing objection to this specific information.
Yes, Mr. Harden, I think you're intelligent enough to realize that his language, he says now, may have been hard, so you have to make whatever adjustment in your discussions with him in front of the jury as to what that male was attempting to do.
Yes, sir.
All right, let's go. All right, further questions?
Yes, sir. Mr. Lyons, I think you indicated that you had received some general information about the situation from German authorities. Is that right?
That's correct.
And also from civilian witnesses as well.
That's correct.
With respect to a single individual male, did you receive particular information from that person?
Well, basically the information was the same. I mean, but in a large group like that, I mean, I couldn't identify specifically what information came from what individual or group of individuals. It all came together to be what I presented to you.
Okay. And with respect to what is marked as State's Exhibit 182, what is that? Please identify that for the jury.
It is a statement that I prepared. On the 29th of May, 2003. I prepared it specifically for your office.
And I'm looking on page 2 at the first full paragraph of your statement. And about the middle of the statement, where it begins, one male witness.
Yes, sir.
With respect to the next three sentences, is that information that you received from one person that you recall?
Yes, the male witness.
If you would please describe the circumstances under which that male witness described what was contained in those several sentences in your statement, and describe the nature of the information.
I think you ought to give him some direction, Mr. Hunt, so
I'm sorry.
he'll know specifically what you're talking about.
Read to yourself, if you would please, the 1, 2, 3 sentences that follow that entry in your statement.
Okay. Now I understand, sir.
Okay, all right.
In this particular instance, the male witness related to me that for a few days prior or some time prior, but I think specific a few days, that Mrs. Ratliff had been complaining of headaches. And it was his belief, as was probably German police's belief and things of that nature, that Mrs. Ratliff had gone to the top of the stairs, had some medical reason to either black out or otherwise pass out or something, fall down the steps, thus causing her demise, basically.
All right. Now, with respect to that person, did you glean enough information so that you had some indicator of who he was in relation to the Ratliffs?
I was thinking that he was a neighbor, and I had no other idea who he was. I mean, at this point in time, I do not know who he was. I'm thinking he was a neighbor.
All right. Now, with respect to information and conversations that you had with others, how did he relate to you specifically?
As a person?
Yes.
At one point, the male witness, I was talking with at least one other witness at the time of this particular incident, if I may, interjected or interrupted the person that I was talking to, the topic of which I don't know exactly what the topic was, but interrupted me, and I asked that male witness to wait and till this person had finished talking, and then I would get back to him to talk with him again.
Okay. Do you recognize that person in the courtroom?
No, I do not, sir.
Do you recall that person's name?
No, I do not, sir.
Do you recall any of the names of any of the persons that you talked with on November the 25th of 1985 with respect to Liz Ratliff's circumstances?
No, I do not.
Do you recall making notes of the names of persons that were present?
Yes, I do.
Do you have any idea where those notes or any reports that you would have prepared are located at this time?
No, they would have been destroyed.
And why would that have happened?
CID procedure. It was a non-formal criminal investigation, what we would refer to as a criminal investigation. And it was listed as an inquiry. Those files would have been maintained for 3 calendar years after the incident, destroyed in January 1989 would be my best guess.
Have you looked or communicated with any repository trying to locate those records?
Yes, I did. I coordinated, now, I don't have any names of persons, of course, but I coordinated with Headquarters CID Command, who in turn went to the Crime Records Center, which is also run by CID, looking for the name Elizabeth Ratliff in the files. I had nothing else to work with. I'm not a social, not a date of birth or anything. And I had a time frame of the incident. And they failed to find anything, which then I realized that it wasn't our investigation to begin with, so they would not have record of that at that level. That would have been a local, it would have been held in the files of the Darmstadt resident agency in Darmstadt, Germany.
All right, now, kind of going back to that same questionnaire, would it be your opinion that it essentially wasn't your investigation, it was the German authorities?
That's correct. It was German authorities.
And with respect to that, would you have done any more than you did in this investigation?
If I had seen anything that looked extraordinary to me or out of place from what was initially related to me, I probably would have gone to the German police with that, with my thoughts as a fellow investigator or something along that lines. But normally we wouldn't have gone any farther than what we did.
Okay. Now, after you completed the taking of the names of the persons that were present, did you remain at the location of Liz Ratliff's home?
Yes, I did.
About how long were you there?
I would say a couple of hours.
Okay. And during that time period, if you would please describe what happened after you took the names of persons that were present.
Can you be more specific?
Yes, I mean, you indicated that you made some observations while you were there. You talked with German police, you talked with some several civilians. You observed the area of the scene. What other activity did you see at the scene while you were there? In particular, in relation to Miss Ratliff's body.
I saw Mrs. Ratliff covered with something. Okay, I didn't know exactly or what exactly the position of the body and things of that nature. I couldn't see that. What I wanted to do, and I just conducted a cursory inspection of the staircase. I actually walked up 4 or 5 stairs. I didn't go all the way to the top. And I was just looking to see if anything was out of the ordinary, and to which I didn't find anything that would lead me to believe anything else occurred.
Is it possible that someone had cleaned up some of the area before you got there and made your observations?
Objection. That's inconsistent with the evidence. Let me approach.
Further question?
Yes, sir. Were you there when Miss Ratliff's body was removed?
Yes, I was.
Do you recall who did that?
Not specifically which German or American, however, it was by some mortuary people.
Okay. Do you recall an approximate time based on your memory of 18 years ago?
Mid to late afternoon estimate. I don't know.
Yeah, maybe just move this. No, maybe we put this.
Yes. We have no questions of the witness at this time.
Thank you, Your Honor, and good afternoon. My name is Tom Maher. Now, in 1985, when you went to the Ratliff residence, your job as a CID agent was to investigate various types of crimes.
That's correct.
Including crimes against people.
Correct.
And you had experience investigating violent crimes?
Somewhat, yes, sir.
And you'd also gone to, I think you said unattended deaths. Was that where somebody's found dead?
Yes, sir.
And that may or may not be a natural death.
Correct.
Now, you talked some about your probationary period. That was back in, 1981 to 1982?
That's correct, sir.
So by 1985, you'd had 3 years of experience as a full CID agent.
That's correct.
And before you even went through the probationary period, you'd been, 5 years with the military police?
Yes, sir.
So in some form or other, you had 9 years of experience with military law enforcement when you went to Ms. Ratliff's house.
That's correct.
Now, when you went there, you went with some other people?
I believe, yes, I had an interpreter with me.
Okay. And there were also 2 military police investigators?
That I recall specifically, yes.
Okay. And in addition to that, there were German police who were already there when you arrived.
That's correct.
And while the German police had primary jurisdiction, you were there both to assist them if you could.
Correct.
And also because the U.S. citizen who was an employee of the Department of Defense was involved to document what you learned in relationship to that death.
That's correct.
Now, you recall that the German police were not fluent in English?
I don't know. Some people believe there are victimless crimes. Stupid people believe that.
Well, I don't know.
Well, let me ask you to just to refresh your memory, not your approach. I think you've already got it there, but I'll just show you mine. On the statement you wrote up, did you indicate, I was asking whether that refreshes your memory, that one of the things you could assist in was people who spoke English because the German police did not speak fluent English?
At the time, I would say that that's correct.
Okay. And by the way, do you speak German?
No, I don't, sir.
Did you, may I have, do you have Exhibit 208? Let me approach if I can with Exhibit 208. Do you recall, and this is in German, but I don't know whether you would have ever seen this. Have you ever seen an official German report from their investigation?
No, sir, I haven't.
Okay, were you ever given a translation?
I do not recall that.
Okay. When you arrived, was it your understanding that the medical personnel had already come and gone?
Yes.
Okay, but the German detectives were still there?
Yes.
And do you recall there being 2 different German detectives there?
I remember there was more than one.
Okay, so there may have been more than 2, but at least 2. And in addition, you were there with the military police.
Right.
And I think you indicated that basically the information about the belief that Ms. Ratliff had suffered some kind of medical related condition that led to her falling, you got that from basically everybody who was there.
That, yes, I surmised that.
Okay, and you, of course, were able to communicate at least somewhat. You had a CID interpreter with you.
That's correct.
So in terms of your ability to speak to the German police, you were able to find out what they'd learned.
Correct.
And the male, you said, who talked about the possibility of Miss Ratliff falling on the stairs because of a medical emergency, that was consistent with what you'd heard from the authorities who were there.
That's correct.
And you don't know whether he, in fact, was simply repeating what they had been saying.
That's correct, or anyone else in the room.
Okay. And by the way, when this person, you said somebody interrupted you while you were doing one of your interviews, and you said, please, can you wait? I'll talk to you later. Did they comply with your request?
Yes, they did, sir.
Now, while this was not, in essence, your investigation, what you did while you were there was try to determine whether there was anything about the scene that was inconsistent with what you were being told people believed had happened.
I actually did that on a personal level because there was nothing for me to do at the German scene. I mean, I did that as a professional interest versus a personal interest. I mean, I did it for the same reason. I just looked around to see if things were different than what they believed occurred. It was just a what I did every scene I went to. I mean, whether I was the investigator of record or whether I was helping somebody or just there to be nosy.
Okay, so the fact you were there in a more limited capacity, say, than a case you were in charge of, didn't affect your interest in seeing whether what you could see about the scene was consistent or inconsistent with what you were being told.
Can you shorten that?
I can try. You indicated you weren't kind of in charge of the investigation at the scene.
That's right.
But that didn't limit your interest in looking around to see if you could see anything that was either consistent or inconsistent with what you were told happened.
Correct. I was not limited.
And you were there for a period of time.
Yes.
And your examination disclosed nothing that would lead you to believe that Ms. Ratliff's death was by other than natural causes.
That's correct.
Now, I have no further questions.
With respect to the single individual male that had given you most of the information that you've already described, do you think you're not able to recognize that person due to the passage of time?
Well, that and I hadn't thought about it since the event occurred until just recently when I was notified of this incident, or this trial. But no, I mean, passage of time would be a good way to explain that. Yes.
Okay. No, I don't have any other questions.
Anything else, Mr. Martin?
No, Your Honor.
All right, you can come down, sir.
Thank you.
All right. Members of the jury, there are matters we'll have to take care of outside of your presence, Mr. Deputy, if you'll take the jury. All right, counsel, the court reporter says she has a little bit of difficulty handling all four of you at the bench, so I think we better do it in open court. I think y'all need to be discreet about what you say. Be discreet.
You give me a minute. I'm just going through the statement, and that may.
All right.
If I could suggest
so
maybe.
they want what they don't want.
Well, also, I don't know whether it'd be useful for Your Honor to have had a chance to review the statement so you know what we're talking about.
Well, I probably only need to review it if there's a question that. No, what you can do, you just hand me that paper right there that you got, that one with all those yellow lines up. I know. I want to read it before. I want to read it. Just hand me that one where you marked out everything. Where you marked out everything but the witness's name.
How am I going to hand it to you from here? That's why I asked if I could approach.
Can you mark another one so that we can be looking at?
Can they approach? I don't want them to approach.
No. So I can approach? Yeah. Oh, thank you.
Just a they, I don't want to.
I don't know. Yes.
But you were leaning and acknowledging to them that it was okay if they came.
I didn't want to come over.
All right, I'll hear the state.
Your Honor, in regards to subject matter that is labeled number 1, we would argue that that would be admissible for the court. She's talking about preparations that were going to be made. I realize that this was information that came from the decedent. However, and would arguably be hearsay, but the decedent, of course, is unavailable. It's information that then shows why different people did what they did, whether it be Mr. Peterson ended up doing what he did that particular evening, or Liz ended up doing what she did that evening. So I would argue to the court that should be admissible. Subject matter number 2, we believe is present sense impression, basically the way that Ms. Melanino was feeling during that particular time period, and then what caused her then to do what she did. So we believe that would be admissible for that reason. We don't have a problem with subject matter 3 coming out of the statement, nor do we have a problem with subject matter 5 coming out of the statement. As to number 4, I would make the same argument that I made at the bench, basically that because the court allowed a letter in yesterday that the state objected to and the state argued was irrelevant, that the information listed in subject matter 4 now has become more relevant than even it was prior to the admission of that letter into evidence. The letter, of course, was passed to the jury. Each of the jurors read the letter. So those would be our arguments as to each of the subject matters.
Okay, Your Honor, as to subject matter one, I don't wish to be heard at length. If it's been offered for the truth, then it would have to meet a hearsay exception. I can see, the state's argument, as I understand it, is that there's an exception there. We leave it to Your Honor to make that determination. But it is not a court statement that the state's seeking to offer, and that's why we've, for the record, made our objection on that. Number two, the problem isn't that whether it's technically hearsay or not, but that it's an opinion that's irrelevant. If in the course of cross-examination, she's questioned about why she did something, and this opinion somehow...
Court will sustain that objection and exclude that.
Okay.
As well as number three.
As to number four, then, I think it's important to keep in mind what happened with the witness yesterday. On direct examination, she was asked about communications with Mr. Peterson on the subject of adoption, and testimony was elicited that he hadn't allowed it. All that we did, and we said that it was for a non-hearsay purpose, was put in the substance of those communications that the state had already elicited. That does not open the door to what the state is trying to get into. It is not general character evidence. It isn't character evidence that's rebutted by this. The state can't bring up a subject, and then when we legitimately flesh out what the communications were, and then say, oh, haha, you've now opened the door. That was a response, and a legitimate response, in a non-hearsay response to what the state had done on direct examination, and certainly has not gone into opening the door, in addition to which any marginal relevance on that would be outweighed by the unfair prejudice. I mean, this course, subject matter number four has nothing to do with how Kathleen Peterson died. I mean, we're not trying just...
I think it's unduly prejudicial to the defendant.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Number five, we didn't say it. I think that we're not contesting
it's
number
okay.
five.
Yeah, I believe so.
That leaves us with number one. Ms. Black, how do you contend that that's admissible?
First of all, this information would be corroborative of Margaret Blair, who has already testified before the jury that Mr. Peterson had told her certain information as far as what had transpired prior to Ms. Ratliff being found dead back in November of 1985. That's one reason we believe that this information should stay within the statement. Secondly, we believe that this information is pertinent for the jury to hear why certain people did what they did, why Liz ended up doing what she did that evening as far as having dinner with the Petersons. Also that...
Well, the court will overrule the defendant's objection. That would be admissible.
Your Honor, we're going to need just a little bit of time to be able to...
How much time is it going to take to do what you need to do?
15 minutes. It would probably take at least 15 minutes just for me to set
All right.
things out.
Why don't we take a 15-minute break? We'll come back, see where we are. Mr. Deputy, the jury needs to stay where they are until we send.
Court's going to stand in recess for 15 minutes.
I guess we could just...
Oh, yeah. What just happened? Why did it do that? Ah. What is it doing? Stop that. What the fudge? Why would you go all the way to the end? Not letting me go up. Oh.
All right, is there further evidence from the state?
Yes, the state calls it Barbara Malagnino.
There's nothing on the Bible reading, right? You solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give the court and the jury in the case now being heard to be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes, ma'am.
Please be seated. State your name, please.
Barbara Ann Malagnino.
Ma'am, where do you live?
I live in Lurschau in West Germany.
Tell us, please, how long have you lived in Germany?
I have lived in Germany now 20 years.
And where are you originally from?
Cutie, did you watch that video I sent you that Todd made? Where he's talking all kinds of crap about his dad?
My entire life. I'm about to call the cops on my father for the murder of my mother, Patricia Peterson. I now today realize that the motivation was money, just like I now believe Kathleen. I didn't really realize it all until I tried to break my sobriety a couple of weeks ago. My own father tried to break my sobriety. That's actually how I figured out he was a serial killer. Until then, I was blind and stupid and thought he wouldn't hurt a family member, and well,
He reminds me of Michael in the video.
if you're willing to break your own son's sobriety, do anything. I was a fall down drunk. I'm not a good guy. I'm not a good guy. I am now, but if you judge me against my whole lifetime, I've done some fucking horrible shit. Former alcoholic, drug addict. 3 years ago, it's the top earning American, the 6th most dangerous city in the world, selling real estate.
I'm a resident of Britain, Scotland.
Tell us, please, what is your educational background?
I'm a sister, a nursing sister.
All right, tell us about your educational background. What kind of schooling that you've had?
Oh, I don't know what it is in American, just high school.
Did you have any special training to be a nanny at some point in time?
No.
All right. Tell us, please, did you choose that to be your occupation a number of years ago?
Yes, I did.
In conjunction with that, how did you go about finding employment as a nanny?
I found employment as a nanny through an agency in Great Britain.
And when did you first become a nanny?
In January 1984.
At some point in time in the mid-'80s, did you meet Elizabeth Ratliff?
Yes, I did.
How did you come to meet her?
I was with an American family. I'd been working there for like 3 weeks, and the American family were going on the weekend to help Mrs. Ratliff move house. And I met her at the removal.
There's the link to that whole video. It's 11 minutes long. If any of you want to go watch it, he says terrible, terrible things about his dad and himself. So, but he reminds me so much of Michael in that video. It's crazy. He says that he himself is a terrible person. It's like Judy said, a mini-me of Michael.
You know approximately when that would have been, what month and year?
It would have been, I think, the first week in February.
Of what year?
84.
What further contact did you have with her after February of 1984?
Oh, we had like right away contact with each other.
Why was that?
We did her removal on the weekend, and she knew I was unhappy, and she picked me up on the Wednesday of the following week because I had a free day. And I went back to her house, and I told her I didn't like the family that I was working for. And she says I could come and stay with her until I found a way to get back home again or further employment.
During that time, was this after George Ratliff's death?
Yes.
And how old would the children have been at that point in time?
Oh, they were very little. I think Margaret was 2.5 or something, and no, she was older than that. She was 3. I'm not really sure. They were little kids.
All right, now, did you all make some further arrangements then in February of 1984? I mean, did you actually move in?
I left the family where I was working in Rüsselsheim. I left that family and went to live with Liz till I could get my way back home again or a further job. And after a week or so, she said it was really great that I was there because I was relieving her from her pressures of school, house, and children. And she asked me to move in and stay.
So this would have been what month and year that you actually moved in?
That was still in February.
Of 1984?
Mm-hmm.
Now, what were your duties there?
What was I doing there?
What were your duties?
Just taking over the household when Liz wasn't there.
And what were your duties in regards to the children?
Just every day, what every day does with the children, from the minute they wake up till the minute they go back to bed.
Right
Dinner, making dinner for them and going out with them and reading books and putting them to bed for naps and things.
Tell us, please, during this time period, what was Miss Ratliff's attitude about life?
Oh, very grey. She didn't want to live. She was very depressed. She was real down.
And in what way did you try to assist her?
In every way I could. I took the burden of the household and the children.
Were you familiar during this time period of who her close friends were?
Yes.
And who were you familiar with as far as her associates that she enjoyed being around?
Who was I familiar with? I was familiar with the family Peterson. And I was familiar with Sherry and Randy and Carol. And there was a number of people from base or school teachers that would pop by or something that you got to know, and Amy Beth and Bruce Berner and the people in our area, the Olsons.
Now, where was Miss Ratliff living?
Miss Ratliff was living in Grafenhausen.
Where specifically?
In North End.
Now, since you were living there too, did you have a key to her house?
Yes.
And did you still have that key back in November of 1985?
Yes.
Now, on a weekday, what time was the normal time that you were, well, let me go back. At some point in time, did you actually get an apartment?
Yes, I did.
Do you remember when that was?
I got an apartment in the summer of 85.
Why was that?
It was thought that I needed a little bit of free time and for my friends to come around, and that I wasn't always just concentrated in the house.
Now, if you don't mind me asking, how old would you have been in 1985?
I would have been 24.
So once you got your apartment, what was the arrangement that you had with Ms. Ratliff as far as whether you would stay at your apartment or whether you would stay at her home?
Everything was to stay the same. It was still my home. I came in and out as I pleased. It was my home to stay there.
Did you have your own room?
I had almost my own. My room was during the day a children's playroom, and in the evening it was my bedroom.
Tell us, please, about the layout of the house as far as the children's rooms and how the house was set up and who slept where.
It was a lovely house. It was open. I had my room downstairs with a little bathroom that was for me. And we had a kitchen. It was an open kitchen and utility room at the side. We went down the stairs. We had a living room too, which Liz never used.
Why was that?
She did. It was full of George's furniture. She didn't like going in there. She never liked that room. You went up the first flight of stairs, and then we had a little office where a desk was and her bookcase, and that looked all over. It was open. It looked over into the living room. And then you went up another short flight of stairs, and there was Gigi's room was the first one, and then there was Martha's room.
Now you're saying Gigi. Who is Gigi?
Gigi was Margaret.
All right, so the children had separate bedrooms.
Yes, they did.
And where was Liz's room?
It was straight across the landing from the girls.
any other rooms in the upstairs?
A bathroom. That was the bathroom with it was a larger bathroom with a bath.
All right, now, did Liz have any particular habits as far as what lights she did and did not turn on, or any other habits about her telephone that you observed?
She had always we had a goosey gander in the kitchen. It was always on every night.
What
It was on the table.
Goosey gander?
It's like a big plastic white goose.
All right, was it like a lamp?
It's a lamp, yes. And that was always burning during the night.
Where was it sitting now?
It was in the kitchen, the entrance to the kitchen, on a little table at the side of the fridge.
Any other lights that you all did or did not use throughout the evening hours?
Well, we never used the living room.
Did you ever turn that light on?
When I was in the house, yes, I would go in the living room and put on some music, but mostly when Liz wasn't there. When Liz was there, then I would just confirm myself to my room and everything.
So when you were there with Liz and the children, did you ever use the living room?
No, not really.
Was that light ever turned on?
Not when she was alone. But when I was there, yes, I had turned it on. I would go down, turn it on, and turn it off again.
Now, at nighttime, regardless of whether the light had been on or not during the day, were there certain lights that were always on or always off at nighttime?
Always on was the goosey gander.
Okay.
And that was it.
How about upstairs?
No, they would all be off.
Now, did she have any particular habit about her telephone?
She took her telephone from the top of the stairs every evening and took it to her bedroom with her.
Now, what type of phone was it, if you remember?
Oh, one of those old ring telephones that you dial with the holes.
So when she would take the phone with her upstairs, would she literally have to unplug the phone from one outlet to put it into another outlet?
I think we only had the one outlet, and it was always on the top of the stairs. She just took it with the cord and took it into her bedroom every evening.
Why was that? You know?
Well, mostly if she wasn't in the house, then the ringing wouldn't disturb the babies if she wasn't there.
All right. Now, did Ms. Ratliff have any type of habit associated with whether she would lock her house at nighttime or not?
Oh, the house was always locked up at night. Yes.
What type of locks do you remember there being on the doors?
The front door, you had to come in with a key. It wasn't one that you could just push and you could be in the house. You had to have a key to come in. We had a back door, utility door, that was also with a key. But the key was always in the door from the inside. And I just unlocked it and put from the dryer, the thing outside when the drying was on. That was never really used. There was on the second landing, there was a door to a little balcony. And that was one of those doors that you could put it down and it would go on kip. Oh no, put it up and it would go on kip. Or put it at the side and you could open it like a normal door.
All right.
And that was the same in the baby's bedrooms. There was two doors from each bedroom. There was two doors going outside too.
Now, with respect to the locks, are you saying that both of the locks, you had to use a key to turn them?
Downstairs, yes.
Were there any deadbolts?
What is a deadbolt?
Well, it's like this real big lock where you turn it. It's a real big cylinder.
It was just, I don't think, no, it wasn't. We don't have them in German doors.
Do not.
We just have the keys and things.
Okay,
just
so
a
then
normal lock.
All right. Now, during the time period that you would stay at the apartment sometimes, and not, I guess, during the fall of 1985, first of all, do you know of any type of plans that Ms. Ratliff had about a trip that she was planning on taking?
I don't remember any, but it's most likely that she would have went on a trip,
yes.
It was school holidays were coming up, weren't they?
Did she frequently travel with the Petersons?
Oh, yes.
Now, back in November 1985, what was your relationship with Michael Peterson? Or his wife, Patty, for that matter?
What was my relationship?
Did you all get along?
Oh, yes.
How often would you see the Peterson family?
Oh, every day. It was a very, very small area where we all lived together, and everybody saw everybody. It was like one big family. When something happened, the other was there.
All right. Now the weekend before Ms. Ratliff was discovered dead on that Monday morning, did you spend that weekend there at her home?
Yes, I did, on the Friday and the Saturday.
And what was the purpose for you to spend Friday and Saturday night?
She was feeling uneasy, and she asked me to stay over, and I didn't have anything to do on this weekend, and I said yes, I was staying over.
So did you spend a good amount of time with the entire family on Friday and Saturday?
Most probably, yes.
When would you have left on Sunday?
I left around midday on the Sunday.
What do you mean when you say midday?
About lunchtime. I wanted to go home.
Did you, first of all, do you remember there being any snow that weekend?
Yes, there was snow. Hmm?
Do you remember what day that it snowed on?
Oh, I don't know. I think it started on the Friday.
Is there any particular German custom dealing with shoes or boots and where a person might leave them within their home?
Oh, they were always left at the front door.
Okay, is that a custom sort of particular to Germany?
Yes, well, it was accustomed to our house because I always cleaned every day, and I wanted everybody to take their shoes off.
Okay, that makes sense. All right, and did Ms. Ratliff, did she abide by that request on your part?
Mm-hmm.
Now, when you left on Sunday, did you learn from Ms. Ratliff what her plans were for the rest of the day and even that Sunday evening?
She was going to play with the babies, and she was going to take them out on the sledge, which I believe she did. And on the Sunday evening, I remember she was taking the car. She had a BMW. She was taking the car to another village.
Is that like a BMW?
Yes.
Okay.
She was taking the car to have a checkup. Michael was taking her and bringing her home.
Did they have any specific time that was associated with that, or that was just something they planned to accomplish that evening?
It was usually done late in the evening when the babies in bed were sleeping and everything, and then dinner was all over and babies in bed, and then they would do that late.
As a nanny, you probably know the answer to this question. What is there a certain custom in Europe that's a little bit different, perhaps, from America about leaving small children at home alone?
Yes, it wasn't a problem in our house. The babies slept and they slept. They were okay.
Is that sort of like a European custom that's a little bit different than America?
Well, we don't go out and have a ball and leave the kids alone, but if we're at the neighbor's house, I think it's okay.
And is that something where they're left alone, like after they're asleep in bed?
Yes.
Okay. So was there anything unusual about the fact that she had told you she was going to go with Mr. Peterson
No.
to take a car after the children were asleep?
No.
Now, did you hear from Ms. Ratliff at all during that Sunday evening?
No.
Did y'all talk on the telephone?
That makes the Madeleine McCann disappearance mystery, whatever, make a lot more sense. Because I thought that was the most bizarre thing in the world, that they left those kids alone. Did anybody else think that was weird? You guys know what I'm talking about? The Madeleine McCann, that little girl that their parents were from the UK, and then they went to, is it Portugal? And then they went out to dinner, and they left their kids in the hotel room asleep, and somebody kidnapped one of them. I always thought, why did they leave them all by themselves? But I guess that's a normal thing to do in Europe. It's weird.
No, I didn't have a telephone in my apartment.
And what time were you supposed to be there on Monday morning so that she could get to work on time?
Oh, my normal time, 7:15, 7:30. I always came in this hour.
She was to be at work, or what time does she normally leave the house? Let me ask you that.
She left about 20 minutes for 8.
And do you know how she was going to get to school that morning, since she was supposed to have left her car at a car place?
She was traveling with Patricia Peterson.
And how did you get around as far as your transportation?
If the weather was bad and it was snowing like it was that weekend, I took a taxi. Apart from that, I always went with my little bike.
So now how much distance was there between where you were living in your apartment and Ms. Ratliff's house? Apartment?
I'm not sure anymore, but I think it's about 4 kilometers. It's not far, 4 or 5 kilometers.
Okay, well, let me ask you this way. About how long would it take you to get from one place to the other?
5 minutes.
All right, so on the morning of November 25th, that Monday morning, how did you arrive to, did you go to Miss Ratliff's house?
Yes, I did.
And how did you arrive there?
I arrived by taxi.
Who was the taxi cab driver?
It was a Mr. Salvatore Malagnino.
Did you know him prior to that date?
No, I didn't know him.
Did you ultimately end up marrying him?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Take it that didn't work out too well.
No.
Okay. So about what time would it have been that he actually drove you to the front of the dwelling such that you would have been planning on entering the dwelling?
I was a little bit earlier on that morning. I was there about 7:15. I got there about 7:15, yeah.
And then what did you do after after you exited the taxi cab?
After I got out of the taxi?
I'm sorry, yes, after you got out.
I went up to the door, and then I realized that all the lights were on in the house.
Now, did you notice that the lights were on before or after you entered the house?
Before I entered the house, I could see them. We had a round glass window on the door.
So as you approached the door, what rooms would you have been able to see into to know that the lights were on?
Oh, I could see it from the street. I could see that the kitchen lights were on, that the hallway lights were on, that the living room lights were on, and the hallway lights would go right upstairs because it was all open.
Would it have been? It would have been daylight. Is that correct?
It was still a little dark. It was dusk. No, it was starting to get light.
Now, during that time of year, or even, for instance, on a weekday morning when you would have gone from your apartment to come to Miss Ratliff's, or traveled from your apartment to go to Miss Ratliff's, what did you normally find as far as lights that would be on or off inside of her dwelling at 7:15 a.m.?
Normally, if she was still upstairs, then her bedroom light would be on and the bathroom light would be on. If she had come downstairs, if I was a little earlier, if she had come downstairs, then her lights upstairs would be off and the kitchen lights would be on.
So was this the first time that you began to enter the dwelling that you found all of these lights on?
Yes.
Now, how did you enter her dwelling?
From the front door.
And did you have to use a key or not?
Yes.
Are you satisfied that the door was locked before you put your key in it and unlocked it?
The door was always locked. It locked automatically.
Had there ever been a time that you came on a weekday morning when the front door was unlocked?
No, it was never unlocked.
So after you actually put the key in the door and opened the door, what happened next?
I see all the lights are on, and I see this body lying there.
When you say this body, what do you mean?
There was I didn't recognize it as being Liz to begin with.
Now, why is that?
I don't know. I just didn't recognize it. I thought something else had happened.
What did you do?
I shouted her name a few times, and I ran up the stairs.
Did you shout her name thinking that she was going to be upstairs?
Yes, that something had happened upstairs.
What next happened?
Then I ran upstairs, and I see that she's not there.
Where did you actually enter into her bedroom to see if she was there?
Yes, the door was closed. Her bedroom door was closed.
What happened next?
Then I took the telephone from out there.
Now, where was the phone?
It was in her bedroom.
And was that the normal place it would have been?
In the evening, she took it always to bed with me then.
What next did you do?
I put it on the stairs, and I tried to phone the Peterson family.
What happened when you tried to phone them?
Our telephone was dead.
What happened next?
I could hear in the background that the taxi was still outstairs. This was also just a few seconds in time. It happened also quickly. I ran back down the stairs again, and then when I got to the bottom of the stairs nearly, I see that these boots in the feet was Liz. That the body was Liz that was on the stairs.
Could you tell what other type of apparel she had on? Excuse me, clothing. Do you remember?
I remember she had I think it was a red pullover on, but I can't be sure. I have recollection that she had a red pullover on.
A red pullover?
Well, I thought it was a red pullover.
Like
If it was a red pullover because it was a red pullover or because everything else was red, I don't know.
Do you remember what type of pants or what she had on the bottom portion of her body?
I can't recollect that anymore. She had boots on.
Were they a certain type of boot?
They were snow boots.
Were they ones that you had seen her wear before?
Oh, yes.
What next did you do?
Then I ran outside and told the taxi driver he had to get an ambulance and the police. He was outside. He was writing something.
All right. What happened next?
Then I went in and I felt her body.
Mm-hmm. What part of her body did you feel?
Here. I just felt here.
You have the record. I'm sorry. The record reflected the witness was indicating the back. I guess her shoulders and neck.
Here, just here.
Are you talking about her neck or shoulders or hair?
Yes,
or what?
just here, just at the
That's
this part here.
Like the shoulder blade?
Yes, just here. Not so deep as the shoulder, but just the shoulders here. I just felt here.
Now, you mentioned something about being a little bit confused about whether she had on a red pullover or not because a lot of things were red. Did you see blood?
Oh, yes.
Where did you see blood?
All the stairway up, the stairway, there was blood. Liz was lying in a pool of blood.
Did you see any blood on her, the front part of her? Or do you remember whether she was face up or face down?
She was face up.
Can you recall where, if anywhere, you saw blood on her?
I don't remember really looking at her. I'm sure I did really look at her, but I don't remember if she was where blood was on her. It was just everywhere. But
all right, now after touching her body, then what next did you do?
Then I ran outside again.
Did you try to make a determination when you touched her body whether she was alive or dead?
No.
Were you able to tell?
She felt warm.
Were you able to tell whether she was breathing?
Oh, I didn't try anything like that. I just ran. I just got up and ran.
I take it you were quite upset.
Oh, yes.
What next did you do?
I ran over to the Peterson
What did you
house.
do next?
And now, realizing
I
that
don't like
time might be a little bit difficult during a circumstance like
I
this.
know, right?
Would you be able to say how much time had passed in between when you entered the dwelling and saw what you saw?
I didn't expect that when I watched that video. I didn't expect it at all. I was just like you, I was blown away. I was like, "Oh my god." Yeah. Not expecting that.
And when you actually made it to the Petersons?
Oh, 2 minutes. It all went very quickly.
All right, what did you do when you got to the Petersons?
I banged the door, the front door.
And who answered?
Patty came to the door.
What happened?
I told Patty that something terrible had happened. They have to come to get Mike.
Did you see Michael Peterson at that time?
As I was talking to Patty, he came to the top of the stairs.
Was he dressed or not?
He wasn't dressed. He was in his t-shirt and boxer shorts.
Was Patty dressed, like ready to go to work?
She was hastily getting dressed. She was in the process. I don't remember how far on her process of dressing was, but she was in the process of dressing for school.
What next did you do?
And Michael came running over with me. And we ran back over.
And what did you do?
Michael came in and Patty was also there. I can thinking they are coming also there. And I ran up the stairs again to see if the babies were okay.
Now, when you went up the stairs, whether it be the first time or the second time, were you having to actually step over?
I stepped over Liz's body. This was the second time I ran up the stairs.
And when you went up there, what did you find concerning the children?
The babies were still asleep.
Okay. So what did you do?
I wanted to go in the toilet and vomit.
All right. What happened next?
I was in the toilet and Michael came upstairs and he's telling me to get a sheet, to get a blanket. And I says, why? And he says he wanted to cover Liz up. And he said she was dead. And I says, no, I felt her. She's warm. And he says, she's not warm, Barbara. And he took me by the arms and he says, she's not warm. She's dead. The warmth comes from the floor heating.
So what did you do?
Then I got myself together and went into Liz's bedroom and rummaged in the cupboard for a sheet or a blanket.
All right, Ms. Black, we need to stop here. All right, members of the jury, we'll take our overnight recess at this time. Remember the instructions the court has given you throughout the course of this trial. We'll need you back tomorrow morning at 9:30.
Now, when we left off yesterday, I was asking some questions about what you noticed about Miss Ratliff's home and what you did when you actually found her there on the floor. First of all, I'd like to begin. I want to show you a few photographs. Do you remember when Miss Ratliff's mother came to visit?
Yes, I do.
Let's look at State's Exhibit P-176. Do you recognize that?
That's Morse.
Keep your voice up, in. P-177.
That's the top. Yes, that's the top of our stairs.
Okay. Do you remember
the top of the stairs?
Now, in speaking of the stairs, you mentioned yesterday about seeing blood in different places around the stairs, or under the stairs. Take a look, please. It states P245, P246, P247, P248, P249, and P250. There are some black marks that are on these photographs. Do you agree or disagree with the markings there as far as where you personally noticed blood?
Objection. Overruled.
You may answer.
I didn't see blood up here.
Okay, you're pointing then to P247. You did not see that blood?
No.
Okay. Anything else that you do not recall or do not agree with?
I didn't see blood on this side of the wall either. I didn't see blood here.
So you're looking at P249 and P250? You did not see that, all right.
But I seen it all here.
So on P248, you agree with the location of the blood there?
Yes. And this one too.
All right, that is marked. What number on the back?
P246.
You agree with the placement of that blood?
Yes.
Now, were there other places that you saw blood that may not be depicted on these photographs?
Under here.
All right, you're pointing to which exhibit number now?
245.
All right, if you could hold that up so that the jury can see where you're saying you saw some additional blood.
Here.
All right. Any other place that you saw blood that is not depicted or not marked on any of these photographs?
After weeks after that I was living in there, I opened this box. This box here has pipes running to it for the heating system. And when I opened this up, there was blood splashes in there. But I don't recall blood being on this wall.
All right. Now, you may place that down then. You mentioned to us that you went and got Peterson. Mr. Peterson was in his underwear?
In the t-shirt and shorts.
Did Mr. Peterson work anywhere?
No, only at home at night writing books.
Okay. So it wouldn't have been unusual for him to be in his underwear that time of morning?
Oh no, he was always sleeping at that time in the morning.
Now, we also talked yesterday about some habits that Ms. Ratliff had. Mm-hmm. Did she have any particular habit about what she would do at nighttime to ready herself for the next morning or to ready herself to feed the children the next morning?
She would have all the breakfast arrangements ready. She would have the little pot out and oatmeal out and the sugar. It would all be beside the cooker that she could just come down and start making breakfast. And maybe the plates on the children's table. So she had a little table with 2 chairs.
Did she do that every morning or just weekday mornings?
She did that every morning. She prepared the breakfast.
Now, when you got there on this Monday morning, whenever you had a chance to actually think more clearly about the situation, did you see the breakfast laid out for that Monday morning?
There wasn't anything done in the kitchen.
At what point in time did you realize that she had never even laid out the breakfast like normal?
Well, I think when we were all standing in the kitchen just before I left, there wasn't any. I don't remember looking at it. It's just I noticed that the lights were on and everything, and the stuff wasn't out.
Did any of you take the opportunity to walk around the home or to visualize things in the home to determine whether any items were missing or that had perhaps been stolen in some fashion?
No, well, I didn't go into the house again for another week or so, so I didn't. It was different when I went in anyway.
It was. Okay. Now, while you were there, did any investigators or authorities come?
The German police came at the very beginning.
How many?
Oh, I don't remember. I think 2.
Did they interview you?
No.
Did you see any authorities interviewing anyone, or did any of you all talk to the authorities?
I didn't talk to anyone. Michael was speaking with the authorities. He was telling them that there had been an accident and that we were an American family and it had already been reported on base.
All right, so he told that to whom?
The German authorities, in very bad German, in very bad English German, trying to translate it. He was trying to say this.
So he was not very fluent in German?
No.
Did you hear any other conversation between Mr. Peterson and the authorities while you were there?
No.
Did the German authorities, were they still there when you ultimately left the dwelling that morning?
I think we left at just about the same time, around about the same time.
So are you able to say how long they stayed before they did leave?
Oh, I would be guessing now.
Okay. Now, while you were there, did you ever see any American authorities or investigators?
I don't recall seeing them.
Now, you've had the opportunity since you've been here in North Carolina to meet Mr. Lyons,
yes,
to actually see him upstairs in the DA's office. Had you ever seen him before?
No.
Not before coming here to this trial? Now, once the Petersons arrived, what then did you do in regards to the children?
I ran back up the stairs and I went into, I don't remember which child I took first, but I took one of the children and went down the back fire exit from their bedroom door. I went out that way and around the garden, and I ran back to Michael and Patty's house. The boys were there.
Now, what was the reason that you took them down the back way?
Not to see anything in the front way.
Not to see their mother?
Yeah, we couldn't take a kid down there.
Okay, now was it sort of like a fire escape type exit?
Mm-hmm.
Now, folks, witness.
Yes.
There's another photograph here that we have introduced. P254. Do you see that part of the dwelling that you're speaking of, the exit that you used to take the children to the Peterson's house?
Yes, this is it.
Could you point that out for the jury, please?
This was the balcony from the bedrooms, and here we went down the stairs. It's all grown with grasses and everything now. That wasn't there. It's all overgrown with grasses now.
So now this picture, of course, has been taken more recently. What is the difference now versus then?
Well, there was a lot of snow, but we didn't have this green growth then.
So that's just sort of inhibiting the being able to see the entire thing?
It was, yeah. So.
All right, now once you took the children away from the home, what then did you do?
I took one child away first, and then I came back in again and took the second one away.
And what did you do after that?
Then I came back.
And what was happening when you came back?
The German police were there then, and that's when Michael was telling them that this is an American family and this is an accident, and it's already been reported. He was telling this, and I don't remember much after that.
Why is that?
I left shortly after that.
Okay. And then where did you go?
I think I went to Patty and Michael's house. I was with Amy Beth, and I was in her house a very big part of the day.
Would it be fair to say that you were still very, very upset?
Oh, yes.
Now, what did you do during the next few days, or what do you know was going on with the children and Ms. Ratliff and that type of thing?
Sherry and Tom moved into the house right away.
Was there a reason why you didn't go back to the house to keep the children immediately thereafter?
I wasn't in a fit state to go back to the house to look after the children.
So how long did you stay away from the children before you then returned to care for them?
I had seen them, but I returned, I think it was the Monday the week after.
Now, at some point in time after you calmed down a little bit and you were not quite as hysterical as you had previously been, did you have further conversations with Mr. Peterson about what had happened?
No.
So any conversation you had with him about what happened, what was his explanation of how Ms. Ratliff died?
He came in later in the same day that she died, and he said that she had a cerebral hemorrhage and that she had fallen down the stairs. But she was dead before she hit the stairs. I think that was to quieten us all down. And I says, no, I don't believe it. And apparently an autopsy was going to be...
I'm objecting going beyond the question that was answered. Ask oral.
You may answer.
I've lost the thread now.
You lost what?
I've lost the thread.
The thread. Do you remember what you were saying?
Yes, there was going to be an autopsy be done. There was going to be another autopsy done.
All right. Now, during the next week or at any point in time, did any investigator ever interview you about what you had found when you walked into the home or about any observations that you made?
No.
Tell us, please, at some point in time, did you then come back into the home and care for the children for a lengthy period of time?
I came back the week after, and I took care of the children 7 months after that, until the June of 68.
June of what year?
86.
Who was handling the affairs regarding the household and the payment of bills and things like that after you moved back in the home to care for the children for 7 months?
Michael was.
Was he actually paying you for your services?
Yes.
And did he pay all of the bills?
All of Liz's bills, yes.
And while you stayed there, what, if anything, happened to Ms. Ratliff's personal belongings, her furniture, those types of things?
It was all shipped back to the States.
Now, have you had the opportunity to see a videotape of the interior of 1810 Cedar Street, Mr. Peterson's home here in Durham? And when you viewed that videotape, did you notice any items in the videotape that looked familiar to you?
Yes, there was.
What types of items?
There was the rug with the horses on it, the dragon in front of the fire, a shield that went around the fireplace, several musical instruments.
What about a tapestry?
The tapestry was there too, yes.
What do you know about that tapestry?
Sustain unless he has personal knowledge.
May we approach the bench or may I be heard?
Yeah, you could ask you.
I don't get it. These are the girls' things. Why is it wrong for Michael Peterson to have them?
You could ask.
Ma'am, in looking at that tape, did you notice a picture or a print on a wall?
Yes, I did.
Let's look at P2A. Now, you've never been inside 1810 Cedar Street, is that correct?
No.
Do you recognize anything on this photograph that's familiar to you?
This is this cat ears.
The cat picture? Mm-hmm. How do you recognize the cat picture?
This cat picture was hanging in my room when I was living in Grafenhausen.
All right. Now, have you given information to Investigator Holland in this case?
My statement, yes.
And how did you go about drafting that statement?
Drafting?
How did you go about getting it to him or writing it down?
I wrote it on my PC and sent it by email.
Okay. It's on 182. Let's look at exhibit 183. See if you recognize that, please.
says ma'am.
Is that the information you forwarded to Investigator Holland? About what you know about this case?
It's not all of it.
Okay, but you do recognize what is on those papers?
Yeah.
I move to introduce State's Exhibit 183 into evidence.
It's allowed.
Now, Your Honor, may we pass these to the jury? It's rather lengthy and allow them to read it.
It's allowed.
No questions. Thank you, ma'am.
It's fine. Come down.
Okay. Okay. All right. What time is it? 4:26. We're going to stop for today because the next video is more of Deaver, and I don't know how long that one's going to be. That might be our last Deaver video. might be our last Deaver video. Bye, Marty. So we're going to stop there. We'll start back in the morning with Deaver. I really think there's one more after that, but I think there's one of Deaver and then some of other people and then another one of Deaver down the road. I don't know. I will be glad when he's gone though. And then I don't think we're far from Dr. Henry Lee, so that means the defense is going to be up soon. So I will see you guys in the morning. Thanks for hanging out with me today. Remember, be kind to people, love your family, and Jesus loves you, and so do I. Bye, guys. See you in the morning. Have a great evening.